Greetings, everyone. I know I'm late, and I know y'all haven't seen me in a few days, um, but I'm here now, and we'll get started with the reading of the Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs. Okay. We are the breakers of curses. We are the casters of glorious conspiracies and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faith Floyd, am a divine instrument in my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iyami Ajay, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children, in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Let's see, of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and give life to the sacred blood. Give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end, scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates, we are the furies, we are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, and divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate through all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. So, I have greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Jane, Missy, Vayoni, Sage Page, thank you for the donation. Diane Reeds, thank you for the donation. Phoenix Rising, Jane Wilson, thank you for the donation. So, listen, y'all, I know I have not been on here for a couple of days. Conversations with Sunshine, thank you for joining. As a matter of fact, let me grab one more thing. All right. So, I, like everybody else in the world, have been having, let's see. Oh, well, isn't that great? Awesome. Just hold on just a second. Okay. Um, uh, Okie dokie. Let's see what we got going on here. Thank you, Tracy, for your donation. GJP, always jolly on the spot. Love that. Appreciate you. All right, cool. Okie dokie. So let me see. Um, let me see. Let's see. I saw you for the first time on Mama T's channel, and I was so inspired by what you do, what you said, and your deep wisdom. Thank you so much. Conversations with Sunshine. Appreciate you. So let me see if I can make this little thing work. All my gadgetry, child. All my gadgetry. My phone, my laptop, all my gadgetry has been on some whole other shit for about the last 2 weeks. And so I am constantly trying to navigate what is actually happening. But it's just interesting how people only know how to be friends with hot people. They hate it when you stop top dancing. I have a theory for why this is. I started deconstructing the way I see the world this way. Oh Lord. Like even my TikTok, I've been trying to be a lot more like purposeful, if you will, about engaging my TikTok more. Like my head knows it needs to happen, but child, my I am, at a what you call it, like a technological like a technological handicap, if you will. Uh-huh. And so I'm always trying to make these weird ass no. Constant woo woo, you only about the 14th person to tell me that this week. Child, is if I do not know. I need a team, is what I need. I don't just need an assistant. I need a whole ass team. I need about 10 people. You know what I'm saying? I need about 10 people. But I don't want to get too distracted because there's a lot I want to discuss with you today. That text that I just got that I was responding to was actually um kind of good news because thank you for the donation. Conversations with Sunshine, appreciate you. Yeah, because I had a client cancel, which is actually good news because there's some things I really want to talk to you about today. um there are a lot of things I want to talk to you about today, and I'm trying to prioritize, you feel me? It might be that. It might be that. There's a lot I want to talk to you about today. But for those of you who tuned into the last full live that I did, which was, I want to say, what's today? Today is Friday. So maybe Monday, maybe Sunday. I think it might have been Sunday or Monday because I was trying to prep y'all for the new moon that just happened. And so there was a lot in that live. So, if you're just interested in like my peculiar take on the preparation necessary for these next coming big lunar events and astrological events, then go back to that live that I did. It's the last live. So as soon as you go on my YouTube channel, it'll be, if you push live, it'll be the last one. And that one was a lot. You feel me? That was a lot, which is why I haven't been conversation with Sunshine just signed up for the Oshun Perk membership status. Love that. Love that for us. Okay, so anyway, there's a lot, y'all, and I'm really trying to, because my head isn't so much. So the one thing that's really always been presented as masterful about those of us who have been gifted to be born under the sign of Virgo is that we are masterful. Um, we are masterful in our ability to strategize. You feel me? To create systems, to see the various things that the many cannot, and to see how those things relate to one another. You know what I'm saying? We gotta have a really, really keen ability to do that, right? What becomes the quote shadow side of that ability in us is our ability to, or actually our tendency, because we see everything, because we see everything, um, because we are master strategists, because we see all the things, we see all the ways that this thing can be streamlined, shortened, made easier. Virgos are not accustomed to, you know, Virgos are not the signs that want you to do more work. Virgos are masterful in their ability because they want to streamline. They want to be more efficient in their ability to produce. You feel me? So you'll never catch a Virgo just taking on multiple pieces of work just cuz. The reason that the if you have me tell it, and most Virgos that I've ever known is the same way. If you have me tell it, that the reason that Virgos mottos is just, the Virgo motto is fuck it, I'll do it myself. The reason why a Virgo's motto is fuck it, I'll do it myself is because they can see a more streamlined, a more direct, and a more efficient way to do what other people have a tendency to complicate. Virgos don't like complicated. You feel me? It's like, look, I can see all the ways, I can see all the things. Like every Virgo I've ever known, every single Virgo I have ever known will never allow someone to throw a party for them. Ever since I was a young adult in my 20s, every birthday party I have ever had, I have thrown. It's just our way. We know the quickest, the best, the most strategic, and the most streamlined, efficient way to make some shit pop. One of those shadow side tendencies of Virgos, however, is in our tendency to be perfectionists, in our tendency to be perfectionists. One of the things that can become almost debilitating for Virgos is we'll make the plan, we'll map out the strategy, we'll map it out, we'll cross all the cross all the T's, dot all the I's, check that shit 3, 4, 5 times. Is if a Virgo is not, if a Virgo is not in like harmonious balance, there is a tendency for Virgos to be handicapped by that need for perfection. And what I mean by handicapped is they take a long time to take action. They have the idea. If I pause, it's because my TikTok is, I don't know, is doing janky stuff for whatever reason. I might just have to keep going. Yeah. And what I mean by that, what I mean by handicapped is in our need to step out of the gate, the perfectionist that Virgos are notorious for lack of action, or being very, very, very hesitant about. They can see in their mind's eye that the idea is nothing short of genius, and they will still go back, check, rearrange, modify, right? And so what it tends to lead to is a tendency of a failure to act, radical action. You feel me? With me being a double earth sign, I am a Virgo sun and a Capricorn moon. And with that Capricorn moon child, you feel me? I have been literally doubly um held hostage, if you will, by this tendency of not wanting to, quote, in my mind, almost kind of like an irrational fear of moving prematurely, acting prematurely, launching prematurely. Okay. And then I didn't discover until much later in my life that I have, my ascendant is Gemini rising. Gemini rising, right, is, and then I've always been surrounded by fire energy. My daughter, my granddaughter, my daughter and my grandson are both Arieses. My both my parents are Leos. Three of my four grandparents are Leos. My only husband, the only time I've been married, he was an Aries. My fiance was a Leo. So I've always attracted and been surrounded by extremely fiery energy, and I never understood why until I started really getting into astrology. I always tell people, like, I'm a weighty bitch. What I mean by that is I have a sun that's Earth, I have a moon that's Earth, and even though I have that Gemini rising, like, there's so much in my life that is evidence of this dense energy that is produced by people who have a lot of earth energy. Not only that, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who do, my background is in traditional Chinese medicine, not exclusively, but when I consult with people, that is pretty much the school of thought that I filter through is through traditional Chinese medicine in general, and through five elements theory in particular. And so, even according to five elements theory, I am considered an earth archetype, or an earth, what do you call it? Like an earth like constitution. So across, even in Ayurveda, which I also have a background in Ayurveda too, my quote constitution, not just based on my, my incarnation in this world, but even based on the fact that my parents who they are, I have a very earth, what they call kapha. I have a very earth constitution, even in Ayurvedic medicine, right? So I'm a weighty bitch. And what I mean by being a weighty bitch is earth is what defines me. My relationship to earth, my presentation as earth, my surroundings. If y'all saw my apartment, yeah, without any frame of reference of who I am, and y'all walked up in my place, y'all be like, oh yeah, she a earthy bitch. She a weighty bitch, right? Now, the reason I'm saying all of that is because I talk to you a lot. I try to teach you in a myriad of ways how these philosophies, how astrology, how the mythology, how real history always intersect. Because what I am discovering more and more and more, and while it's exciting, it is equally concerning, is that because people enter, it's not the first time I'm experiencing this either. I'll talk about that a little later. But what is happening is our introduction into quote spiritual life, or into quote consciousness, if you will, the primary way, probably damn near the only way, that people come into contact with something that stimulates their interest in quote knowing more, especially spiritually, or whatever, like in terms of consciousness, is this right? This is it. Where just a very, very short second ago, there were people that you could go to, because the internet wasn't popping the way that it does when I entered into political life. And I know I look good, but I'm gonna be 50 in 2 months. So when I, at the age of 24, entered into quote my journey with consciousness, I was 24 years old, and I joined a veteran political organization. And so, because the internet was not doing what it was then, the internet was not popping the way that it was when I came into political life, which was 2000, 2001. Um, if you wanted to enter into a space where your mind could be perpetually blown, you could learn what had been kept away from you in the public school system, or even in college for that matter, the only way to do that was to listen to quote CDs, the DVDs, the audio recordings of those who had come the 10 years before, you feel me? Those great teachers, or to come into direct relationship with veteran organizations. And what I mean by veteran organizations are those organizations that have been around doing that work for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so when we talk about veteran organizations, we were talking about the UNIA, or we were talking about, the Nation of Islam, or the organization that I joined, which was the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru Movement, the Republic of New Africa, the Malcolm X Grassroots Organizing Committee, the AAPRP, the All African People's Revolutionary Party. The MOVE organization, these organizations had been around since the beginning of the Black Power movement. That space that transitioned the quote civil rights movement of the 1950s and shifted into a revolutionary radical Black consciousness in the 60s. These were all of the people that I was mentoring directly under. So by the time I got ready to leave the party, this I'm prefacing for a reason. Okay. So whether I'm talking about political organizing or people entering life, entering this new stage of their own consciousness through spiritual spaces, it still applies. So walk with me. So when I got ready to leave this organization that I've been a part of since the year 2000, I left the African People's Socialist Party in the year 2009. All right. I immediately went to work as a quote independent organizer with my ex-husband, and we built the Black Star Action Network. And the reason we built the Black Star Action Networks was because of the very many contradictions and failures that we had experienced both as members of the party. For us, it was not a small thing. It was a huge thing that the party was hostily opposed to African spirituality, but claiming to be the only organization capable of, quote, liberating African people. We both agreed that that was hugely problematic to have a Marxist, Leninist, hardcore line about, quote, religion being the opiate of the masses, and internalizing that shit so much that every time we would go to an event where we would be invited by others and people would do something as simple as like an ancestral veneration ceremony where they call in the ancestors and pour in the waters, and members of the party, elder members of the party, 65, 70-year-old members of the party, been doing this shit forever, would be scoffing in the corner. When we would honor the ancestors, they would be scoffing. They would be rolling their eyes, huffing their breath, a complete and total disdain for anything that they, quote, viewed unscientific. This was hugely problematic. And even though I loved the party, I loved my time in the party, these were my foundational years. I was a baby when I joined the party. I was in that organization almost 12 years. I love this organization. What it did for me, it made me the organizer that I am. It was foundational in me being the organizer that I am. I can still be able to, without judgment to the individuals in the organization, recognize, especially looking back, hindsight, what were not small, but glaring flaws in the philosophy of that organization. And fortunately, Spirit was with me enough to say, okay, baby, you have learned everything that you can in this process. It is time to leave. Leave with love and keep it pushing. You feel me? Okay. So now I know I started off talking about the Virgo, the astrology, and all of that stuff. It is into this thing here, but this is for a reason. Because today, baby, I've been up in here. I know I don't try to do it often, but it is easy to descend into a wormhole that is kicked off by, TikTok videos or IG videos, current events, and all of this stuff. This was all of it today, right? Between me having the TV on, because my intention was to sit my ass here, watch one movie that I've been talking to y'all about for a week, well over a week. I was like, I'm about to do another movie review because I haven't done one in several years. And I need to break down how this moment in time that we are experiencing was being told to us in our face out loud, and we missed it. We missed it. The movie was released in 1996, and I promise you, it could have been released last year with everything that's happening over the last month. And so I said, I ain't doing nothing else today. I'm gonna do this movie review. I'm gonna spring this shit on to everybody, blow their minds real quick, and go on about my life. And so while I'm watching the movie, I'm dumb scrolling, calling myself, answering emails, answering, messages or whatever. And I got caught up on my IG. So there's some things that I want to talk to y'all about. I'm going to bring this all together, but just walk with me. The first thing I want to say is this is my position. For those of you who do not know, this is only my second time streaming live through TikTok. So for those of you who do not know who I am, my name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, and I am the founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, which is a 501c3 religious organization here in the city of Los Angeles. Okay, so when I talk about spirituality, when I talk about the chasm that exists between spiritual life, quote, religious circles, political space and ideology, social life, and how these chasms have been created historically for a very real reason. And everywhere you look today, the strategic reason for these chasms, and when I say chasms, I mean these huge divisions between these spaces that the way we are taught never cross, never touch. Do you understand? And how everything that I teach is to arm you, man, is to arm you with the long, hard walk my life has afforded me the ability to do seemingly effortlessly. I'm trying to shortcut that fucking journey for you. You feel me? I am trying to make, just like I said at the opening, the whole thing that's really significant about Virgos is being able to take a myriad of things that are seemingly unrelated to everybody else, bring them together in a way that streamlines and makes more efficient whatever the process is. That's why I started the way that I did. Is these variations in the lives that I have lived, the lives, because I've lived many lives in this incarnation, the lives that I have lived, and how so extraordinarily separate from each other that they seem, to bring me to this moment where I can talk to you about what I need to talk to y'all about today. These dissections, these massive spaces, hell, these canyons that exist in people's general understanding of the world and what they are witnessing in, it's so deliberate. First of all, it's deliberate, and it has been effective, because when I see really intelligent human beings attempt to analyze and discuss what they are experiencing in the United States of America in particular, and the US's relationship to the rest of the world. And even though you can tell they have really studied, they have the stats, they have the charts, they can only come, the conclusions that they can come to can only be about right here, because perpetually missing the boat, child. I watched so many videos today that I was like, damn, that's real sharp. That I like that position. That's sharp. And then it's cut off at the head. I'm like, but wait, there's a conclusion you're supposed to come to after you present this information. What's the conclusion that you came to? How does it tie together? So let me, because I don't want this to seem like I'm talking in ambiguities. I'm trying to give y'all something blood raw and in your face right now. I have been disturbed, even as I have taken, child, let me show you the notes that I have taken for today to talk to y'all. I started today. This is the first page of notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on, that ain't it. That ain't all. 8, scribbling on shit until I finally decided to grab a notebook. 9, 10, 11. Hold on, that ain't all. Hold on. 12, 13. Okay, 13 pages of notes since my ass hit the fucking floor this morning. Since my ass hit the floor this morning. So I'll just be watching shit for entertainment. There ain't nothing in my whole 24-hour day that I do for sheer entertainment. Not nothing. So when I'm watching shit, when I'm reading shit, when I'm listening to content creators, trying to get a sense of how they understand the world, whatever, baby, I am taking notes. I am taking notes because there is something that we have to listen. There's something that we have to be creating. And if our understanding is perpetually cut off at the head, we will be unable to create this thing. Not only that, we have to simplify. 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 You understand? I know that shit hard to do. I know it's hard to conceptualize the simple way, the quickest and most direct route to, the most the most effortless way to accomplish what it is we need to accomplish. You know why that shit's difficult for us? Because every aspect, in every corner, in every area of our life since we was born, we have been told the extreme and exact opposite. Hard work, discipline, nothing comes easy. Nothing worth having comes easy. You must persevere and all of this shit. You must be willing to sacrifice and suffer for that shit you want. Even as the real world teaches us all the time, because we are also taught what by our Bible, what by the Torah, what by the Quran, what by the what's it the Bhagavad Gita, what's the other one? All of these by Siddhartha and all of these males, we have been perpetually taught something else even more sinister. In all ways, in every aspect of life, never trust yourself. Never trust what you're seeing with your own eyes. Never trust your tongue. Never trust your heart. I'm not telling you, I'm not conspiring. I'm telling you what I can pull open this goddamn malignant ass King James Version Bible and recite to you word for word out that book. Rely not on your own understanding. Why? Because your eyes will betray you, because your tongue is evil. Both life and death is in the tongue. Where does the tongue emanate from? Your wicked ass heart that will always betray you and lead you into the road of desire. This shit is prolific through all of these goddamn religions. So your whole life, you are being told that you cannot trust your own understanding. You cannot trust your body, that it will betray you and send you to the pits of hell. You cannot trust you. You have to rely on the dogma and the philosophy and the spiritual direction and guidance of others. You cannot trust yourself scientifically. You cannot trust yourself philosophically. You cannot trust yourself religiously or spiritually. You feel me? That in no way can you trust yourself. Why can you not trust yourself? And why do scientific circles, why do philosophical circles, why do psychological circles always fortify that idea? Because they all psychology, psychology, what's the other one? Philosophy, science, even though it feigns this opposition with religion, it does not. They bedfellows. They are bedfellows. Why do they all kind of fortify that philosophy of you being inherently flawed? That's what they're trying to communicate to you, boo. Is that you, in every way, you are inherently flawed. And in this state that you, quote, emerge on earth in, inherently flawed, that you have to rely on supreme others, no matter what that space is. The supreme white male scientist in a white coat in a white lab with a white microscope, or the supreme mediator between you and the spiritual world in a white dress with a white kind of yarmulke thing, you feel me, in a white castle or a white house. That there's no aspect of your life that you can trust and depend upon yourself. You cannot trust your senses. There's no aspect of your life for which you can trust yourself. This is strategic. This isn't a quote flaw of religious ideology. It is purposefully strategic. There is a reason that your ass cannot trust yourself, because the origin of this new strategy, which is relatively young in human history, the origin of it is a contest that began to be waged. And in the consolidating of that contest, there were multiple things actually, but two ideas that had to unfold at the same time. And for this son, this S-O-N, for this son who has gone rogue in his rebellion against the mother. What caused the son to go rogue in rebellion against his mother? At least in terms of the earliest mythology that we know of this, Sumeria. What is it in the story of Enki that caused, who was born perfect? The story say he was born perfect, that he was a perfect reflection of his mother's power. That's what the story says. That he was born perfect. born beautiful, born all powerful. And that for him was not enough. It was not enough. And so, according to the story, why did the son go rogue? Why did he eventually turn against his mother? The story goes he didn't just turn against his mother, child. He let her live for a little while. And because this her baby and she loved him, she like, you tripping. I ain't gonna spank your ass. I ain't gonna put you in your place. You got an attitude about my power and you are of me. I'm gonna take a back seat. I'm gonna let you run things. You got it. You got it. And then hopefully when you make the errors that you make, and I have to clean those errors up, that you will learn. There is much to learn from me because you are my child, and everything that I am able to do, baby, you have the capacity to do. That was not enough for him. So even in this story where Inky kept fucking up, kept fucking up, kept fucking up, and every time he fucked up, guess what? His mother, Inanna, came to clean up his motherfucking mess and didn't even shame him for it. Didn't put his ass on blast. Didn't shame him for it. She came like the humble goddess that she is, because she like, bitch, I ain't got shit to prove. I'm God. I'm God. You are God because I'm God. You are God because I'm God. I ain't got shit to prove to nobody. I can take a back seat. I can come and clean up your mess, baby. I get it. You feel it. You're feeling yourself. You're smelling your little hormones right now. Let me go ahead and fix your error and keep it pushing. And every time she came to clean up his mess, every time she came to rescue his ass, he got more and more and more enraged. He got more angry because what he knew was being proved every time she came to clean up his mess. This bitch is God. She is higher than me. How dare she? Every time his mother came to clean him up, and more enraged. And so what he decided to do was he wasn't going to try to quote execute her miracles. Because I don't know if y'all remember the story of Inky. He tried to make himself pregnant. This story about Inky trying to make himself pregnant is the basis behind their bullshitting ass Noah story, the bullshitting ass Epic of Gilgamesh story that talks about flooding the world, the quote world flood. That story comes from Sumer, and Inky attempting to quote mimic his mother's power by making himself pregnant and fucked everything up, and she had to come and clean up the mess. You feel me? That's why the story exists everywhere. The origin of the story was Sumer and him trying to reproduce his mother's power, but in opposition to her, not in harmonious union with her, in opposition to her. And when she had to come and clean up his motherfucking mess, that was the last straw. When he tried to make himself pregnant and she had to come and clean up the mess, he was mad. He was, because you know how she had to clean up the mess when he tried to quote impregnate himself and cause the goddamn great flood. You know what she had to do? Because males cannot deliver children. Males cannot be pregnant. Males cannot hold a baby in gestation in their body. And so he tries to make himself pregnant and fucks the whole project up. And so you know what the mother had to do to save the world from his error? She had to swallow him whole. And she had to allow his mistake to gestate in her own body and re-give birth to him, and then give birth to the offspring that he tried to his ass tried to deliver on his own. You feel me? Of course, these are metaphors, but they are metaphors for something that we can see happening right now on Earth. If we stop reading every mythology on Earth as goddamn word for word, verbatim, literal, we recognize that these stories that our ancestors told us because they had the sight that we did not, that's been removed from us. They could see 10, 15, 25,000 years into the future because they had already mastered the science and mathematics of astrology and what these astronomical bodies promised were potentialities in the future. That's why they could make certain, it wasn't woo-woo shit coming from out of nowhere. They could make certain mathematically precise predictions because they had the time and the quiet to study their surroundings, their relationship in heaven to the rest of the heavens. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I can talk to you about Inky, murdering his mother. Murdering his mother. As a matter of fact, you see it. Even though you don't think you see it, baby, you see it. Did anybody see the Marvel movie, The Eternals? Did anybody see the Marvel movie, The Eternals? That movie The Eternals, Selma Hayek, all-star cast, Selma Hayek, all them. You feel me? That movie is a malignant, patriarchal adaptation and retelling of this very story I am telling you right now. And the reason that these stories are retold to you over and over and over and over, child, I'm 50 in 2 months. I have seen perpetual remakes of Hercules, of what's the other dude? Theseus, of Perseus, of Zeus and Hades and Poseidon. I've seen about 30, 40 of these remakes. Why they keep telling y'all ain't got nothing new to talk about? Y'all ain't got no new ideas in the world that y'all have to keep telling the same 3,000-year-old stories over and over and over again? Why do they tell you the same stories over and over and over again? Because Carl Jung told you. Because what's the other dude name? Ooh, um, Carl Jung. What's the other dude name? Joseph Campbell. Who else? What's that malignant motherfucker's name? What's, Sigmund Freud. Did y'all even pay attention to what they were saying? What was his name? Friedrich Nietzsche. Did y'all even pay attention to? I know to pay attention for what they say in your face and know that you are not paying attention. They all, from the different areas of philosophy and psychology and mythology that they come from, teach you that, first of all, written language as we understand it, alphabets and shit like that, it's relatively young in human history, human development, human society. It's extraordinarily young. At best, 2,500 years old, written language. So for the 333,000 years that they say humans, at least consciously, like as intelligent, conscious, reasoning beings on Earth, the 333,000 years we've been on Earth, and I'm telling you that the written language as we know it with alphabets and shit is about 2,500 years old, maybe a little more than that, but not much more than that. How do we communicate? How do we communicate for 333,000 years? Y'all think we was just walking around grunting and shit? That's how we was communicating. All four of these guys tell you the same thing. That the greater part of our time on Earth, the humans, that our method of communication has always been pictures and symbols. And our subconscious mind receives symbols and pictures and images in a much deeper and ingrained way than written language. As a matter of fact, I had to take Mandarin when I was in medical school, when I was in traditional Chinese medicine school. And we had to take Mandarin, and we learned Mandarin through what we call pinyin. Mandarin in pinyin is the phonic style of writing what the symbol means. We didn't learn the calligraphy. The average Chinese person does not write in pinyin. They write in calligraphy, child. They write in symbols and images. They write in symbols and images. And it's one of the reasons that most linguists tell the Western world, that's why these colored folks around the world smarter than y'all. I'm being funny, but I'm being deadly serious. Most linguists, and I'm talking about PhD holding linguists, will say that there is a reason that the Western world behaves, looks, and even the architecture in general in the Western world is so significantly different than the quote colored world, Asia in particular, but Africa and the Americas. That's why even the ancient architecture, but not just the ancient architecture, even modern architecture is influenced by the fact that in Western culture, what we call the Western world, right? Europe, and those of us who have been greatly impacted by Europe, that that architecture is based on how we understand human communication and language. And because there are no images. Even when you look at ancient Latin, they didn't write in images. They showed didn't. They didn't write in pictures. Showed didn't. Showed didn't. Mm-mm. 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 They sure didn't. As a matter of fact, the group of people in Europe that do not apply to quote the Western language and understanding are the Celts. And the system of language, because we think it's just some hold on, let me pull mine out real quick. We think it's We think it's just some cute divination processes, right? We think it's just the runes. We think it's consequence of the language that was runes. Runes was their system of communication. And then these came out of their system of communication. And just like in regular ass fashion, when the Celts were colonized, conquered by the Romans, and the Celts had this secret language that they could communicate to each other with. The Roman was like, we can't have that shit. We can't have them communicating with each other in a way that we don't understand. And black people know this shit, but because our access, our willingness to study European history, I know it's gonna hit a tender spot for some of y'all. Our unwillingness to study European history is what always keeps us thinking that what happened to us was peculiar to us. Just like they did to black people in the South, that they enslaved in the South, baby, and made it illegal for you to speak your own language, to speak your tongue. Not only that, they knew that your ass knew how to communicate to each other through using the drum. And so they bent the drum and they would cut your tongue out and put them bits in your mouth so you couldn't talk. They, before they even met us over here, before they dragged us over here, they did that to the Celts. They did that to the Celts. The whole history of them conquering the Celts, removing their tongues for being caught speaking their own language, all the things. Everything that happened to us in the United States, black enslaved people, indigenous, Native American people, all the terror and shit that was rained the hell down on us was a continuation of a very long process that had already been successfully administered for 700 years in Europe against Europeans. I know that's uncomfortable for a lot of y'all. Because we are invested. That does not mean that white nationalism does not exist and is not real. But I am telling you, multiple things can be true at the same time. What happened, what was unleashed on the world of color by Europe had already been strategically and masterfully perfected in Europe by the nobility against serfs. What we would be, what in the South we called, what do we call them in the South? After slavery, sharecroppers. What you think sharecropping is if it's not feudalism, if it's not serfdom, where you can do all the work on my land, you can do whatever you need to do on my land, but 90% of what you produce on my land belongs to me, and you can keep the other 10%, just enough to keep you alive, long enough to continue to produce food for me and all of this shit. What do you think? What do you think chattel slavery is based off of? I know, because it really does contradict your narrative. And as, quote, self-proclaimed nationalists, there is a narrative that we need, to believe in and hold tight to. Like I said, it does not mean that white nationalism is not the scourge of the earth right now. But baby, white nationalism was born of a process. It didn't just spring the fuck up from under a turnip day 4 yesterday. There was a process. You understand? So even when I talk to people about how we can be mad about white nationalism, that's a legitimate anger. But if you're talking about white nationalism in a vacuum and you never say that white nationalism is the inevitable offspring, it's the inevitable malignant inbred offspring of patriarchy, you will forever miss the boat about how to end your suffering and about how to change the world. Not only about how to change the world, about how everything around us is teaching us this world is ours for the taking. I'm trying to give y'all a word. Everything around us is teaching us that the world is ours for the taking. The world is ours if we reach out and take it effortlessly. I ain't talking about no long, laborious, in my lifetime, hopefully, and if not in this life, then the next life. That used to be a saying in the organization I was in. Freedom in our lifetime, but not in our lifetime, in our what the fuck? No. Not only freedom in our lifetime, I'm 50. Before I'm 70, this world will be radically transformed. If you have me tell it, in the next 7 years, this world will be radically transformed. But we have to move the boulders of debris that is blocking our vision and making what is easy complicated. I'm trying to give you a word, child. I'm always talking to those who are the followers of my YouTube, the regular followers of my YouTube channel. We have to be, we have, because it's easy. That's, I almost teetered into that today. It's too easy to get caught up in these conspiracy theories, because that shit is fascinating. What's been hidden from you, that should be real fascinating. I'm like, damn, for real, word, that's crazy. It's really easy to get distracted from the multiplicity of conspiracy theories that are out there. That's not to say some of them are not valid and we do not need to know the origin of those things. But in my estimation, the majority of conspiracy theories that exist in the world today are proliferating the airwaves in the electromagnetic waves. This shit here is to do two things primarily. It is to distract you from what is right in front of you. And two, it is to terrorize you into inactivity. It is to paralyze you. This shit's so big. They've been doing this for 500 years. They've been doing this for 1,000 years. They've been doing this for 2,000 years. We ain't gonna win. See, look, see this family and this family, and they go all the way back. And see that it is to terrorize you into a paralyzed state that ensures you will never take hold of what belongs to you. What belongs to you? Every fucking thing. When I say everything, I do not stutter. I mean every fucking thing. That's why in our conspiracy, what do we say? Freedom is our birthright. It's not a destination. That's why I changed it, y'all. Freedom is not a destination. It's our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Happiness is our birthright. Safety is our birthright. Sovereignty is our birthright. It shouldn't even have to be no shit we have to think and contemplate on. Our incarnation guarantees us those things. Our mother's blood and water secures those things. As we swing from her life-saving tatas for the first 2 years of our lives, if we lucky, she affirms what we say in that conspiracy, that ecstasy and pleasure, joy and happiness, sovereignty and freedom is our birthright. She tries to give us a small image of what that looks like, to be so safe and so secured in your space, completely helpless, and still know that you are completely covered. That nobody can ingress upon your sovereign state, even as a helpless baby. Mama is not going to allow nobody to encroach upon your sovereignty. She is going to happily laugh and giggle every time you do something funny and giggle and shit. She is going to, with her very life, secure your sovereignty until you are able on your own to secure it for yourself. Not only to secure it for yourself, to violently defend it if you need to enthusiastically and rabidly defend it if you need to. You heard what I said? Science tells us the same thing, but that's the reason we don't learn our bodies. That's the reason that no matter what level of high school we are in, we are learning the very bare, superficial minimum of how our bodies function. Most of us, by the time we're in the 10th grade, we know more about our automobile and its parts than we know about our own body. That is for a reason. Because if you got to learn your body, if you got to learn yourself, your body would be constantly whispering to you, bitch, you see, I'm perfect. You were born perfect, bitch. You were born perfect, even without thinking, even without making no effort. I'm always on guard. I've always got the watchful eye on you and your sovereignty. I'm always covering you, not in your flesh, in 6 to 9 feet radius of yourself. I've always got your back. I've always got your ass covered. Even as I am highly alert and on guard to protect your sovereignty, guess what? I'm also just as easily and effortlessly invested in making sure that every opportunity you get, you are experiencing what pleasure, what feeling good, what happiness feels in your flesh. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what I'm fighting to secure for you, is so that you can get the best of this experience that you willed yourself into, that your mother allowed you to live in her body for 9 months to experience. Do you think that your mama let you live in her motherfucking body for you to suffer from the day you were born to the day you die? Do you really think that that's what she made that sacrifice for? Is hard work and discipline and perseverance? Is that what you think she sacrificed her body for? Got stretch marks and shit all over her goddamn body and shit? can't pee the same after that for forever, can't poop the same way forever after that, was to watch you suffer? Do you really think that's the reason she did that? I'm trying to give y'all a word today because some of the shit I saw today was disturbing. I understand the perspective that people were coming from, and I also understand that people are really concerned about what they see is the state of the world. They cannot see through the play that is being forced down their throats right now. It's a play. I know it's a very harmful one. I know it's a very destructive one. I know it's very, very difficult to get past the blood and brigandage involved in this play that we are being forced to consume right now. But baby, when I tell you, they don't even they so audacious, they so cocky that they don't even they don't even bother writing good scripts no more. This bullshit y'all watching ain't even a good script no more. But they know they ain't got to invest no hard time, no sufficient time into writing a good play. The plays used to be good, used to be real believable. You understand what I'm saying? They used to be real believable. The shit is trash now. I'm like, goddamn, really? They ain't even going. They ain't got no good writers in the White House for this dude no more. Like he could just be out here wild like that, right? Like they ain't even try. They playing in your face is what they do. They playing in your face with the pomp and the circumstance, the bombs and the legal terms that they use to beat you over the head. But I'm trying to tell y'all something, man. I'm trying to tell y'all something because every time I see some black or brown, some red or yellow, or some progressive white person trying to come to a serious analytical conclusion about what this little thing over here mean, and this little thing over here mean, and this little thing over here mean, and every single one of their conclusions is chopped off at the head. Child, goddamn. I'm hearing it so much, it is concerning and obvious. And the reason that y'all avoid the obvious, I'm gonna tell y'all something else that's about to hurt your feelings. The reason everywhere on earth, everybody talking about these things, is particularly these occurrences over the last 2 or 3 weeks, from the ice raids on to this aggression, the hyping up of this aggression in the Middle East. And the reason that no matter where you are on earth, no matter what color you are on earth, no matter what gender you are on earth, no matter where you at on the planet earth, how everybody is missing the boat, how the obvious, we always avoid the obvious. And it is a singular obvious. It is singular. It is singular. And that obvious that you all avoid is still based on your commitment, based on your undying, unquestioning allegiance to government. For us in the United States, because everybody be listening to what we say. If you want me to be more succinct about it, the reason that nobody on earth can come to the correct conclusions, not only about what they're witnessing, but how to change this shit, is because every last one of us speak with two tongues in the United States of America. Each and every one of us speak with two tongues because our brain has been split in half. Our brain has been obliterated. Our brains, our collective consciousness in this country has been obliterated, completely dissected. So you don't know what the right brain is thinking. The left brain don't know what the right brain is thinking. The right brain cannot be informed at all by the left brain. Your conscious mind dominates while you just suppress your so-called subconscious mind. Quote, heart is not what you feel is not really important. You have to be, quote, in your consciousness, strict and dialectic. That's why you can never come to the, because you are literally walking around the picture perfect personification of goddamn Frankenstein. Your ass has been perfectly dichotomized, where no aspect of yourself communicates with itself. I'm trying to give y'all a word. We are the picture perfect personification of fucking Frankenstein. Why do I say that? Because baby, it's gotten to the point where I want like a giant ass sound system and take it up to the highest point in this damn city and hook that motherfucker up and preach to y'all like your old school Sunday school preacher in the South who was banging on the pulpit and screaming and yelling about the fires of hell and all of that shit. Because that's the only language y'all understand. Yeah, that's the only language y'all understand. Y'all want to be terrorized to death. You feel me? Y'all want to be terrorized. Y'all want to be yelled at. Feel me? You want some father figure to treat you like your daddy did, talk to y'all crazy and shit. I'm like, okay, is that the only way I'm gonna be able to communicate what the hell is right in front of our face to people? Then maybe I'm gonna have to do that. Maybe I'm gonna have to go out here like these goddamn these motherfucking Hebrew Israelites, aka He-Man knockoffs and shit, and be up in your face all and wear big, bright, brilliant purple colors with tassels and shit. I gotta put on a fucking play for y'all. I gotta goddamn concede to the pomp and circumstance before you can hear the logic in what is right in front of you. And everything becomes the issue but the issue. You want me to prove it to you? Let's talk about this thing in Palestine. Now, Iran having been yoked into the scenario. Like this shit just popped off. Like this shit just happened. Just seemingly out of nowhere. I cannot roll my eyes hard enough at this shit. And it's so interesting because when was it? Child, Janet Kennedy, when I tell girl, I've been plotting and scheming. I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam made some shit pop off in New York at the turn of the century, doing soapboxing, getting big old soapboxes, and just everybody posting up on every street corner, just giving the word. And people so desperate for a solution, so desperate for an understanding that every day you could go into Brooklyn and there'd be 1,000 people gathered around 5 different soapboxes trying to hear what this nigga got to say and that nigga got to say, and don't. I'm like, damn, is that what we got to do? I have even made the joke with friends of mine. Do I have to be out here? Because in Hollywood, I live right down the street from the Chinese theater. And there ain't no day of the week you can't go down there and there'll be some obviously crazy guy with a big old giant sign holding it up on a plaque, like a placard. You feel me? With the old school wood thing and dance. I'm telling y'all, the same dude be dancing right in the crosswalk, dancing with a big old sign to say, the end is near. Jesus saves. For hours, he'll be out there. Same guy. The end is near. Jesus saves. The end is near. Or you'll have some Negro, bless their heart, trying to be the new next best contemporary gospel singer with their whole thing set up on one of the street corners in Hollywood, singing gospel till they blue in the face. You feel me? I'm like, is this what I need to do? Is this what I got to do, y'all? Or the brothers who be down there slinging their CDs. I'm a new aspiring rap artist. You feel me? You want to make a donation for my dope ass CD? This is my everyday life in Hollywood, y'all. I'm not. I need to take my damn. I need to do a live from Hollywood one day. That's what I need, because y'all think I be out here playing that shit crazy. The shit crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, let me thank you for the donation, Loney. I can be funny, but I'm trying to put y'all on game today, because I told you, and I am convinced. So those of you who do not know, go back to my YouTube channel from the last live that I did. I want to say it was Sunday or Monday. Listen with that. God damn it. Hold on. Listen to that last live I did. This TikTok thing is kind of janky. Listen to that last live that I did, because I go into much greater detail about the astrological significance of these next 2 weeks. Because, honey, 4th of July is this weekend. 4th of July is this weekend. And I already told you what I told you about 4th of July. Not only that, remember we were talking about the 4th of July and how historically strategic the 4th of July, which is coming up this weekend, is, and how all of this numerology about Trump and his birthday being an 11 day and him being a Gemini, and then all of this stuff is popping off on these strategic days, historically strategic days, like his birthday was a number 11, a numerological number 11 day, and because it is a universal number 9 year, that day, June 14th was 9/11 astrologically. I said, God damn, guess what? And I told y'all that that weekend of, and because he was shifting out of his astrological sign, we were shifting out of the sign of Gemini and into the sign of Cancer. I was like, I have a sneaky suspicion. As a matter of fact, I said I'm certain of it. Because all y'all was emailing me like, yo, you said something was going to happen on the solstice. Oh my God, did you see this? Did you see? I didn't even know what was going on until I got the fuck up and started watching the news. I told you that he was going to make a power play, but that play was only going to be a chess move. It was not going to be the checkmate. I said it. I said it. That was 2 weeks ago. As a matter of fact, on Friday the 13th, I said it. I said this little bullshit ass display he putting on his birthday, it's a distraction. I said, because this motherfucker is plotting and scheming, and he's going to make a power move on the solstice as he is shifting out of his astrological sign into the sign of Cancer. Into the sign of Cancer. And that happened. Not only that, their whole weekend was marked by event after event after. I said, do not get comfortable, because this is just a power play for him to set up, what did I call it? The checkmate move. When did I say the checkmate move was going to happen? July 4th. July 4th. Bank on it. Bank on it. But then we did another live and I was like, I don't know. I still am convinced it's July 4th. Have me tell it. It's the first July after we make a permanent transition into Pluto in Aquarius, which has not happened since the year this country was founded. I said, he is going to make a point. Even the display that he put on, quote, the 250th birthday of the Army, he is going to show his ass on July 4th. Okay. But then we found out that, I forget what it was. It was something very, very big and strategic about July 7th. I said, I may be off by a hair. I still am convinced it's July 4th. But July 7th is monumental. It is huge. It is giant. It is permanently huge. What happens on July 7th? When Uranus transitions into Gemini. And every time on the American birth chart, and we went through this whole long ass where I know history was always a boring subject for me. But now when you can tie it to something currently applicable, this is when you need to pay attention, because they've been teaching each other how to make moves over our head all the time, knowing we were going to hate hearing about history. July 7th represents the official transition of Uranus into the sign of Gemini. That only happens once every 84 years. There have been 3 of those transitions since the United States was born. The first, as a matter of fact, the United States was made a country in the very beginning of its first Uranus and Gemini. And there have been two subsequent to that. This will be the 4th, depending upon how you look at it. Uranus and Gemini. Not only that, it is a Uranus return. So you know how we have a solar return, that's our birthday. This is where Uranus was on the United States' birth chart at the time that the Declaration of Independence was signed and the United States became a country. And every single Uranus and Gemini that the United States has experienced since its birth has happened. A war has begun at our very entry. As a matter of fact, one of the wars literally jumped off 3 days after Uranus entered Gemini. Well, our ass has already been at war. Our ass has already been at war since we entered the century. It's been literally one war after another since we entered into the 21st century. So it has to be something of a certain magnitude that captures the imagination and all of the feelings of the chest cavity of human beings, so that these oligarchs can accomplish what it is they want to accomplish. So they have to put on some kind of display. They have to create some kind of grand distraction that the whole world can be invested in to pull whatever jack move it is they're trying to pull. Now, if you have me tell it, the problem with us, the problem with those of us who, whether new in our walk with spirituality and astrology and numerology and all of that shit, or those of us who have been doing it for a sufficient period of time, the way that we have been approaching this shit is very basic. You hear me tell. That's probably why I hadn't been interested in all my life. It's very basic and it's very self-centered. It's self-centered in a way that does not help us to see how these archetypes, how these mythologies, how this shit not only teaches us about what's happening around us, demystifies what we're seeing when we're seeing, quote, figureheads, governments, presidents, senators talking in circles around us using the same shit, using astrology, using symbolism, using numerology, and we think it's our imagination. Who was the billionaire? Somebody put it in the comment section. Who was the billionaire that said millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do? They are the masters of symbol. Why are they the masters of symbol? Because they're great, quote, patriarchs, they're great philosophers, they're great philosophers and theorists and developers of psychology and all of that shit have taught them for 400 or 500 years. Symbols, not words. They give you words, they give you language, they give you written language. Symbols are the way that we can maintain a stranglehold on the human population and they never be the wiser. Symbols in their face in real time is the way that we can always ensure that our needs get met at the expense of others. And you ignore it because you say that's just some conspiracy theory shit. You ignore it because you've been taught that astrology is woo-woo. Or even better, you ignore it because you have been taught that astrology and numerology is some worship shit. You feel me? It's some it's evil. It's witchcraft. I can't look at it. You think I'm exaggerating? I done had family members come into my apartment and see all my little witchy shit and be like, my mother saw my first ancestral shrine, which was nowhere near as elaborate as the one I have now. It was a simple a bowl of fruit and my ancestors' names written on it because I ain't have no pictures yet. And she walked into the house and she was like, "Oh, what's it? Oh, I don't want to know." She got close and then she said, "I don't want to know," and looked away, child. Looked away. Looked away. That's how they have been able to maintain a stranglehold of your goddamn brain and your goddamn heart shit, your heart chakra and shit. So let me just say, this thing happening in this country, isn't it interesting? And somebody may have to go back and look for me, but I did a live. I want to say it was maybe February or March. And in the live, I talked to you about a documentary I had just seen about the Shah of Iran. Does anybody remember me talking about that? Anybody? Anybody that's on my YouTube channel that's been following me any period of time, does anybody remember me doing that whole, okay, thank you, Claudia Akra, that whole long ass breakdown about this documentary I didn't even intend to watch. It just came to my For You. I was making some jewelry. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I can let this rock, about the Shah of Iran. And I did it. For those of you who are tuning in via TikTok, you can go to my YouTube channel, which is just the same as my TikTok, Daughter of the Fates. Baby, who knew? Because there was nothing in February. It was January, February, something like that when I did it. Who knew? There was nothing on our radar whatsoever that in a few months we would be involved in an outright aggression against Iran. There was no inclination whatsoever. None. Nowhere. No whispers. Nowhere. That in a few months, just a few months, we would be involved in an outright aggression against Iran. That white people be on the damn news talking about, well, you know how they treat their women, so we have to go over there and liberate them. It's got to be an all-out regime change. Don't this sound familiar? But they count on you not being old enough to remember that they don't even have to write a new script, child. They don't even have to write a new script. Let's pull out this old shit that Bush said the first time he was the president in 2000. We ain't even got to edit out no shit. You understand what I'm saying? And so here we are. I did a long deep dive on this documentary because, again, the documentary, though very thorough, extraordinarily informative and great. It was great. You understand? This documentary was done a long time ago. It was done, I want to say, in the 90s. It was extremely informative. It was really good. But again, because of the perspective of the people who were like, doing the documentary, there was still only so high they could get, only so much that they could conclude to. You feel me? I'm sitting here watching this documentary about the Shah of Iran and the state of Iran in the 70s, watching video footage of women walking the streets of Iran in high heels and mini skirts going to schools. As a matter of fact, did y'all know that some of the greatest astrophysicists that worked in the United States in the 70s were women from Iran? Women educated in Iran in the fucking 70s. You heard? Women driving cars. Do you know that women cannot drive cars right now in Iran? Did you know that? Women driving cars, wearing mini skirts, prancing down the street in their high heels. The Shah of Iran was a charming motherfucker. He was a good looking dude. He was charming. He was young. He was like a rock star in the world. People, the United States loved the Shah of Iran. You understand? The story is really exceptional. It's one that as a matter of fact, when we build the school for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, we're gonna be doing a deep dive on the Shah of Iran, because the Shah of Iran, as quote progressive as he was, as quote charming and very acceptable in the Western eye as he was, he had a multiplicity of flaws, child. But nobody could get past that good-looking face, that charming ass jawline he had. You understand? That little bit of salt and pepper that just made him just charming enough to not be too old. He was a flashy dude. He was a charismatic dude. And he was one of those who, child, I got some things I want to tell you. I got some things I want to tell you, because he reminds me so much of another young, charismatic person that y'all love so much, who's making a name for himself in the world right now. And I have been reserving my opinion because I know that y'all all in y'all heart chest, all in your heart cavity about this young, good-looking, charismatic, oddly well-spoken. And when I say well-spoken, I mean, quote, European-esque well-spoken. I was like, this nigga from the South, like he from LA, like where he from? He sound like he was born and raised in the States. Yeah, Ibrahim, excuse me, Ibrahim, Jane Wilson. Yeah, him. Yeah, him. But when your understanding of history is very limited and nationalistic, what I mean by nationalistic, I mean streamlined, then it makes it difficult for you to make a kind of deeper analysis about what you're witnessing in real time. I didn't even have to do a deep analysis about Ibrahim. I've only heard him speak a few times. Yes, and off the surface, it's like, oh yeah, that's dope. He ain't said nothing yet that has given me the shivers, that has had me do some deep dive on what it is he talking about. You feel me? Because it might be just the fact that I'm spoiled. It might just be the fact that I'm spoiled. Because even though he tried to dress the part, and I feel like that's strategic, I feel like that's a fucking manipulation. Even though he dresses the part of the great late Thomas Sankara, even though every time you see him, he got on his fatigues and his red fedora and shit, trying to elicit this feeling of familiarity and nostalgia, I feel like it's wickedly strategic. I do. I feel like to know who Thomas Sankara was, why he was so monumental, why the Western world, the whole Western world, plotted his end. It wasn't just France, child. The US was way the fuck up in there on that. And there were very strategic and obvious reasons that he became public enemy number one. And there ain't one thing that Ibrahim has said that is a part of the reason that Thomas Sankara had to go. No, not one time. I ain't heard it yet. So if y'all want to send me the link that I may have missed, but there's nothing that he has said that mirrors at all what made Thomas Sankara become public enemy number one to the entire West. Not one, not one, not one, not one. And even today, even on the continent, even as our brothers and sisters on the continent are championing him a hero, why are they championing him a hero? Because the anti-colonial struggles of yesteryear have not happened in a great and significant way in many, many decades. And people are lamenting for that shit. People are exhausted. They frustrated. They're poor now than they ever have been in the history of the continent. And they were just looking for something to give them a sigh of relief. So he ain't even got to try hard. He come out sounding, quasi revolutionary, throw on a little outfit to elicit, some little feelings of nostalgia in the masses. But do you want to know the thing? Oh, isn't that Sister Chloe Dior? I didn't even know. I assumed that he was educated in Europe. I did not know he was educated in France. Child, listen, let me tell you. I'll be honest. The very first speech I ever heard him make, the very first time I ever heard his name, and he was from Burkina Faso, and that's where my beloved Thomason Carr from. I was like, okay, let me check out what this young black man got to say. I said, this it? That's all? That's the whole speech? That's it? But now that I know his ass was trained up the fuck in France, it tells me everything I already knew. The first speech I ever heard. You feel me? It seems, and then let me tell you what concretized my original opinion. Let me tell you what concretized my original opinion. And now I'm going to get back to the thing that eludes everyone. Every one of you, every one of you, every one of you, every one of everybody talking about anything happening on the continent, anything happening in Iran, anything happening in Russia, anything happening in China, anything happening in the United States. And it's so simple, and it has to be simple because they hide shit in your face because they think you stupid. I'm going to tell you the thing that connects them all. But let me just tell you first what concretized my position on Ibrahim. Had me say there ain't nothing else I can hear this young African say that is going to sway my position. Not nothing. Not nothing. Is when, what was it, maybe 3-4 weeks ago, they made this very, very public announcement and declaration of the deals that he made with Russia and with China. And then how the president of China came out with this audaciously gross, audaciously arrogant child. This declaration made by the president of China in response to the world giving feedback about how he was going to start doing these dealings with Ibrahim and Burkina Faso, and he wrote a couple of paragraphs about how I guess other countries on the continent were upset about this contractual relationship between China and Burkina Faso. And they were like, well, damn, you ain't never entered into these kind of arrangements with us. And you know what his declaration was? Y'all niggas too needy. That's my super short ghetto version and articulation. But he wrote a 2-paragraph statement talking about the thing that's different about Ibrahim is talking about self-sufficiency. Don't that sound like the shit they be saying over here about niggas just needing to pull themselves up by the bootstraps? It's the air of how Burkina Faso, their goals are to become self-sufficient. They are not like other countries in Africa that have approached us with their hands out, begging for help and kickbacks. As China has been posted the fuck up on the continent for almost 30 years, getting fat as a tick off the stolen resources and labor of black-skinned people on the continent. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, huh? Where there are whole, I know this because of my relationship to medicine, how there are whole areas on the continent where Chinese people, quote, Chinese immigrants on the continent live in whole ass, what you call them? Like what's the word I'm looking for? How Chinese immigrants live in whole massive, giant village-style compounds surrounded all the way around by giant ass concrete walls with wire razor at the top and black ass armed security guards, where there's whole Chinese villages on the continent. Men, women, children, old people surrounded in the middle of our homeland
by concrete, 7-foot, 10-foot concrete walls on the top, razor wire with Negroes with machine guns at the entrance. So can't nobody black get in. Talking about our folk got their hands out while you and these were places that were fully functioning Chinese communities. They have their own wellness centers and hospitals, child. This shit was made public knowledge in the early 2000s during the Ebola outbreak. And they were saying, damn, the Chinese people ain't getting affected by Ebola at all. You know why? Because of these compounds and with superior medicine and all of this stuff. Couldn't nobody black get in. Couldn't nobody black get in on their own continent, suffering from a medical emergency that Chinese medicine has been able to treat efficiently and effectively for forever. So they're like, damn, there ain't no Chinese, all these Chinese people on the continent, ain't nobody got Ebola? Damn straight. Ask me how I know. With a goddamn double degree in traditional Chinese medicine. You understand? And so this arrogant, audacious motherfucker, because he know y'all are not paying attention. He knows that the majority of people that saw this declaration, that this relationship between Ibrahim, Putin, and whatever this dude name, I forget his name, in China, these three all buddying up to each other, and they knew it was going to strike a chord in your nostalgic heart for that time when socialist revolutions were springing up all over the continent. Putin, this guy in China, with the conditions of the people in China right now, and y'all think this is some beautiful strategic alliance. That's what y'all think. That shit told me everything I needed to know. It told me everything I needed to know. You know what else told me? Whatever, because there's two events that happened on the continent over the last 2 months ish, 2 to 3 months. It wasn't even 3 months. Remember when Donald Trump made this huge declaration that he was going to bring these poor, victimized South Africaners to the United States to seek asylum for the terrible Negro regime that was talking about stealing their land and shit. Remember that? And he did this whole press conference at the airport to welcome these poor white South African farmers and shit. Remember that? And 2 weeks later, one of the white boys killed his wife, murdered his wife right here on U.S. soil. Remember that? That wasn't even 3 months ago. 2 weeks after they got here, one of the younger couples, the white boy killed his wife, murdered his wife. That you ain't see that all over the news about the evidence of immigrants being violent, killers and shit. You ain't see that. You ain't see that. But anyway, in response to quote the black South African government saying, you know what, this bullshitting ass, now, they ain't even been that gangster about it, but I'm gonna make it a little bit more gangster than it actually was. But they saying, look, our earlier leadership had it wrong. Mandela had it wrong. This goddamn peace and reconciliation bullshit that did not include the redistribution of land that had been stolen by foreign invaders, that still has 30, 20, almost 30 years after the end of apartheid in South Africa, and still 10%, less than 10% of the population, white people, less than 10% of the population still owns and controls 88% of the land in South Africa. This shit was flawed. And so now we talking about land back. That's all we talking about. That's all. This is the only issue for us to discuss, is the reclamation of what is ours. Bitch, y'all can stay if that's what they talking about. Y'all can stay here, but y'all cannot own and control everything that exists in the in the country and expect we're gonna be okay with that. Our conditions have gotten worse, right? So Trump makes this declaration about how the United States is going to remove all aid to South Africa for their horrible and reverse racist treatment of the poor victimized farmers. He makes this declaration. You feel me? And so the more militant wing of the the South African government. Now, this is why y'all need to study history. You feel me? Because every time we hear about South Africa, the only person we ever hear about is Nelson Mandela and how he just magically, after 32 years or 28 years, whatever it was, walked the fuck up out of prison and becomes the president of South Africa. That just magically, that happened. Just magically, that happened. That's all we hear. And we like that story because that's a good, feel good story that doesn't include the. Have you ever wondered how that story never warfare, that regime change never includes bloodshed? How your ass learning about Nelson Mandela ain't never even heard about a war that corresponded, that forced regime change? None of that. It was just like one day he was in prison, and the next day he was out doing one of these numbers, and 3 days later his ass is up in the government as the president. And y'all don't think no suspect shit about that. I ain't asked no questions. Nelson Mandela's party was the ANC, the African National Congress. That's all we ever hear about is the ANC. We never hear, I have never heard in any sphere publicly, right? We hear even about other little things that were happening in South Africa, like the student movement that was fashioned after the student movement during the civil rights movement here. Steve Biko, like, what's his name? Denzel Washington plays Steve Biko in this movie that was really great, but it was very one-sided and very linear because they don't want you getting no ideas. So you hear about Steve Biko, and that's pretty much about it. That in your mind, that Black in America, these were the only two great people that Black people had to offer in South Africa, and they were so great, and they made the ultimate sacrifice. Steve Biko was murdered, made the ultimate sacrifice, and somehow the white people felt bad, and they let the nigga out of prison, and they was like, you know what, we feel bad. We've been doing this shit a long time. We gonna give y'all at least a little, we gonna let y'all show y'all face up in the government process. And then he gets out and makes these great declarations about the motherfucking Rainbow Coalition and the damn process of truth and reconciliation. That all you got to do is say, "Oops, my bad," and we'll be like, you know what, you are all right with me. You all right with me. But nobody ever, I've never in any discussion about the history of politics, apartheid, anything in South Africa, heard about the contending party. Here in the United States, we know that the black movement. There were two main contending parties, contending thoughts and worldviews, if you will. There was the civil rights movement, and then the Black Power movement. We all aware of that. That ain't even no shit we got to guess about. There was a Black Power movement in South Africa too. The Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, was kicking ass and taking names, raising all manner of hell that made the system of apartheid untenable. They was like, we gonna raise this motherfucker to the ground. The PAC did that, not the ANC. The PAC under Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Under the leadership of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, child, the Pan-Africanist Congress was about that goddamn life, baby. They was about that life. they was about that life, child. Listen, y'all, let me tell y'all, as a segue, I just heard today on Instagram this young man talking about how he knows a guy who has a family member that is an ICE agent, right? I had suspected this, but nobody had said it. So I was like, well, maybe they have a process, right? But what he said today concretized what I already suspected. He says that his homeboy that's got a family member that's a member of ICE admitted to him, because he's like, damn, how y'all able to just roll up on people? How y'all just know where to go? Who house to run up in? Like, what's the process? Because y'all don't have to show no warrant. You don't have to show your face or your ID number. Your cars are unmarked, but y'all be just rolling up on people and you know exactly who to grab. Like, how, like, what is the process? Is there an investigation process happening? What's happening behind closed doors? And you know what this family member told him? He said the majority, not some of them, girl, most of them, Goddess Essence Energy, most of them are not even undercover police, child. The majority of them are fucking bounty hunters. Bounty hunters. Nobody, no name, regular everyday motherfuckers that just be going to snatch people to call in bounties. The regular deputized fucking bounty hunters. That ain't even the worst of it. How they getting their 411, how they getting their intel, because they are not conducting investigations. They're not working with the federal government that gives them a long list of people that they know for a fact are undocumented or here illegally. Do you know what this man told his family member? 85% of the people that we go after have been turned in by someone they know. Culture of that ain't he ain't stopped there. The dude was like, "What you mean? People they know." He said everybody. He said family members, disgruntled family members. He said one old woman my cousin told us about said that they said that she was a street vendor selling tamales, and somebody got mad because she was doing more business. Every time they set up on, I guess, opposite sides of the street, she can see a line waiting to get her stuff, and she wasn't making obviously the same kind of money, and so she snitched. She snitched on her economic quote competition. He gave story after story after story that when the ICE raids first started, there were a lot car washes. This is California. The air quality is terrible. You got to wash your car at least twice a week, y'all. It's crazy. You feel me? And so the car washing and detailing business in this city is your ass can't. When I tell you your ass can get rich, your ass can get rich detailing and washing cars in the city. I'm not joking. It's insane. And so there was these in this one little kind of radius. There were 4 car washes in this one little couple of blocks radius. And when the ICE raids first started happening, 3 of the car washes closed down for fear that the ICE was going to roll up on them, right? And so when those 3 car washes shut down for the week, the one car wash that was like, well, we're going to fly under the radar and do what we do, and kept doing a business. Apparently, somebody from one of the car washes rode by and saw a line backed all the way up the road for this car wash, balling out of control because the other 3 were too scared to keep their doors open, and called ICE on them. Now, I suspected that it would be a very small percentage of that kind of snitch culture shit. This dude say in the video, this guy admits that 85% of the, that's why. Because I was like, damn, that don't make no sense. Like, how are they targeting people who've lived here forever? Like, what is the basis? How they getting their intel? Has the government just been watching them like a hawk? I doubt it. I doubt it. They're like, we ain't doing no motherfucking investigations, child. 85% of what we doing is based on people mad with somebody else and ratting them the fuck out, and then we just go and pick them up. And so that's why so many people who are legal residents who are here legally have been getting ganked, is because somebody got an attitude with them. Somebody don't like them. Some child, the number of people he started talking about how men who got an attitude with women who done turned them down and called ICE on them. Now, I am reminded that I literally did a whole goddamn live, a series. I think it was a series of 3 lives in October, because I remember some woman specifically following my channel and sending me a long email, damn near dissertation about why she can't follow my channel anymore because she feels like I'm fear mongering, when I did a whole live talking about how what you're seeing in real time, what you have been seeing for some time, is a slow preparation to get you acclimated to what is coming, which is the increase in violence against women. Not only to accept the increase in violence against women, but to be enthusiastically participatory in that increase in violence. I said that. I said, I'm not fear mongering, bitch. They just overturned Roe v. Wade. They just did that a second ago. Why I'm fear mongering when I'm telling you this is a part of a process. And yes, it's quote mass ICE deportations. But baby, I'm sitting here watching in real time 8-month pregnant women getting yoked up by 5 men who don't have to identify themselves, and people just standing around recording. I said in October, I said, get ready. I said, because I already know I can go through my YouTube feed, I can go through my IG, and I can point out those of you who will sell your fucking families up the river as soon as they start rolling motherfucking tanks down the street. I can already tell you who among you are going to throw your LGBTQIA family member under the fucking bus. I can already tell you who will be enthusiastically ready to sell your family member who is a witch, who be doing that witchy shit, that voodoo bitch in our family. I already know who among you will be all too, especially if they throw a goddamn reward on the top of it. Especially if they give you some incentive. You got a record, nigga, and you need to clean your record up so you can get a job. Out who in your family doing some witchy shit, some rebellious shit. Out in your family who are lesbian, who trans. And I already know who among you will sell your soul to the devil. I already know. And I'll be goddamn. I did that live in October, and I was so disappointed. This sister who seemed like she was about that life was like, you fear mongering, girl. I said, honey, I am trying to prepare you. You understand? I ain't got no crystal ball. Don't claim to be able to see the future. But guess what? I am a political scientist. This is what allows me to see what is coming. That's why I miss you, bitch. I've never claimed to be able to see the future. But when I can tell you 2 weeks ago, wait, January 20th, this malignant motherfucker is about to make a boss move, and it's going to be so big that you think that this is the worst thing that he can do, and you do not know this is setting up the board to fucking hit you right behind it with the checkmate. And y'all started calling me before I even hit the bed in the morning, like, damn, girl, you said that shit was going, you said something big was gonna happen on the 20th. Damn, how you knew that? How you knew that, girl? Have you seen the news today? No, I ain't seen the news. What the fuck happened? America just bombed Iran. Hell, do I have to be, quote, a witch? Do I have to have a crystal ball? No. I study history. I study history, bitch. The astrology, the numerology assists in what I already know about history. Now, the reason I got on this whole thing about snitch culture going back to Robert Mogaliso Sobukwe is they had a snitch problem too. Zimbabwe, Dedan Kamati and the Mau Mau freedom fighters, they had a snitch problem too. Massive. They had a snitch problem. And that's why the Europeans had to vilify them, because they were able to resolve their snitch problem fast, baby. They was able to resolve as a matter of fact, the Mau Mau freedom fighters in Zimbabwe, baby, they say that their guerrilla tactics were so extraordinary. These poor, damn near treated like feudal serfs, while all these white people owned all their land, and the only jobs they could get was cleaning their houses and being like working with their babies and working on their farms to next to nothing. They say these poor, quote, unintelligent Mau Mau gave them such a problem, were so efficient in their guerrilla tactics, that the United States Army to this day has employed several of those tactics in its own military strategy. The Mau Mau under Dedan Kamati. But the first thing that the Mau Mau had to do, because when they first started organizing, they was like, okay, we all in this together. We all from Zimbabwe. We all, we all black. And they recognized that certain plans they were making were constantly being sabotaged. They was like, what the fuck? And then it was revealed that they had a snitch problem. A huge, somebody in the clique was always talking. Somebody in the clique was always talking. As a matter of fact, this strategy that I'm about to tell y'all about was initiated by the Mau Mau, and then then Robert Mogaliso Sobukwe and the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, who also had a radical ass snitch problem, was like, yo, did y'all hear what them niggas is over there doing in Zimbabwe? We need to be about that life, because our rat problem is ridiculous. It's getting people killed. It's getting people disappeared and shit. We need to employ these strategies to get rid of our snitch problem. And the strategy that they used was called necklacing. It was called And it only took a couple of times for them necklacing strategies to happen in public, in a very public setting for everybody to see, for people to know, oh no, you can't, Master can do whatever he want. I ain't telling, I ain't snitching. You can't get shit out of me. Get it from somebody else. Because there ain't nothing you can do to me that even comes close to what has happened to the snitches that we just witnessed get necklaced over on the other side of the street. So I don't know shit. I ain't saying shit. I don't know shit. Let me see what y'all talking about in the comments. Yep. And this is why I am no contact with my family and keep my location private. Cassandra, are you going to ride the wave or are you going to leave the States? Did you say January 20th? No, I said June 20th. The solstice last week, June 20th. And then July 4th is when I said the checkmate. And then July 7th is our entry into America's fourth Uranus returns. Well, third. They consider us as third because you don't count the birth Uranus. So it's United States' third Uranus returns, where Uranus was at the time that the United States became independent. You feel me? That's July 7th. July 4th, in my personal estimation, is the coup d'etat day. To me, July 4th is going to be the checkmate day. But I gave it till the 7th because the 7th is the Uranus entering Gemini, America's third Uranus return. But make no mistake, within that 3-4 day period, that's gonna be the checkmate. This bullshit with Iran is the setup. It's the board setup. Let's see. There was a meteorite fireball that crashed in Georgia last night. I did not hear that. Damn. So save our trees. Can you send me like an email link or something in my email for those that want to email me for whatever reason? evoemetemp@gmail.com. That's evoemetemp. evoemetemp@gmail.com. And that is for readings. That is for wellness consultations, 5 elements wellness consultations. That's if you want to donate or contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com, you can use to make your donations via Zelle using that email address or via PayPal using that email address. If you want to use Cash App, it is the same as my handle. It is $ Daughter of the Fates. That's FATES. And if you want to send a Venmo, it's my name, Cassandra, CASSANDRA -Floyd, FLOYD. Okay. No, I didn't hear about the meteorite. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out. Ooh. I will never understand why people will oppress and abuse people and still expect them to raise their children. Okay. The last time I saw a fireball and reported it, COVID-19 started. Whoa. Native lore says the fireballs portend massive sickness. Let's see. On July 20th is my birthday. July 20th. Is July 20th the day that we transition into Leo season? Is the 20th? Are you a Leo or are you a Cancer on July 20th? Ken's color box. The meteor in Georgia and the hailstorm in Florida. I didn't hear about that either. Let's see. Do you think the checkmate will be loud or something that is easily missed if you aren't looking? Seen in LA. Okay, so you'll still be okay. So you're on the cusp. All right, so I'm going to try this. Hopefully, I will not fuck up my TikTok feed. I'm gonna try to see who of you have been sending donations because I'm assuming that's what the let's see. Ken, thank you for the donation. Tracy, thank you for the donation. GJP. Okay, that looks like that's it. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna try to wrap this up some. Okay, so all right. So I just wanted to, so first let me say something. Just because I want to be clear about this. Just because your opposition is planning something, like this checkmate move that I'm talking about that we need to be prepared for on anywhere from July 4th to July 7th, just because they are planning a checkmate move does not mean that that checkmate move is inevitable. That's the thing that we miss. I'm gonna tell you why we miss it too. Let's get up in this shit. I'm gonna tell you why we miss it too. I've been watching a lot. Y'all know I do movie breakdowns, right? I do like real deep cerebral breakdowns, right? About the shit that we miss hidden in modern cinema. I'm gonna tell you why. Why even a meticulously well thought out and planned strategy is not inevitable. Okay? And why you think it is. So I have been researching common themes. You know what? Let me pull out my notes. I was gonna do this later, but let me just pull out my notes about strategic reoccurring themes that almost exclusively happen in movies about witches. These themes I don't see nowhere else, no matter how far back I go. These very specific and peculiar themes, I was wondering, like, why these themes I only ever and have ever seen in movies about witches, movies about witchy shit, magical creatures, anything like that, anything about magic, anything about power, anything about witchcraft, anything like that, right? You gone? Save our trees. Why you gone? Why you gone? Is it too late where you at? Okay. Listen, let me tell you. Let me pull out this book because there's a reason that you eat when you hear, like, even that. What's that nigga name? Nostradamus. What's the other nigga name? What's his name? What's his name? Edgar Casey. You understand? Whenever y'all start hearing, because this is the time y'all start hearing that shit. Y'all, they start digging up these long dead prophets. You feel me? The ones they love the most is Edgar, the prophecies of Edgar Casey and the prophecies of Nostradamus. And there's another one that's new now to y'all because there's a huge, big conspiracy theory about it. A book that came out in the late 1800s during the Gilded Age. And the book was called Baron Trump. And in this book called Baron Trump, he had like a mentor, like a magical mentor, and the mentor's name was Don Fump. Don Fump. I said, if y'all don't get the fuck if y'all don't stop playing in our face, but y'all get caught up. How did they know that far ahead in the future? Is this just a coincidence that his son named Baron and he named Don Trump and the character's name is Don Fump? No, bitch, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, and it ain't no magical, mystical motherfucker seeing the future neither. It is a long, long legacy of people who are powerless, trying to maintain a stranglehold on the illusion of power, writing a script and imposing that script to be carried out by their progeny, child. That son of mine, you better not color outside the lines. This is what we've been plotting and scheming since my father's time. And we dare not deviate from the strategy laid out by those who implemented empire. You think it's magical. Why do they have to? These same people who got you believing there's some nigga named Nostradamus or some no power ass nigga named Edgar Casey, you feel me, could see the future in very specific ways. You read the Bible and you think the same thing. Jeremiah and Isaiah, and they all could see. They lying. They lying. And those of you who've been following me any period of time, y'all can hear me read a book called The Sibyls. And she detailed the play of all of these great early emperors, knew they were powerless, knew they could not hear the voice of God. And what they did, got on elephants and shit and caravans and shit from all over the known empire, from India, from China, from Japan, from Southeast Asia, from all over the known world for months and months and months and months to go sit at the feet of some big, fat, black bitch who could embody the goddess, and they will create whole strategies around what came out of her mouth. And then, just like the story I opened with Enki, who was malignantly angry with his mother's power, he said, I ain't doing shit this bitch got to say no more. I ain't got to fight with her. I ain't got to try to be like her. I can disappear her. I can disappear her legacy. I can make it so through brute force that no one ever remember her name. I can make it so that the only thing that they see is powerful is me fighting like hell to reproduce those miracles she produced effortlessly. The shit she did effortlessly. I ain't got to fight with her. I ain't got to argue with her. I ain't got to compete with her. All I have to do is slay my mother and make sure that everything she ever did, I superimpose on myself as a characteristic of my divine self. But I have to at the same time make sure nobody remember her. Nobody remembers her image. Nobody remembers what she did. Nobody remembers the impact that she had on their life. I have to disappear her from the human consciousness, from the human spirit. I have to disappear my mother from history so that nobody ever recalls that I am a fucking fraud. And the only reason I am a fraud is because I did not see myself as a part of her. I could not see that my divinity was directly tied to her divinity. I could not see that the reason that I could call myself God is because only God can give birth to God. I am God because she is God. He forgot. And this became the story that all of these malignant motherfuckers continue to retell to this day. Zeus slaying his father is not him slaying his father. It is a retelling of that same old story. Zeus, who rises up against Kronos, that you see over and over and over and over and over again in every Clash of the Titans remake. In every, what's that story from Disney? What's the one? Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief and the war against the three big brothers. Who the three big brothers? Zeus, Poseidon, and what's the other nigga name? Hades. It's the same story over and over and over again. It's the same story. Why does Zeus have to quote kill Kronos and disappear him forever in Tartarus? Why he had to do that? Because he could not actually kill his mother. He actually could not kill his mother. So he had to subdue his mother into the nether regions for which he could not emerge. Kronos in the last Clash of the Titans, Kronos is Saturn. Saturn is our great disappeared mother, great grandmother Crone. They so sloppy in stealing the story that they didn't even have to change the nigga name. Great grandmother Crone, Saturn, she who governed the last golden age, becomes malignant ass Kronos, he who devours his children. This horror story epitomized by Francisco Goya, the great artist of the Roman Catholic Church, as the head of the lion who got dangling decapitated baby bodies in his. That's the painting. Some deity with the face of a lion with blood all over his mouth. He done ate the head off one of his babies and he got babies' bodies dangling in his hands. This is a malignant perversion of the story of Saturn. A malignant perversion of this planet that was once known, the Great Benefic. Y'all call Jupiter the Great Benefic and Saturn the Great Malefic, right? Saturn was the Great Malefic, the great grandmother crone through which the enlightenment of humankind came. This was the age that she governed, where human beings did not have to toil for food, did not have to work for housing, did not have to labor for leisure. You got to work to afford your opportunity to take a vacation, to take a break. Do you understand? And Bayoni, can you send me an email to what you just said there? Is that a perversion of the Kali, the story of Kali and the Decameron? Yes, absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. And we talked about that a little bit because it occurred to me because Kali is the planet Saturn. In the mythology, in the Vedic astrology, the planet Saturn is Kali. It's Kali. And so I was like, oh my God, all this time we've been hearing the story of Kali, and we always been told, remember I told you, we always been told that the motherfucker that she got her foot on his chest, and everybody's like, oh, he dead. No, he ain't dead. That's Shiva, right? We always been told that her foot was on Shiva's chest, and we always was told this beautiful romantic story. Like after she saved the world, because she killed all the demons, you feel me? After she saved the world, she was going out. She was like, this is my bag here, shit. I don't get to come around but every so often, you feel me? I don't get to come around but every few thousand millennia and shit. And when I'm up, bitch, I'm up in my bag. I'm up in my bag. I love the war. I love the brigandage. Because even in war, the only thing she is concerned about is protecting her creation. Why she slaying? Why she got niggas' heads strung around her neck and strung around her belt? It's because she said, bitch, this is what it's going to take to save the world. This is what it's going to take to save the world. And we done tried all the other ways. We done tried the Durga way and the Parvati way and the peaceful way and the singing way. We done did all that. And that she was cute. She was like, but when this demon is so malignant in his separation from himself. Why is he separated from himself? Because he has completely removed his relationship and his allegiance to his mother. He becomes insane in his severing of his ties from his mother. This is why she got to cut his head off. Did it ever occur to you? Why heads? Why heads? If the way he was reproducing himself was spilling blood on every time he got nicked, you feel me? Or he got his head cleaved off and blood hit the ground, they say what? A whole nother him sprung up full ground wherever his blood hit the ground. Doesn't this sound like American Empire today? I'm just saying. Don't this sound like goddamn American Empire right now today? You understand? And so she was like, oh, I peeped the technique. Let me get up in here and see what I got to do. You feel me? Because Durga was overwhelmed. There was just one of him when the loving big mama Durga was like, I got some fight for you, nigga. Let's go. And she couldn't, because that ain't her bag. That ain't her role. She's the loving mother. She the big mama. She gonna cook for you, feel me? She got some fight in her just like your big mama do, but that ain't really her lane. And at one point, just like y'all do when somebody trample on your heart, when somebody betray you, you black out. He was like, damn, it was like I was outside myself, looking in myself, doing dirt, busting the nigga windows out of his car and shit. The regular me would never do no shit like that. But guess what happened to Durga? That same thing. When she got overwhelmed, because every time she cut this dude, 3, 4, 5 of him was just springing up all around her. And there was a moment where she checked out and Kali sprung from her forehead and was like, baby, you take a break. You just relax. You watch the show while I clean up this mess. While I clean up this mess. We'd always been told this gross ass romantic story about what we were witnessing when we see the victorious Kali and all the demons are dead around her. She got all these niggas' heads strung from her belt because she done did the thing by herself, right? And she got so into it. They tell the same story about Sekhmet. Listen to what I'm saying. There is a string that connects them. They say the same thing about Oya. They say the same thing about Pele. What is the thing that connects? What is the line between all of these mythologies, no matter where they exist on earth? We read the mythologies and they're so beautiful and they're so symbolic that we get lost on the mythology and not the science of the story that we are being told. These are mathematically precise. stories. They are scientifically observed stories of potentialities. This is future telling. The story of Kali was our ancestors telling an inevitable future. Child, how could they tell that future? Through scientifically observed mathematical calculations of us as Earth, us as a singular being called Earth, and our rotation and relationship with our heavenly siblings, first in the solar system, and with the greater galaxy that is the Mother Newt or the Mother Neb, or whoever you want to give that name to at any given time. That there was going to come a period in our great cycle around the galaxy where males, the sons of the goddess, would go so far astray from their remembrance of who they were that they would threaten to destroy everything. But then there would be a moment in this madness of their attempt to destroy everything because of their hatred of everything that the mother represents. If you want to know why there's a hole in the ozone layer, if you want to know why the whales can't even survive in the goddamn ocean and shit, it is because these are the symptoms of the sun gone rogue. He who, they say it, they tell it to you. Take 1 year of psychology in college. What do they tell you? That the basis of modern psychology was trying to understand human beings. And what do they say? The first psychological analysis in psychology is what? That man emerged at war. What did they say? The whole thing, the whole basis or foundation of modern psychology is man versus man nature, and man versus himself. That he emerged in the world at war with everything and everyone around him. This is the foundation for your modern psychology. Am I wrong? I know there's psychologists up on here, people who are therapists and shit. Did you not learn that? I only took psychology 1 year. It was one of the first things I learned. That the foundational basis of psychology is trying to understand why man emerged at war with everything, including himself. Man versus man versus nature, and man versus himself. That he emerged as a malignancy. Child, no different from a single cell in your body that eventually becomes tumor. He emerges in his forgetting of who he is within the context of the whole. And that malignancy goes on and on and on and on and on until one day, this malignancy that started out as a single cell gone rogue threatens the very life of the whole organism, itself included. And in this malignancy, thank you, Java Watson, for your donation, baby. And in this malignancy, he will threaten everything. He will threaten to destroy everything that reminds him of his mother. That's why, what do y'all call it? Fracking. That's why they get off on fracking. They get off on those things that destroy any memory of the mother. You understand? And so these stories, these astrological, mythological stories are our ancestors' way of trying to jug in us our cellular memory, these things that become familiar to us and we can't explain why. The reason we can't explain why is because our method of communicating these things have been robbed from us and has some malignant ass language structure imposed on our consciousness, so we cannot communicate in images anymore. We cannot communicate in visions anymore. We cannot talk to one another in symbols anymore. That if it's not, quote, this malignant construction called Western language and writing, then somehow it's reduced in its significance. Was that not strategic? Because even though you don't know nothing but the language that was imposed on you based on whatever colonial power had control over your people now, they still know the images, boo. They still know the symbols, boo. They still know the languages, boo. They do. They do. And so we hear the story even told to us from the perspective of the sun gone rogue. And we think, oh my God, it's so romantic how the reason that Shiva had to lay himself prostrate before Kali, and then he picked up her foot and placed it on his heart chakra because she was mad. She had gone mad. And isn't this the story they told us? That in her quote bloodlust, that's what they said. They said she was lusting. They said the exact same thing about Sekhmet, by the way. The story is exactly the same first segment, that quote, after she saved the world, she was actually threatening to destroy the world because of her bloodlust. Because she was like, oh, this is my shit. I love to go to war. This is awesome. This is how I was always told these stories. And in her bloodlust, quote, she becomes mad. And her, quote, husband, Shiva, has to get on his back and lift her foot up in her madness and put it on his heart chakra to draw the fire out of her head and bring her back to herself. And I was like, that's a beautiful story. I like that. That's the lesson that men need to learn, is that they need to be willing, knowing that all they women dare to do is to make the world better and to make the world right. That even if she going crazy, your ass need to lay prostrate in front of your woman and bring the fire out of her head. I said, that's a beautiful shit. That was a dog ass lie, is what that was. That story was a dog ass lie. Told to us to manipulate our longing to see our sons return into a harmonious union with us. That was a story told to manipulate us. That's not the story. The story is not that Shiva, first of all, Shiva is the destroyer. Not that Shiva lay himself prostrate to, quote, calm down his beloved. That's not the story, boo. That story was told to us by an already well-established patriarchal practice of an ancient goddess tradition known as Hinduism, that Shiva was never Kali's wife. I mean, that Kali's husband. Shiva was Kali's son. Shiva was Kali's son. So what does that image say now? That same image, she who saves the world, she who has to go into battle by her motherfucking self to save the world because it has now gone so far astray. Why is it gone astray? Is because these demons who look like humans, when you see the demons in the story, they don't look like demons. They don't look like bad guys and ogres and shit. They look like humans. They look like humans. They look not just humans, they look like human males who was spontaneously procreating himself all over the place. Don't that sound familiar? Don't that sound like the hijacking of a story? How this malignant motherfucker tried to steal every aspect of his mother's story. He was parthenogenically reproducing himself all the fuck over the place. Could this story be the basis behind why the Christian Bible say it is a shame, it's an abomination for a man to spill his seed on the ground? I'm just saying. This demon who looked like a regular, degular, everyday ass man, spontaneously reproducing himself all over the place so that he can overwhelm his mother, Durga. And here Durga, she was like, baby, I ain't trying to fight you. You feel me? Like, I'm in here cooking. You understand? I'm in here trying to, I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to be the loving mother and shit. And here you go with an attitude. Here you go wanting to start shit. And she's like, you know what? Look, I can go let's go. Now, you want to be with this bullshit. You want to see this side of me. Let's go. Everybody on here who has ever had a male child come out your body, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because at some juncture in your male child's life, he is going to start smelling his little funky ass armpits and think he can bow up against you. There is not a mother I have ever met that has not had that situation happen to them. We're around 12, 13 years old. Her pubescent son start getting a whiff of his little funky hormones, and he then all of a sudden out of nowhere done sprung up taller than his mother. And so now he feel like he can't get his ass whooped. Now he feel like he can do one of these to mama and mama gonna back off. I know every woman I ever met done told that story. And so Durga was like, oh, it's like that. That's where we at now. Okay. She like, hold on just a minute. And then Kali spring from her forehead. Like, okay, now let's go. Now let's go. Now it's done got to that point where I have to crack your ass over the motherfucking skull to let you remember exactly who the fuck I am in this relationship. I gotta crack you over the head with goddamn cast iron skillet or some shit just to remind you. Just to remind you. You feel me? Shiva is her son child. And we learned this. Remember, we was doing that whole breakdown that I told y'all blew my mind because I thought I knew. I took Ayurveda for 2 years under a woman born and raised in India who came from a 15 generation line of Ayurvedic practitioners that were said to be the ones responsible for saving the practice of the medicine when the British was killing everybody that was practicing the medicine. I did a 2 year apprenticeship under this woman. And so I think I know some things. And then this young girl get up on here and she's like, look, everything you thought you knew about Kali is probably wrong. Let me put you on game. Let me get you hip to the game. You feel me? And so I'm sitting here listening to this girl talk. I was like, wait, what? She talks about how during the patriarch, because this was happening everywhere on earth at the same time. And she talks about how the matriarchal practice and origin of this tradition, right? Where Ma Kali or Kali Ma, right, was the chief matriarch. She was the chief matriarch, right? And how in this slow transition of the matriarchal practice of Hinduism to the very slow rise of the patriarchal usurping of these goddess deities, how Ma Kali being the original one, the great one, the great primordial black from which everything came to be. Okay. And how the patriarchs were like, yo, she can't she can't be all powerful. Because it says of Kali that every god in the pantheon was born of her body. Every god of the pantheon was born of her body. And so the Brahmins, y'all ain't ready. And so they had to change her stilo. And so they created a three-tier god, if you will, a three-tier god, which was Brahma, which was Shiva, and which was what's his name? Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Do you understand? And so how did they create them? Because these males, they don't have an original bone in their body. So they always steal from the mother. Sometimes they don't even bother changing the name good. So they was like, okay, well, we're going to make 3 male deities. And what we're going to do is we're going to take different aspects of Kali, strip those aspects from her, and superimpose them on our male deities. Shiva, the destroyer, becomes the destroying aspect of Ma Kali. She who gives life and she who takes life away. This story that I told y'all about, quote, the evil Saturn who devours his children, and so Zeus and his brothers are always at war with him and shit. Saturn is Kali, she who devours her children. What is this a metaphor for? It's only malignant ass sons that make that shit literal and go out in the world and create cults where they kill children. This was a metaphorical story of the life-giving and the life-consuming aspect of the goddess Kali. Her relationship to the earth, Kali's relationship to the earth, Saturn's relationship to the earth, these being archetypal twins. So she was called the devourer because we are, quote, what? Both born from the mouth of the mother, and then we are consumed by the mouth of the mother. What is the mouth of the mother? When we dig a hole in the ground, that becomes the mouth of the mother. How did the ancients prepare the bodies for those who were going to return to the mouth of the mother for whom she would devour? They would place the dead, the deceased loved one. They would put red clay, red ochre, all over the recently deceased body. Strip them naked, put red ochre all over their body. What was the red ochre for? What was the red ochre for? Why they had to put red ochre, red paint all over their bodies? Because they believed that it was the magical, mystical, menstrual blood in a woman's womb that shaped human beings. And so they wanted to prepare this body and partner that with the red blood, the red menstrual blood, the magical blood. And so they would paint the deceased loved one completely red, fold them in the fetal position to be ready to be reborn again from the mouth of the mother. What mouth? The mouth of the divine fish in between her legs. And so the malignant male gonorrhea son takes these stories and makes them the most monstrous horror stories in human history, develop whole systems of secret societies and cults around these malignant stories of Saturn being Satan. And that's why when they worship Moloch, they always sacrifice babies to Moloch. All of these stories are monstrous retelling of the mother's story about how everyone that is born must meet their end. Everyone that is born from their earthly mother must be returned to their earthly mother. You are born from your mother's mouth and you return to your mother's mouth. That's what they called it. And so this became the story of Kali as both what? The creator and the devourer. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. And so this story of Kali, who it is such a romantic story about what a man should be willing to do for his wife. That's their story. They a lie. They a lie. That all three of them niggas was her sons who usurped her power, stole her magic, and tried to wipe her memory from not only wipe her memory from the face of the planet. Guess what the fuck else they did? The cults of Kali in India right now are exclusively males. Women, females cannot be. Females cannot be like the yogis, like the motherfuckers who keep the temples, cannot be female. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Because everything that you learn about Kali when she's not in her destroyer phase, guess what she doing? All of the images of Kali when she is not in her destroyer bag, when she's not needed to, because she only becomes destroyer when it's time for her to save the world. Okay? Guess when you look at old images of Kali, statues, images, stories, guess what she doing when she ain't saving the world? Just guess. Somebody guess what she doing when she ain't saving the world. When Kali is not saving the world, guess what she doing? Primarily, most exclusively. Somebody guess. Think the easiest thing you can possibly think. Child, she fucking. She fucking. I hear what y'all saying. She fucking. Every old image you see of Kali, she is getting busy. She having sex. There ain't no shit I'm making up. She having sex. She getting busy. She getting busy. She getting her swerve on. She getting her swerve on. She's like, I like this shit. You feel me? Listen, I'm getting laid. You call me if you need the world to be saved. But in the meantime, I'm getting laid. Not only is she getting laid well. You remember what we said about this in our reading of what you call it? Symbols and sacred objects. Remember when we was reading about, and see, this is all y'all. Remember I said why all these women's story, why these female goddesses stories is so similar. Here, you see this trident? You see that? You see the trident? Sometimes Kali is pictured holding a trident. Sometimes Kali is pictured holding a ski, what they call a seize. It's like some people call it a reaper. Like when you reaping cane or sugar cane or wheat or whatever, it's the knife that's got a big kind of crescent moon looking thing on it, a crescent moon looking blade. Oh yeah, is the same. Sometimes you will see her holding a machete or a seize or a trident. Do you remember what Barbara Walker said about the original symbolism of the trident that now has been given conveniently to Poseidon? That's conveniently been given to Olokun if you practice Ifa tradition. Why they all got the goddess's trident? Why is it supposed to be emblematic of the great keeper of the secrets of the deep and shit? And it's always some male. Why they stole that? Why they stole that? Because you remember what Barbara Walker said in Symbols and Sacred Objects about the trident. What did she call this? She said its origin is with the goddess Kali. And it was a representation of the three deities that had been fashioned after her likeness: Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And this trident represented they penises. They had to be three of them because she had such an insatiable appetite. She needed the tri-penis because she is always horny. Didn't know what she, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what she said in that book. That the Triton was always a symbol because these males had stolen the symbolism of the goddess. And not only Kali, but every goddess everywhere on earth has a primary trinity presentation. What do we call it? We call it the triple goddess. That exists in every culture. When I'm talking to y'all about the Iami Aje, and I say, even though the Iami Aje is everything female, it's every ancestor that was female, it's every progeny that has not been born yet, it's every female that currently exists, it's the female ancestors, it's the female deities, that the Iami Aj is a collective embodiment of the divine feminine principle. But even as we talk about the Iami or the Iami Aj, they have a quote chief archetypal tri-face presentation. Who is that? Oya, Oshun, and Yemaya, the triple goddess. They exist everywhere. Hecate is the triple goddess. The quote, the youth or the maiden, the mother, and the crone. That exists everywhere. Who else got a who else? Even with Kali, she is the triple goddess. Kali, Parvati, and Durga as the three main of the one that has 10,000 names. Of the she that has 10,000 names. And so, but that triple goddess archetype that exists everywhere and in every culture is like, damn, she got three faces. She must need three penises. You feel me? She probably got an insatiable ass appetite. This becomes the archetypal representation of her quote, her insatiable sexual desire. And then this shit get usurped by male deities like Olokun, like Poseidon, like what's the other nigga name? Neptune. When I say this shit is in your face, why do I need to go hard? Why do I need to be talking to y'all about this? It's because y'all get stuck on the stories. Y'all get stuck on the stories. Y'all get stuck on the mythologies. Y'all get stuck on the archetypes and still have not mastered how to make this shit translate into what you are seeing in real time every day with these malignant motherfuckers who run the world. These stories have never gone away. This is the reason that Hollywood, the primary propagandized arm of the state, is perpetually making these same movies over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. Why do they have to make the story about Zeus over and over again? Because they have to constantly pull on your commitment to image, to play the role that you are supposed to play. That the gods up here doing their thing and we can't do shit. That we just the playthings, we just the pawns of the gods, and they up there. Do you know right here in Hollywood, right where I live, maybe about 3 miles from my apartment, straight down Sunset Boulevard. When you turn off the boulevard, the first thing you see is a giant arch that you drive through. A giant arch leading into this really rich neighborhood. And guess what the name of the neighborhood is on this giant arch? Big. Mount Olympus. That's a neighborhood right down the street from where I live. You know what? I'm gonna make a commitment to take a picture of it just so you can see I'm not playing with your emotions. It's called Mount Olympus. This neighborhood right down the street from where I live. The city that has shaped the minds of every single person on the planet. There is not a single person on earth whose minds, the images they hold in their minds, the ideas they hold in their minds have not been shaped by Hollywood. Nowhere on earth. Nowhere on earth. As a matter of fact, those countries who call themselves kind of trying to stage a little contest cinematically with the United States, like India with the little Bollywood thing and Nigeria with the little Nollywood thing, child, they are still using the same images and archetypes, just colored versions, just Negro versions, just Indian versions, of these same old stories that have been told and told and told and told and told for a reason. And the reason is the same. So you seeing these little gods have their wars and you get all caught up because he had the gods and the gods and the gods. Meanwhile, you do not know because you think the subject of the story is the gods. You think the subject of the story is Zeus. You think when you're watching this bullshit on TV that the subject, you understand? The subject of the story, you know what? Not even just the subject. You still think Zeus is the hero in the story. Your ass still believe, child, that Zeus is the protagonist. You still believe Zeus is the protagonist. It, child, goddamn, it affirms what I wanted to tell y'all a goddamn hour ago before I got to run in my mouth. You still think that Zeus is the protagonist. Every time you see the story, you still think Zeus is the good guy. You still see Zeus is the good guy, child. You still see Hades as the bad guy. You still see Poseidon as the neutral guy who just want us all to get along. We brothers. Why can't we just all get along and work together? Child, they stay playing in your motherfucking face. And not only do you think that Zeus is still the good guy, that Hades is still the bad guy holding a grudge for something that happened a long time ago, and why don't you just get over it? Ain't that how they treat Hades in every movie? Every rendition of this shit you see. Look, man, we brothers, you know, I get it. You got an attitude because of how this shit went down or whatever, and you got stuck with the underworld, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit, oh, can you just let that shit go? Sound familiar? And then when they need Hades, because Hades is the one. He see all the angles. He see all the things. But they be ignoring them, having a good time, carrying on. Poseidon, you know, he just be doing his thing. He ain't got no opinion either way. I'm a do what the group agree with. You feel me? Just like, let's stop fighting amongst each other. You feel me? Then guess what happened? So you still focused on these three dudes. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. They are the subject. Not only are they the subject, they are led by the dashing, the omnipotent Zeus, for whom he is the one that can do no wrong, no matter what he does, no matter who he rapes, no matter who he forces into acts of bestiality. Isn't that what he does all the time to unsuspecting, unconsenting human women? Is to turn himself into some animal and force himself on them. Isn't that what he does? Isn't that his modus operandi? Zeus. You still see the movie and we see, what's his name? Oh, what's his name? Liam Neeson and his handsome, charming British self, always playing the great, attractive, stoic Zeus. Cha. Or what's his motherfucking name? What's his name? Anthony Hopkins, who plays Odin Allfather in the story of him and Thor. Who is Thor? Thor is Zeus. Thor is Zeus. Odin Allfather is Cronus hijacked. You feel me? What's his name? Loki. Loki is Hades, forgotten, mistreated, lowly, pet-like creature. Child. You understand? Y'all still think Zeus is a good guy. As much dirt and brigandage as his story has done, y'all still see Zeus as the bad guy, as the good guy. And this is why political occurrences in the world still play out the way that they do. You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? As soon as this shit happened last week, y'all know this dude is a monstrous lunatic weirdo. But baby, as soon as it happened, the Christian evangelical right they default is God can do no wrong. And so whatever has to happen, it was ordained before we was even born. This is a sign of the times. And if we got to go get Iran, then we just got to go get them infidels. The line ain't changed. But I tell y'all, they can't even write a new script. The line ain't changed. This shit done brought out the fervor of every evangelical on earth. And the problem is y'all think this is a story about you know, Christianity and Christianity and Judaism at war with the global infidels of the Muslims, the Muslim religion. This is the unity that was prophesied in the book of Revelations, where the Jews and the Christians would come together, the Jews and the Gentiles, excuse me, would come together to prepare for the return of the Messiah. But they had to go to war with the infidels, who would be who? The outcast lineage of Abraham. The outcast lineage of Abraham. Who the outcast lineage of Abraham? Islam. Meanwhile, this is the story that you accept. In general, this is the story that you accept. Not that Judaism and Catholicism / Christianity and Islam are the three brothers who always work together, even though they may have a little every now and again. Y'all think I'm lying, don't you? Because I hear some of you black people talking about, well, I mean, America did what it did. Just know Iran, we don't want no smoke. This ain't our doing. You feel me? I hear y'all saying that shit. Trying to be funny, but listen, the essence is still the same. Iran got to do what it's got to do. America shouldn't have been over there messing with them. You feel me? What? You really think what is happening on this planet today has anything to do with you? Do you really think that what has been happening in Palestine for forever, but most recently in its personification since October 7th, has anything to do with Palestinian people? Do you think that? Do you really believe that? Do you think that what is happening to black-bodied human beings in Africa every single day, that people over here were forced to acknowledge because they couldn't get away with talking about Palestine all the time? Black people had to put their ass in check. How y'all gonna be talking about Palestine and y'all just act brand new when it comes to the shit that's been happening ongoing in Congo and in Sudan and in any number of areas where the United States and other interests have been staging proxy wars for the last 120 years, most expressly? Y'all just gonna do that? Y'all just gonna be talking about Palestine in our face, and we black over here in the United States of America? Y'all just gonna do that, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, free Palestine. Oh, by the way, Sudan too and Congo too, we can't forget them. Do you think that the massacre of black skinned people that has been uninterrupted and unending on the continent has anything to do with the people that live on the continent? Do you think that? Do you think that? Do you think that the Soviet Revolution had anything to do with regular, everyday, quote, working class? We want to win the consciousness of the working class to become the proletariat, the workers in arms. Do you really think the Soviet Revolution had anything to do with workers? Do you really believe that? Do you believe, I'm about to hurt somebody's feelings, do you really believe the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the Chinese Communist Party gave a single solitary fuck about the millions and millions of people that inhabited the continent of China when staging this contest? Do you really believe that? Or India, or any place else that you can name where people exist? Do you really think that these figureheads, that our belief in these institutions that they have erected, our belief in these institutions are what grew the Godhead? Our belief in these institutions are what grew the Godhead to the malignant magnitude that they exist today. Do you really think? That's why I stay mad at y'all. I stay mad at people who be coming up, calling my phone, sending me emails. You gonna come to the demonstration? You gonna come to the demonstration? What is it you demonstrating for? What is it that you are strategically at the end of the demonstrating process, this goal that you have laid out and demonstrating as an objective to meet that goal? What is to come at the end of it? If you can explain that to me, I might consider joining your demonstration. But you just going outside to yell at the police and get your angst on, that ain't no shit I'm interested in. Where we done seen, and I did that shit, y'all. I did that shit for 20 years. And we see at the end of every demonstration that what we have done has increased the suffering of our fucking people. That's not my imagination. There was this thing I read not too long ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that said that that as a matter of fact, it was in recognition of the death of George Floyd. That since the demonstration, since the quote George Floyd movement, you feel me, in 2020, that the rate of violence, state violence, violence by the police against the armless, against those who ain't even got no weapons, ain't even got no arms, that state violence increased against the general population across the country 32 fucking percent. So what did you win? Millions and millions of people on the street in protest against state violence in solidarity with George. What did you win again? What did they get? Did his family get reparations? Did that happen? Did or did not Trump pardon the white boy that went to prison for killing George Floyd? Didn't he just get pardoned when Trump was inaugurated? So they just undid that little bit of something. Y'all really out here thinking. Y'all really out here thinking that this shit has something to do with you. The only role that you play is the unending supply of blood and life force. That's it. That's all. You get caught up on the illusion that your vote has ever meant anything. It hasn't. It's never meant a thing. It's never meant a thing. Somebody was just doing a video today that I thought was really interesting. I was like, I might have to talk about this. I ain't gonna do a deep dive on it today because I want to walk through it a little bit. But she was giving a breakdown about how there is this, I guess, like a caveat, for lack of a better word, that is embodied in the Constitution of the United States that says if for some reason great catastrophe of the democratic process occurs in an emergency situation, the president can call for a constitutional convention, right? But she says that the Constitution doesn't lay out the parameters of what qualifies as this national emergency of the democratic process or whatever. It's like very vague and it's never been used. But that I think 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump has put a little bug in the ear, because it's not being talked about a lot, but has put a bug in the ear of those in the White House and all of that shit, that he wants to implement a constitutional convention. Now, even though it may sound like news to you, since Trump's first term in office, child, people on his cabinet was throwing out little buzzwords, putting out little catchphrases that we weren't paying attention to because we was like, oh, they just crazy people following behind Trump. Those are the people you need to be listening to, because they tell on themselves all the time, just like these Christians tell on themselves all the time. But you don't listen because you so quick to reduce somebody to stupid or crazy. And that's how they always be getting a drop on your ass. They know you are not listening. So they can say shit in plain sight, unabated, and know your ass ain't listening because you on some race nationalism. So you ain't even being strategic. But even throughout his first term, members of his cabinet throwing out little catchphrases. Well, sometimes I just think we need to rewrite the whole Constitution. Sometimes I just think we need to throw the Constitution out. We're like, crazy crackles. We just don't even think about it again. And it was being said over and over again, but ever so sly, over and over again, but in a comedic way, over and over again in this matter-of-fact way. And you like, oh, this just them crazy right people. It's just the crazy right. You feel me? And here it is. His second term. And the quiet part is being said out loud. That has never happened in the history of this country. And he wants to call under the guise of a constitutional emergency of the democratic process. And he wants to call this thing. He wants to call this thing. And there are whispers now that he wants to, quote, remove certain amendments from the Constitution and add new amendments to the Constitution, one of which being one that will make it so that the whole process, the democratic process of electing a president will be forever changed. And y'all caught up. The few of you who, because even the sister that I heard doing the whole breakdown about the history of the Constitutional Convention, all that shit, she was like, we should be concerned. We should be concerned because this could change everything. Like, what? What America you been living in? What America you been living in? That this is the thing that should really cause us to be concerned. What? That's what I want to tell y'all. I want to tell you that when I heard that shit today about the Constitutional Convention and the threat of scrapping the Constitution, I was like, it's about motherfucking time. I know y'all gonna be mad. But even since this ICE thing jumped off over here in California, and every time I turn around, some black or brown person is talking about this illegal, this against the Constitution. Why they doing this? Why they letting Trump do this? This is not what America is about. Huh? Wait, say that again. This ain't America. Conversations with Sunshine. I know y'all over there bugging, but I'm definitely serious. Like, I am exhausted on hearing this shit. People lamenting and woeing, child, really feeling, quote, betrayed. But betrayed by what? What are you being betrayed by? You are being betrayed by an idea, a fairy tale that you have accepted that has never matched your lived experience. Never. The America that exists in your brain has never existed in the real world. It hasn't. It hasn't. Listen, it hasn't. What's happening right now in LA, where these mass motherfuckers are just rounding people up all random like, has this never happened in the history of the United States of America? This is not America. How can they just do this? How they can just pick people up off the street and ship them somewhere? That's never happened in America. What? What is it? The 1940s? It was like the 1930s or the 1940s, where this same city, this same super progressive California rounded up 300,000 Mexicans and shipped them the fuck up out of here. 300,000 Mexicans put on goddamn trains with no food and no water, minding their business on their motherfucking land. California is Mexico. And was shipped the fuck up out of here, and nobody had a word to say. Nobody had a word to say. What you mean this ain't America? What you mean this ain't America? Wait a minute. Black people in the South in the last century, we ain't talking about 200, 300, 400, we talking about in the 19 goddamn hundreds, ran the fuck up out of Louisiana, out of Mississippi, out of Alabama for threat to their very existence, having to run in the dead of night by the tune of hundreds of thousands of black people in the 1900s. What you mean this ain't America? This ain't the America I fought and died for, bitch. You fought and died for a bullshit ass make believe story that you etched in your head off a spell that was cast on you in word. A spell that was cast on you in word since childhood. You were in kindergarten. My country, 'tis the sweet land of liberty. From kindergarten. An idea you made real in your head, even as your flesh was at war with that shit. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. You understand me? America, America, God shed his grace on thee. I played the saxophone. I played all those songs. Do, 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 do. I still get goosebumps when I hear a marching band play that bullshit and ass bullshit. Child, when I tell you, my flesh still responds the way that I did as a kid, playing America the Beautiful or the national anthem on my saxophone, marching in time with my band sibling. That shit is a spell that you have believed in your mind, even though your flesh has been perpetually at war with that idea that has been functioning like a tumor in your goddamn consciousness. Every day. Every day. Not just black people. Not just black people. Irish people had to betray themselves. We can talk about the contradiction between black people and Irish people at the time that Irish people was over here coming over on the boats, and Jewish people coming over on the boats, and Italian people coming over on the boats. What? To escape religious persecution and all the other things that they was catching hell in their own homeland. We can talk about that. We can talk about how all of them were allowed the opportunity to tap into their white adjacency at our expense to get what they needed for themselves, and they continue to do so today. We can talk about that. That's fine. But we also have to acknowledge that they too had to betray their own countrymen. They had to betray their own consciousness. They had to betray their own spirit. They had to betray their own ancestry to side with their ancestors' enemies to be able to make a way for themselves right here. That idea that has plagued the lives of black people, that we have believed so vehemently and fought so eagerly for, them Europeans before they, when they was coming over here, you remember what was that little movie that was on that was a Disney movie? What was it about the little mice? Remember about the little mice who was leaving Europe to come to America? And he's singing a cute little song based on the ideas that they have been told as poor, suffering Europeans. What did he say? He sang the little song, used to be my favorite little song, about how America's so wonderful and the streets are made of cheese and all of this shit. They came over here, thought they was about to jump both feet first and to come up too. And then those white Anglo-Saxon Protestants let them know as soon as they got off the boat, y'all ain't but one step above these niggas. Get up in these factories, kids, 5 years old. Get up in these factories. Oh, you lose a finger? You got some other fingers to work with to make them machines run. And when they former nobility, when these malignant monsters that defined the Gilded Age saw that everybody was plotting and scheming up on them, they was like, you know what? Let's dig up in these coffers a little bit and give these they white enough, they white passing. Get these Irish people, get these Jewish people, get these Italian people a little bit more out of the coffers so that now we have some protection from the poorest of them, from the blackest of them, from the reddest of them, from the brownest of them. These white adjacent people, we don't have to make them enemies. You feel me? We'll still keep them far enough away that they don't think that they can be us. But we can break them off a little bit more, give them a little bit more access, because our pot is limitless. We've been robbing bitches for a long. We've been robbing the world for a long time. We got a little bit we can spare out of the coffers to secure ourselves. We can do that, and that was an efficient strategy. Yes, it was. Because of let me tell you, because this thing is a maniacal, monstrous bitch. And even white people was catching hell up under it. And when they saw the opportunity to ease their suffering a little bit, and all they had to do was stand in closer proximity to their former bourgeoisie, their former nobility, and get broke off pretty good, even as working class. Because the white working class in America is the richest working class on earth, the wealthiest working class on earth. They was like, this is nice. And all we got to do is be white. I'm with that. I'm with that. But they had to sell their soul to the devil to get that. They had to sell their soul to the devil. They had to sell their babies to the devil. They had to do that. They had to do that. They had to betray their ancestors. That's why in spiritual spaces, white people be having a problem with me because I'm not going to coddle you. And I'm not going to tell you what you think you want to hear about what it takes to experience a spiritual epiphany and become one with the human family again, to become one with the mother again. I'm not going to tell you no bullshit. I'm not going to tell you that you need to go to Peru and goddamn do ayahuasca, bitch. I'm gonna tell you that just like the rest of us who are trying to recall our ancient self, who are trying to purge the spell cast upon our bodies, handed down through our genetic material, just like us, and we know we got to do the hard work, y'all got hard work to do too. And the first work y'all need to do is stop going to colored people countries talking about trying to have a spiritual experience and you acting like a spiritual parasite. What you need to do is take your Caucasian ass back to the land of the origin of your people now. Don't think that I'm lying. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. I've had clients say that's too much and not come back. Even though we was doing radical work together, they didn't seeing real radical progress. That right there you just said, that's too much. And don't come back. And I'm like, well, it wouldn't be me if I didn't tell you the truth. Y'all are accustomed to being coddled. Y'all are accustomed to people tailoring their message for your goddamn sensibilities. Y'all are accustomed to that. And there's no way ever in your life that you are going to experience the type of dynamic and radical life changing breakthrough that you think you are longing for acting like a parasite. Never, never, all the ayahuasca in the world is not going to do for you what I am telling you can be done for you without as much work and suffering, boo. I told one girl, I said, look, girl, every time I see you, it's like all the work we did the day before, the week before, the month before is just undone. So what the fuck is happening in your life that we can have these breakthrough moments and then you come back to me just as fucked up as you was the month before? What's going on in your life, child? Because I see you on your IG channel and everything. You're like, oh my gosh, I just went to go meet the Dalai Lama. Oh my gosh, I just went to do ayahuasca. Oh my gosh, my teacher. Oh, they love to say that. Why white people like to say that so much? My teacher, my guru, my swami. Huh? Why y'all do that? Because y'all love to wear colored people on your sleeves like badges of honor. Y'all like to do that. You think it give you some street cred because you falling behind some colored motherfucker. You feel me? She would be quick to say, my teacher is 100% Lakota, and I go into sweat with her. Okay, Ann, what's that got to do with you? And why when we come into space together, your ass is literally backstepping the progress that we make. Because I told her I'm not gonna treat you forever. That's not my style. If we work together for 6 weeks, for 6 months, and I see after 6 months that you've made no real progress in whatever it is the issue that you came to me for, whether that's physical, whether that's health or wellness, or whether that's spiritual, and you are not making what I feel like are definable, observable breakthroughs, benefits from my interaction with you, then I might need to refer you out. Maybe I don't have what you need. Maybe I can send you to someone who can have better luck with you. Now you ain't gonna sit in my arms squirming. Don't be trying to be cute. You are not gonna sit in my arms squirming. You gonna sit here chill, or you gonna get down. Go find your sister, because you be doing the most. Globe trotting all over the place, meeting the Dalai Lama and going to Peru and going to India and this and this and this and this and this. And then you come in front of me broken. You come in front of me sobbing. Every time I treat you, you're gonna be just sobbing. Like, damn. What is it that you're trying to accomplish, dear? She's like, I don't know what I'm looking for. I said, I'm gonna tell you something that you're probably not gonna want to hear. I said, but this is the point. This is the point where we're checking in now. Now you've been seeing me for 6 months, and you are sitting on this table in real time. Get down. You're doing too much. Get down, boy. Go find your sister. You play too much. Go, 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 go. Yeah, gone over there where she at. I said, so we need to be making some serious we need to be coming to some serious conclusions about how and if we're going to move forward together. I said, so there's something that I want to tell you that because this was around the time that I started checking out her IG and seeing all this globetrot she was doing, and I just became a third degree Reiki master and all of this stuff. But you coming to me like you just dumping all your baggage every time we get together, like you ain't making no progress with me, but you globetrotting all over the place to show off all the brown people you mentoring under or some shit, right? So I said, there's something that I feel like you need to do. Let's see. It says Shay Butter Bay says, laugh out loud. That was too radical for them, huh? Anyone ever go back to the origin of their people? Child, I give that recommendation to everybody. I don't care. I listen. What I tell you, as far as I'm concerned, everybody. And I listen, now I can say this. I've not been to the continent yet. It is on my list of things to do. But you know what? I'm black and female. You take that how you want to. I'm the oldest motherfucker on earth. So I can go anywhere and call it my land of origin when it was all one continent and we was the first motherfuckers up in here. So take it how you want to. But even I am talking about being specific. I know that my African ancestral line is West African. It's Fulani. You feel me? So yes, I intend to go to my land of origin, at least that side of my land of origin, because the other almost half of my land of origin is southern United States of America. Not conjecture, oh, I think I got some quote Native American in my blood. Unfortunately, I mean, we got Native blood just like we got white blood. The other part of my ancestry is Irish on both sides, as a matter of fact. And that ancestry is a consequence of fucking violence. Unfortunately, at least the early origins of our ancestral blood inheritance is with one of the quote 5 civilized tribes. So I don't even know that our indigenous ancestry was not violent, was not black people being held as captives to seem more civilized to the white people. You feel me? And all our native ancestry ain't romantic ass shit. Both sides of my familial line, our line is Choctaw, which was one of the quote 5 civilized tribes. I'm not saying that their ancestry was the consequence of violence, but it's very likely. There's a half and half percent. And then later on, we knew our native ancestor. Like my native great great grandmother is on my ancestral. I got pictures of her. You feel me? So, but anyway, I say all that because with them in particular, it is a conditioning that at the juncture, what I'm talking about is a conditioning. I'm talking about white people in their spiritual journey and how that looks is a conditioning. This is something that has been taught to them for the last 120 years is the only way that they can quote experience a spiritual epiphany is to do this shit they knee jerk do. I am saying to recognize something when some person of color tells you that this is your conditioning and you will never get what it is you are seeking if you do not do XYZ and you still take the opposite position, then now you can't say I didn't know. You can't say I didn't know. It's fair enough right now for a white person, a regular everyday white person to say, I did not know that even the way I attempt to experience spirituality was parasitic and it was a consequence of my conditioning. That over the, especially since, what did they call it? The kind of like the age of enlightenment, the new age movement that kind of corresponded with the Gilded Age, the late 1860s and on. That's always been it's a repetitious cycle. It's a repetitious cycle. It's a repetitious cycle every few decades with the new generation. This way that they in particular attempt to, because I'm gonna tell you, because even with them, even with white people, I believe that they too have an inner giant, an inner rebel that's very, 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 very old, always trying to find an opportunity to kind of slip through the kink in their armor, the crack in their armor, like, oh shit, we can make a break, right? I don't think that white people are removed from that. I think that their conditioning has been much more strategic, more deep, and etched in more blood. I'll be honest, not just blood, straight up, unbelievable generation, millennia long, of the worst kinds of crimes against the human body, man. We ain't just talking about the Inquisition, and that shit was 781 years. Hell, before the Inquisition, pagan Rome was monstrous and diabolical. Pagan Greece was monstrous and diabolical. You're talking about a few thousand years of regular, everyday, land loving, clan like European people minding their own goddamn business. These malignant dudes who catch a glimpse of power and say, I want to become the most powerful. And this is how power happens. I get power, that means somebody got to suffer. I get power and I got to terrorize people into accepting my power. I get power and I come up with the most monstrous machinations of how to punish the flesh of humans. And in the punishing of the flesh of humans, I get them to comply. In the not only the punishing of humans, for that to become the cornerstone of the emergence of this new culture, is they every single solitary day of their life and their existence, they have to experience someone suffering. They got to see it in the city, the city square, in the town square. They got to go from village. We see this shit in our face in stories today, and we don't even give it a second thought. Somebody traveling from one village to another, and they got to, when they going down the road, they got to see all these stakes with decaying bodies just up on the stakes. And this is a natural, regular part of your everyday existence under empire for thousands of years. Child, you ain't got to make up stories. You ain't got to make up make-believe stories about why Europeans emerged in their relationships with the colored world so extraordinarily out of relationship with the natural world. Child, that shit was imposed on them. We see it in every movie we see, and don't even pay no attention. My mama's favorite movie, her second favorite movie, is what's that movie called? Braveheart with Mel Gibson. We see the shit. That his crime, rebellion. His crime was rebellion. Bitch, I want Scottish people to own our own shit, have our own life. No, you cannot be the first to have sex with my wife on our wedding night because you say so, because you the Lord. Where the hell they do that at? No, I'm ready to fight. No, you can't have sex with my wife. All that kind of shit that they had to endure. And he was like, no, I wasn't even trying to get in. You remember Mel Gibson character? He's like, I don't want no smoke, man. I just coming up in here. You remember Mel Gibson character? He's like, I don't want no smoke, man. I just coming up in here and I just want to live. If this is how we got to live, we got to live. It's serfs on the land. Fine. I just want to live and have a little family. And then the man tried to, not only did he find out that Mel Gibson had sex with his wife before he could, the Lord, he got mad. He was like, oh, y'all gonna usurp the law. This is the law that I can have sex with your wife on your wedding night. This is the law that I can have sex with your wife on your wedding night. And you gonna buck the system, you gonna buck the process, that's all right. You can watch your wife die. And that's what happened. And that's what set him into motion. So I want y'all to hear me, because I'm never in a position. I'm never in a position where I want to be talking about trying to give the white world no passes. I'm not. That is not. When I tell these stories about the European history that we refuse to study as so-called nationalists, whether we Mexican nationalists, whether we Native nationalists, whatever, I get why we do that. But we need to study all history, or we will forever come to the wrong conclusions about what actually happened to us and how to resolve what has happened so that we can restore the earth. There is no way to sidestep this shit. I know it's uncomfortable because the white world in general has sunk right into the role of being the buffer class between us and those who actually wield power over our lives. They have stepped comfortably into the role as the permanent unofficial police force and shit. So I'm not talking about absolution. I am not talking about, quote, empathizing with them in a way that says they want us and they all right. No, they have dues to pay. They have debts to pay. They do. But I do, as a spiritual woman, as one who I am constantly trying to teach, even as I'm working out my own shit. I am trying to teach because I recognize that there is something peculiar that I teach. There is something peculiar that I know the many need. Whether they accept it or not, that's between you and your maker, baby. I'm just saying my responsibility that I was keenly aware of for a long time is to drop the knowledge, baby, and let you do what you do. Drop the knowledge, and if it take root in you, it was for you. And if it don't, no harm, no foul. It can blow off in the wind and take root somewhere else. I don't have any stakes in patriarchy. None. I don't want to see patriarchy remain in no way. I have no stakes in capitalism at all. 0%. 0% stakes. You have me tell it they can scrap this whole motherfucker tomorrow. And whatever we get together and build the next day will be a million times better than that which has been imposed on us forever. This malignant monstrosity that exists, baby, think about the spider. I'm always calling us the spider. I'm always calling us the weaver. And I really love that story we read a couple of weeks ago about the native version of the spider story. Great, what do they call it? Great grandmother weaver, great grandmother spider. And the story is that just like the regular spider, she's such a perfectionist that she will spend all day weaving her web. And C will see something in the web that does not suit her liking and spend all night destroying that web. She's like, I made it. I can unmake it. I created it. I can uncreate it. I gave birth to it. I can destroy it. Because guess what? Bitch, I'm God. And guess what's going to happen as soon as the sun rises the next day? I'm going to start all over again in my perfect recreation of the whole goddamn world. In my perfect recreation of the whole damn world. There is no judgment. It is me. I am God. It's what the fuck I say. To make, to destroy, to rebuild, to recompose. It's what the fuck I say. All the time. There's no judgment. There's no judgment. The only time the mother is judged is when her malignant, rogue ass son forgets that he is a part of her body, that he is she. That's why we say what we say. Mommy and I are one. He has forgotten that. Mommy and I, there is no you without her, child. And so he judges. And so I'm just trying to tell y'all, this thing with the white world, the story with this girl, it was so simple what I told her to do. I said, girl, I wouldn't have been putting my hands on you for 6 months if I didn't really care about your life and witness in real time what is happening to you and why you stay stuck in a certain place. You have a breakthrough and then you recede right back to that spot. You have a moment where I'm like, oh shit, this might be it. Oh shit, oh shit. And then you go back to, I said, don't you want to know what is preventing you from experiencing what the fuck you're chasing all over the globe for? She's like, tell me, tell me. I said, okay. I said, what you need to do? I said, is all that globe trotting you doing here and there and to and fro? I said, you need to take them coins that you doing that with, and you need to take your ass back to the land of your origin. Where your people them from? She's like, both sides of my family are from Germany. I was like, okay. I said, well, what you need to do is, it should be pretty easy, but it's okay. It's Germany. Find out the proximity of where your folk and them came from when they came over here from Germany. She was like, I have to go to Germany. I was like, that's what I'm saying. She was like, I gotta go to Germany. I said, because you just told me that's where your ancestry from, both sides of your family. She was like, but my ancestors was Nazis. As child, she just broke down on the table. My ancestors was Nazis. I said, girl, I said, get a grip. I said, pull yourself together. I'm not laughing. In hindsight, it was funny. But I was like, girl, pull yourself together. I said, pull yourself together. I said, your ancestors that are kicking your ass right now, they are older than Nazis. Them ain't the only ancestors you got, boo. You got ancient ancestors. You got goddess worshiping ancestors. You got ancestors who were living in perfect harmonious union with the land, ancestors. You got ancestors who may be, quote, who may, quote, be German, but they too were the victims of empire. You got them ancestors, them the ones kicking your ass right now. It is y'all's commitment, child, to empire. It's y'all's commitment to empire that is blocking epiphany for you. It is your commitment to whiteness as a strategic construct of war. Because white people be quick to say, but you know, race is just a construct. And they're seeking absolution in that statement. Child, if you're going to say race is just a construct, I need you to tell me who constructed it and for what reason and who got on board with it. Don't be just saying, no, race is a construct to try to shut a bitch up. Don't do that. Don't do that. Race is a construct. That construct has a papal bull and a pope attached to it. That goddamn racial construct was erected as a direct consequence of European people coming across the water to, quote, discover the Americas, and they was feeling some kind of way about what they superior officers was telling them, what they was telling them to do. The superior officers were telling them, you gotta run through everybody who don't look like you, like the plague. And the people was like, but we Christians. Because they Christianity had told them that they had to be good. They were the only ones that had to be good. The nobility didn't have to be good. The church themselves, they didn't have to be good. But them white folks came across the water saying like, damn, well, didn't y'all tell us we ain't supposed to steal and we ain't supposed to kill? This is what the monks are writing in the codices. This isn't my opinion. This is what the quote monks and the priests that was coming over in the first wave of, quote, discovery was writing, how they were having a problem with the soldiers complying to orders because they felt guilty, plagued by their Christian beliefs. And the Pope was like, this is a problem. they ain't gonna do what we telling them to do. We need that motherfucking gold. That gold, you understand? Them native people, we need access. And so they got a problem. Now they got a problem doing what we telling them to do. This is when the goddamn, I used to know the number off the top of my head. The papal bull was drafted by the Pope that established race because Europeans was at war with each other all the time. The French versus the Spaniards and the British versus, they was always at war, bargaining and shit. So it wasn't like Europe was some consolidated idea of unity when they started the, quote, age of exploration. They were still beefing with each other hard all the way up until, what was it, 1893? Hard. But that's what the two world wars were about too. They was beefing, the Europeans. But the one thing that they all could get on board with was their whiteness. Even as they was beefing among each other, how could they do that? Why could they do that for the first time ever? Because the Pope said, look, anybody who don't look like y'all, the Spaniards, they close enough to us. They a little dark. You feel me? They can't help that. The Spaniards, my Italians, you know what I'm saying? They dark, but they close enough to us to be allies in this united front that we about to stage on the world of color. This united front that we about to stage, that don't mean we gonna stop beefing. We still got our familial beefs among us, but this one thing we can all agree on is it is our whiteness that binds us, according to the papal bull. And according to that papal bull, the declaration was made that anybody who is not us is outside the sight of God, and therefore you cannot be held accountable. You cannot be seen as guilty when doing what you have to do to infidels while creating a nation for God. So don't be just talking about no papal bulls, bitch. Talk about the origin of the papal bull and what it was meant to do, not only for the nobility and the bourgeoisie, but how y'all benefited as white, poor, oppressed people, how the papal bull consolidated in your consciousness for the first time your right to do to others what the church had been doing to you for several hundred years. Torture, brutality, brigandage, theft of property. Y'all get it twisted. Rome was already, the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church was already exorbitantly wealthy. before they set these sights on the first people of color.
White people only know how to be friends with happy Black people.
I'm like, my live feed was cut on TikTok, but somebody go in. Anyway. And so I'm telling her, I was like, baby, you have ancestors just like we do. You have old ancestors just like we do. I'm Black. I got ancestors that are malignant too. When I first started doing ancestral work, I didn't know. I thought that once you died, this is what I thought. When I came into the Ifa tradition, I was a baby, I was a novice. I didn't know. And so when I came into the tradition and they talk about ancestral veneration, I'm just putting all my people on my altar because I was like, they might have been bad in this life, but we become something different when we go into the ancestral world. And their crimes on the earth don't really matter because now they something different. And my teacher was like, girl, you crazy. Girl, no. You can't put all your ancestors on your ancestral shrine. It's like you can't put people on your ancestral shrine that molested people, molested you. You can't put people on your ancestral shrine who did dirt. Did dirt. The worst kind of dirt. No, everybody can't go on your shrine. As a matter of fact, them ancestors that did do terrible, awful, malignant shit, you better bind them bitches. Okay? You better bind them so that they can't wreak havoc in this life like they did in they fleshly life. You better bind them bitches. There's rituals for that. And so I'm telling her, I'm like, girl, yeah, okay, fine. Your ancestors was Nazis. Are you going to be like them? Or are you going to go and listen to what your pre-Nazi ancestors have to say about how they can impact and influence your now? And stop sitting at the feet of every colored person you meet. And even though you don't know it, I know it's your conditioning. But every time you sit at the feet of some colored person, the energetic exchange is not equal. So it's still parasitism, boo. It's still parasitism. It is. It is. And you come with the expectation that because it's a spiritual journey and you shouldn't have to pay for it because they just love doing what they do, you will turn around and pay that colored person 5 times less than what you would pay some white person, quote, attempting to do the same thing. So you have to be honest with yourself, white people. Ain't nobody trying to shame y'all. Ain't nobody got no time for that. Ain't nobody got no time to invest in, quote, shaming y'all. What we are calling on you to always do is the self-work and the self-checking, and stop being in this place that you play the perpetual victim to the world. The world has an experience with you that has informed us in general that we are not safe with you, that we are not safe in space with you, that our thoughts and our ideas are not safe with you. It is not our job to rectify that. It is your job. It's your work in this life to stage first of all, to stage an outright contest with the malignancy that rests in your bloodline. The same thing I'm telling you I had to do. I had to learn how to do the rituals to bind my malignant ass ancestors. My maternal line is defined in many generations by rape, by incestual rape. Child, I had to learn how to bind the malignancy in my line so that it could not continue on. That's what I'm telling y'all. The same work that we have had to do, you have to do it too. Can't come up in the space and just like pick up where we left off and be like, I just had such a great experience in the sweat lodge with the colored people. It was so awesome. It was great. And you feel good for the moment, and then you still go out in the world with your same malignant, parasitic, conditioned behavior. And you can't understand why Black people are always so mean to me. Baby, ain't nobody mean to you. Ain't nobody mean to you. Because in the same Black folks that you swear mean to you would save your life when others that look like you would pass you by. Those same people that no matter how much beef, no matter how much rightful beef we have with you, we still would not see your ass suffer on the side of the road and not intervene. And you know that's true. You know that's true. You know that's true. To a fault for us, for that matter. You know it's true. So ain't nobody being mean to you. When we, because I get that shit a lot. Y'all know me. Even when I'm hyped, even when I'm happy, even when I'm cracking jokes, what happened? My eyebrows go up. I get a little scrunchy line in between my eyebrows. I ain't mad. I'm just expressive. Why you got an attitude? What's your problem? You know me as a person. You know I don't. My whole life is defined by taking my hands and my personal chi, child, my personal chi, my personal chi, and taking it out of my hands and putting a metal conductor in the form of needles in my hands to intervene on your behalf by puncturing your skin and speaking to your fucking original source chi to try to call it to remember what it already has the ability to do. I'm taking my life force literally by what I do for a living. Literally taking my life force, my source chi, my ancestral chi, and using it to enliven and invigorate your chi that has forgotten, your chi that has become weak for whatever reason. To stimulate it, to talk to it while I am breaking the surface of your defensive chi, your skin, to say, baby, come back. That's what we call it. We call it calling the chi. Calling the chi. When we puncture your skin, we are calling the chi. We are invigorating your deficient and weak self. This is what I do for a living. It was an asshole if I quote hated white people. Do you think I would put my hands on? Do you think I would be lending the the exuberance of my source chi by trying to heal you if that was what I was on? I wouldn't be putting my. That's what I told this girl. I was like, girl, I would not be putting my. I've invested 6 months of my life force into you. Do you think I would be doing that if I was trying to be mean to you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Y'all don't pay me enough. No matter how much you pay me, you don't pay me enough. So it has to be a burden of love that I am exhibiting here. Because if you have me tell for me to put my hands on people from now until forever, baby, $1,200 for the hour that you are blessed to be in my presence. And then go about your life knowing that you are well. Go about your life knowing that you are well and restored. So you don't pay me enough. And me talking sternly to you and your little sensibilities get all ruffled and shit. When bitch, I'm trying to change your life. I'm trying to change your world. I'm trying to assist in you having the breakthrough you claim you're trying to have. And that shit is not going to come by a motherfucker coddling you. Put my arm around you every time you shed a tear because your feelings are hurt. Ooh. I'm trying to tell y'all, I believe that I don't even have to believe. I know my mother. I am certain that we can be better, all of us. The work may be more difficult and lengthy for others of us. The work may seem more painful because you've never had to work. But I believe in us. I'm certain that we can be better. And I'm not talking about no subtle. This is not the age for subtle. We've had plenty of opportunity to do subtle. We've had plenty of opportunity to do slow walks through our spiritual journey. Child, Pluto in Aquarius is not that time. Uranus stepping both feet forward into Gemini is not that time. 5 outer planets have just moved at the same time into a different sign at the same time for the first time ever. For the first time ever in human collective memory. This has never happened in the history of human beings as documented. This thing. And all but one of those outer planets have shifted into either an air or a fire sign. Only one has shifted into a water sign. So that this whole we gonna slow roll ourselves into the future, today is not that day. Today is not that day. All 5 of the outer planets, literally back to back to back. November 19th, Pluto in Aquarius. Who is the game changer anyway? All we needed was that to guarantee the future that we want to see made real. Pluto then came up in the bitch like, bitch, now look, I'm here because your ancestors and them been praying for several hundred years for a new day, for a new world, for freedom, for humanity, for abundance. Your answer, and I've been hearing them. I know it's been a slow roll, but now I'm on the motherfucking scene. I'm on the motherfucking scene. I'm up in here with my divine quote son husband Shango, Oya and Shango, Pluto in Aquarius. This revolutionary culture done guaranteed the official end of the age of torment, the age of ignorance, the age of secrets, the age of myths, the age of exploitation, the age of fucking top down catastrophe on the lives of the many. That shit is over. So if it was just Pluto in Aquarius alone, the shit is already done. She said, bitch, I just not only have I come up here to post up big and gaudy on this goddamn throne I'm gonna be up on till 2044, but bitch, I entered the space with a goddamn galactic golden platter to help assist you in your wildest dreams made a motherfucking reality, not just yours, because I'm the governess of your ancestors. I am the architect who builds the new world based off their aspirations, based off cries they cried in silence, based on prayers they had to pray under their voice while being mounted by a monster. Every time the quote massa invades your great great grandmother's body, bitch, I heard every prayer, and I am here to make sure that divine justice unfolds and unfurls on this world the way it is supposed to for all to see in grand display, so that these monstrosities will never occur in human history again. We have to see our enemy. We have to know our enemy. We have to reveal our enemy. We have to unmask our enemy before they can be judged. This is what she's come to do. She said, you cannot build a new world on top of a decadent ass institution. So y'all motherfuckers keep complaining about the flag and America and the Constitution, and y'all want to straddle the goddamn fence. Y'all want to straddle the fence. But this is not what the Constitution says. You don't even recognize the contributions of your ancestors. Y'all lying. Y'all be up in here feeding your ancestors and not knowing what it means. It's just a play. It's just some pomp and circumstance. Let me give my ancestors some water. You feel me? Let me put a bowl of fruit down for my ancestors. Let me go to the tree and make an offering to the Iami. Y'all are lying. Y'all are lying. Because I know too many people, child. I got an attitude about this shit. I was a devotee of Ifa, a strict, disciplined devotee of Ifa for 15 years. Always uneasy in my spirit about what the fuck I was witnessing that's supposed to be divine ceremony. Y'all will go and spend $100, $200, $300 getting big old baskets of fruit and all the wine and all the little to do in a ceremony, to your shrine that's in a house somewhere. All this fruit, all these things. Meanwhile, your ass will walk out the grocery store with all that shit. See a motherfucker sitting right there asking, you got $1? You got $1 so I can buy me something to eat? And will walk by them like you didn't even hear them talking to you, but you about to go offer $200 worth of fruit and shit to a goddamn shrine. Y'all are lying. You're lying. You're lying. If you want to do a bossed up offering to the EIME, I'm about to do it this week. Because I was like, you know what? I do a little this and a little that and a little this. Because I try to be, there's so many things that I've heard since I've been out of the tradition from old head practitioners of the tradition. I'm like, damn, why ain't nobody tell me that shit while I was a devotee? And one Baba told me, listen, I know I do ritual and all of this shit. He said, but I want to tell you, Cassandra. He said, people forget the Odu. I forget the name of the Odu, but people forget the Odu. The name of the Odu is the king of Ebaz. I said, I ain't never heard that one. He was like, I know, because most people don't teach it. I said, what is it? He said, this Odu is called the king of Ebaz. And so for those of you who don't know anything about Ifa or Ifa tradition, Yoruba culture, an Eba is an offering. So whatever offering you need to make. The Odu is like when you go to a tarot reader and they throw the cards. Odu is like another way to talk about divination. So whatever falls down in the divination is the Odu. It's the explanation of what's happening in your life. The Eba is the prescription for what is happening in your life. You dig? And so this Odu is called the King of Elbaz. 15 years in the tradition. I never heard nobody talk about the King of Elbaz. I said, well, what's the King of Elbaz? He was like, feeding one's mouth. Feeding one's mouth is the king of all Elbaz. There are 256 Elbaz. Feeding one's mouth is the king of Elbaz. And so I became really strategic and deliberate about how I make offering. I will put water on my ancestral shrine because my cats, since they was itty bitty, they don't want to. I still put the bowl out, but they don't want to drink out of the bowl. They want to. Is when they were teeny tiny, the first thing they did is jumped up on my ancestral shrine and drink the water out of the cups that I put up on my shrine for my ancestors. I was like, well, there you go. There you go. That it was just natural. So they right now today, I still keep a big old thing of water for them, but they want to drink the little bitty water. So I fill those up and I fill up the bowl. They want to drink the water out of the little bitty cups in front of my ancestral altar. Not only that, the girl, my little girl, Tempest, from right away, y'all, it's like a habit that they have. She will only drink the water from my mother's side of the shrine. He will only drink the water from my father's side of the shrine. I'm telling you. I was like, this shit is crazy. Watching them strategically since they were teeny weeny jump. And on my shrine, because my shrine is wall size, it's huge. I have dad right there. So you can see this is my paternal side of the shrine. Then I have mom, right? And it's, you can see it. They jumped right up. She went straight to my mother's side. He went straight to my father's side. And it's been like that since they was little bitty. I was like, well, there you go. That is the confirmation that you should be asking for whenever making an offering. Y'all will. I was like, you know what? It just occurred to me 3 days ago. I was like, you know what? At least once a week, I'm gonna start making my offerings down in Skid Row. Who am I gonna make my offerings to? The EIME that live in the body of these women in Skid Row. The EIME is in them. The Orisha is in the people suffering on the streets of this fucking city. Male, female, all the genders in between. Do you think that that as an offering is somehow less significant, less recognizable by the spirits and the Orisha and your ancestors than making it on your shrine? Do you think that your ancestors going to have a problem with you making an offering out there in the streets in some place where you know people are suffering, as opposed to, quote, doing it in the house right there where they can see it? What? Are y'all playing? Who your ancestors is? Where they at? Where they at? Child, you looking at your very real alive ancestors every time you open your eyes and you are staring in a mirror. I'm talking about real time. I'm not talking about play. I'm talking about real time. You are looking at the culmination of the not only your ancestors, baby. You are looking scientifically at the culmination of the best of both your lines, because that is what evolution guarantees. Not just for humans, for every species on Earth, the constant relationship between us living creatures and our environment, always monitoring what needs to come down in the progeny based on what's happening in the environment, adjustments that need to be made. So even though your black ass has been told perpetually that, you know, black people are more predisposed to this and this and this and this, black people are more likely to lies, 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 lies. And I'm telling you, 10 years of medical school. I am telling you, my education was just as heavy in the Western sciences as it was in the Eastern sciences. And I am telling you, it is a spell that has been cast on you to allow you to accept that you are born flawed. That you are born flawed. Where does that come from? From your Bible. Your Bible say, what your Bible say? Your Bible say that you are born filthy as a rag, deserving of hell. We just read a scripture. When was that? That we was reading the Bible and we was looking for something else. And I read in the scripture, and Jesus tells the people he talking to. What did he tell them? He said, you were born dead. You were born dead. Jesus said this out of his mouth. Your ass was born dead. And it is not until you know me. It is not until you drink of my blood and eat of my flesh that you become born anew. He said your ass was born dead. That's what he said. And now, and y'all act surprised when this becomes the foundation of all modern medicine. the inherent flawed nature of the flesh. You act brand new when it becomes the foundation for philosophy. You act brand new when it becomes the cornerstone foundation of psychology and psychiatry, always looking for the inherent weakness in your fleshly self. That's what the medicine is. That's what it is. Psychology. The pathologizing of rebellion. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because what you are, quote, diagnosing as a, quote, inherent weakness and flaw of the flesh. What does the Bible say the inherent weaknesses, the evidence of the inherent weaknesses and flaws of the flesh is? We were just talking about this a couple of days ago. Like, goddamn, like how Moses give them the 10 Commandments? Because the 10 Commandments wasn't about you. First of all, he was talking to Hebrews. Moses. He wasn't talking to y'all. He was talking to he wasn't talking to you Gentiles. He wasn't talking to you Gentiles. He was not, Moses was not talking to you Gentiles. That wasn't for you, the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments was about Hebrews in relationships with Hebrews. That's what the 10 Commandments was about. And that's why the 10 Commandments look so different from the 7 deadly sins. Why the 7 deadly sins is so different from the 10 Commandments? Because the 7 deadly sins was about you Gentiles. You goddess worshiping heathens. That's who the 7 deadly sins was about. Here, the 10 Commandments is like, don't talk ugly about your mom and them. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? What's the first commandment? Thou shalt have no other God before me. That's the first one. I'm a jealous God, and thou shalt not have no other God before me. That's the second one. Thou shalt not worship, thou shalt not have graven images. That's the second one. Huh? He say, okay, don't treat your mama bad, respect your mama and daddy so your days may be long and shit, you feel me? Don't kill, don't steal, you feel me? Do not covet thy neighbor's wife and shit. Them the 10 Commandments. Who you think them was for? Hebrews. So what are the 7 deadly sins we talked about the other night in the comments? What are the 7 deadly sins that are for us heathens? That are the descendants of those who are always displaying the inherent weaknesses and flaws in the flesh. What are the 7 deadly sins that, according to the Bible, give you a one-way ticket to hell, that ensure that you're gonna be donkey kicking the doors of hell wide open? What are the 7 deadly sins that are exclusive, wicked behaviors of the Gentiles? Thou shalt not lust. What is it? Lust is one. And what does the Bible say? Listen, if you think it in your head, you might as well have done the deed, because it's just as bad. You still gonna see hell. If you lust in your head, if you lust in your heart, you might as well have done the deed. You feel me? Who is that for? Is that for, quote, his chosen people who are always absolved? Always. Always. No matter what deed they do, they are always absolved. There is no land of suffering for them. There is no place of eternal punishment for. That's not for them. That story is not for them. That story is for us heathens, us goddess worshiping bitches that they was coming up against everywhere, here, there, and to and fro. And what was defined in them goddess worshiping heathen ass places? Happiness in all the ways. That's why lust becomes a deadly sin. Because you like to feel good in your body. You would like to enjoy your brethren and sister in your relationship with the goddess. Ain't that something? Lust becomes a deadly sin. Quote, greed becomes a deadly sin. But not the greed that they demonstrate all over the place, to and fro, here and there, constantly stealing, swiping, swindling. Not they greed. No, the greed that has you like, get a second plate. No, maybe that should be gluttony. Let's reserve the second plate for gluttony. Greed, having more, longing for more than what a slave is, it should be entitled to. That's the greed they talking about. Because they ain't talking about them. There's 3,000 as of today. There are 3,028 billionaires on Earth, and more than half of them are Jewish. Is that our imagine? But supposedly they only make up 5% of the whole global population. How? The total wealth of all 3,028 all 3,028 billionaires is $16.1 trillion. And more than half of them are of Jewish descent. But greed, you feel me, is one of the seven deadly sins. So does that apply to them? No. It applies to others who are Gentiles. You feel me? Because they say Gentiles ain't ever gonna see the land of milk and honey and all of that bullshit. Y'all, the only reason y'all exist on earth is to serve us. That's what they say. That's not what I say. That's what the Torah says, not me. That if you are not, quote, a descendant of the chosen people anywhere on earth, whatever nature of Gentile you are, the reason you exist on earth is to serve us. They believe that. So it ain't they greed that verse was written for as a deadly sin. It's about us having the audacity to want too much of what is a birthright. You understand? Under the mother, what is a birthright? Why am I saying that? Because gluttony. See, listen, if you intend to have a world of slaves, the slaves, what are they? Listen to the sins. Listen to the seven deadly sins. Sloth. What we used to say sloth was? You just lazy. But if you are a slave and a slave master is tying his wealth accumulation based on how many free hours of labor he can get out of you from sunrise to sunset, bitch, then sloth becomes a deadly sin because now, bitch, you fucking with my money. You fucking with my money. You tired. You need a 30-minute work break. Child, you better carry that water on your hip and take a sip and keep it moving. Sloth becomes a deadly sin. Gluttony. Nah, you'll get what I give you and you'll be thankful for it. Even if it is just the damn near rotten entrails of this pig that y'all have to share among you. Gluttony. You want more. You want more. You want seconds. No, this becomes a deadly sin in the eyes of those who view you as only existing to serve them. What's another one? Lust. How you got time to be happy, bitch? You want to understand why the white world hates seeing black people happy? Are so uncomfortable with black joy, black people laughing in a group? How dare you be happy, bitch? How dare you be gleeful? How dare you experience pleasure in lust when I am doing everything that I can to ensure that your life is a life of misery? Because not only do I feed off your labor, I feed off your emotions. I monetize your emotions. You think I'm lying? You think rage bait, clickbait, fear bait just exists just to annoy you? You think they employ trillions of bots to generate this shit just because they like seeing you irritated? You think that's what it is? When this white boy was, I just told y'all last week, this white boy was on this thing talking about y'all think it's make believe. He said the same thing. He said y'all think it's make believe when I talk about how it's a wealth generator. Your rage, it's a wealth generator. Your fear, it's a wealth generator. This clickbait and that shit. He said clickbait alone generated $88 billion last year in the United States of America. They have mastered the art of monetizing your emotions, child. He was like, if you're too happy, if you're too slothful, if you're too still, if you're too embodied in a lustful act, if your belly full, listen, let me read these things. Let's see. Right? So it's let's see. Sloth. If you ain't working every second of the day. Gluttony. If you eating too much, meaning your belly full. Lust. If you enjoying sex too much and too often. Pride. If you feel good about yourself because you have accomplished something which you really thought you couldn't, or somebody around you just said you can't do that, you just a slave, bitch. And then you have a breakthrough and you create the motherfucking cotton gin to attempt to make the work less on you and your people and them, and you like, damn, I did that shit. Even though they don't let me read, they don't let me write, I did that shit. Pride. This is why it becomes a deadly sin. How dare these niggas get an idea that they can do some shit, they can create some shit. We ain't even let them read and write. And how he go out here and just create a cotton gin, and his whole motivation was to make the work less burdensome on him and his people. Well, I'm just gonna steal that and say I created it because I am a beneficent master, and I too wanted to lessen the load while at the same time increasing productivity. Ain't that about a bitch? Hold on. Wrath. Why would wrath be a deadly sin? Because if I impose all this shit on you, the only conclusion that you could come to was how to plot and scheme my demise every day and every night and every minute that you in the cotton field. That's how wrath becomes a deadly sin that is certain to send you to hell. That forgiveness becomes the defining mark of one who is truly living like Jesus. Greed. Who's greed? We talked about that because they ain't talking about them. They ain't talking about the ones who make motherfuckers work for free, who steal diamonds from all over the continent while making babies dig them up from out of mines. They ain't talking about them. They ain't talking about that greed. They ain't talking about the greed that causes these people to generate proxy wars all over the continent, having brother against brother, brother against country women, males destroying children that look just like them to force them to go into tiny little holes that grown men can't. So they send babies down up in there to dig up cobalt and shit. No, they ain't talking about that greed. That ain't the greed they talking about. They talking about one of them babies who say this bowl of rice is not enough. I don't work hard today. Can I have 2 bowls of rice? This becomes greedy. This becomes greedy. You feel me? Envy. Isn't that isn't that a son of a bitch? Isn't it a son of a fucking bitch? For the Bible to be talking about envy is a deadly sin when it gives malignant male birth to the circumstances that create envy in the first place. Of course, the masses will be envious of you, strolling and strutting on your motherfucking yacht and shit, living in your one mansion while you got 12 others scattered around the planet, propagating this bullshitting ass madness that it's just the genius in your mind that created all this wealth for you when they can see in plain sight that they have been robbed blind. They don't have the language to articulate that shit. So envy becomes the thing. Envy becomes the articulation of the goddamn exhausted sighs of the masses. Damn, I sure wish I had something like that. Damn, I sure wish I could have a house instead of this shack. Damn, I sure wish I could have a car. Damn, I sure wish I could have a nice ass iPhone as I'm digging up this cobalt and cannot even afford a phone for myself. What they say out their mouth sounds like envy. What their spirit is saying is, bitch, everything that you see around you, everything that you lament for belongs to you, and you have been robbed blind. When are you gonna set me free? This giant of rebellion caged in your chest. When are you gonna let me loose on this bitch? I'm trying to fight for you. I'm trying to fight for you. This is why rebellion as is a sin of witchcraft. This is why your Bible said, because the Bible knew, the writers of the Bible, they knew. We only gonna be able to do this. We only gonna be able to teach the people how to police their own brain. This is what the Bible is for. It is an instrument to teach the oppressed how to self-police. How to self-police. And they knew right in the shit. It was like, this shit only gonna last so long. Let's see how long we can get away with it. Let's see how long we can get away with this bullshit. Because this shit is only gonna last so long before their giant explodes on this bitch. Mm-hmm. See yourself, because mommy and I are one. See yourself every day, because mommy and I are one. See yourself every day is the loving Durga who has perpetually loved, who has perpetually supported, who has perpetually nourished, asking nothing in return, just like your big mama, cooking every Sunday, knowing ain't nobody gonna help, just gonna show up when the food done. But she love y'all, so she do and do and do. And even though you see she tired, you don't offer to help, because that's just what big mamas do. This Durga. This you. constantly showing up for people, constantly empathizing with them, showing sympathy and care, even for those who do not like you, demonstrating in real time what love is supposed to look like. Because one of these days they gonna come around, because we have demonstrated all the time what it means to be a good person and a good human and to care about humanity. That's Durga. She love you because you're her babies. Every last one of you, the most malignant to the least. She love you all. And so she does, cares and cares and cares, nurtures and nurtures and nurtures. All the while hoping one of the days you're going to get your motherfucking mind right. And then there's a moment when Durga is like, she throws the goddamn kitchen napkin down and is like, God damn it, I didn't have a motherfucking enough. And all of a sudden, when she makes this declaration, guess what happens? She has decided in that moment that reasoning with you and caring for you and demonstrating humanity to you and welcoming you into spaces you know you have not earned a right into, and always showing up and always having arms open and always demonstrating and always doing the right thing, always caring for humanity, always expecting that you're gonna show up and care and in love and support and nurturing and shit. And then one day she see that reasoning with y'all is not the way. Showing you love and nurturing and what humanity is supposed to look like is not going to get it done. And even though I love you, even though I care about you, even though I care about the world, even though I am concerned about the suffering in the world because you are my children, today, on this day, I know that the only language you will respond to is me beating your fucking ass. That the day of reasoning has to be done. Because sometimes you need a physical education because your head and your ears is not listening. You ain't getting it. This is Kali. She still comes. She still emerges from that same place of Durga love. She still emerges from that same place that I have to come down on you like a lead bomb because I love you and I want to see the world restored. But I know right now in your malignancy, the only language that you can hear, the only language that you understand is brute fucking force. This is it. This is your mama after telling you and telling you and telling you and telling you. She done finally pulled out the belt. She done finally pulled out the switch. She done tried everything. She done put your nose in the corner. She done took your little iPad from you. She done did all the things, and you still keep doing the same thing, over and over and over again. Then her eyes change, and you like, oh shit, it's the moment. Her breathing done changed. You're like, damn. And then next thing you know, she ain't yelling, she ain't telling. She done pulled out a switch. She done pulled out a belt. She done pinned you down with one knee over her other knee to lock your legs down so you can't squirm. And now she is tanning your hide red. Now she tanning your hide red. And in that moment, you crying because you hurt. But when you get up, do you think your mother doesn't love you anymore? Has that ever been the case? When your mama was beating your behind out of love, she done gave you 10,000 chances. Did you ever get up and say, Mama hate me. Mama hate? No, you don't. You say, Mama, I'm sorry. Knowing your ass was dead ass wrong. You say, Mama, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Because you knew better. And you was trying her motherfucking patience. That's how the world is right now. That's how the world is right now. And y'all keep hoping and praying for a mythological Mahakali to just spring forward, spring up from the dirt, to just come up from the earth and shit. That's what y'all waiting for. Because y'all still got that Jesus shit on your brain. There's some mythological, some motherfucker from somewhere about to come and rescue y'all. That's, I promise you, that's not what's going to happen. I promise you, that's not what's going to happen. The thing that people have to get comfortable with, everybody is the salvation that you've been looking for, right? The savior that you've been looking for, the Messiah that you've been looking for, is the very same rebellious ass giant that has been locked inside your chest cavity since you were born and started getting this shit impounded on your consciousness as a baby. That rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Rebel, don't call out the side of lines. Be obedient. Be disciplined. What does discipline mean? The harsh punishment meant to correct, meant to straighten. That's what it means. That's what I mean. This bullshit and this bullshit talking about, I gotta be self-disciplined. I gotta be self-disciplined. It always made me uncomfortable. I'm like, damn, am I so inherently fucked up and flawed? Like, why I feel uncomfortable every time I talk about, well, I do have to display some self-discipline. Nope, it was my rebellious ass giant trying to alert me that there was something locked in my skull that did not match what my body desired in this life. Why? Because being born, I am in child, I am entitled to sovereignty by virtue of being born. I am entitled to pleasure and ecstasy by virtue of being born. I am entitled to happiness by virtue of being born. And every time my consciousness and my conditioning tell me some shit that is antagonistically opposed to my flesh be trying to get my attention. Like, bitch, that ain't no shit we taught you. Now we got to figure out how to purge this shit from your skull. That ain't no shit you learn from your mama, bitch. That ain't no shit you learn from your mama. Hard, strict punishment and shit that's meant to straighten. That ain't no shit you learn from your mama. Not in those foundational years. I get it, because our mamas is conditioned too, and they fall into that shit as soon as we start learning. As soon as we start walking and talking back, then our mamas default into a patriarchal conditioning too. But while we infants, while we babies, while we little bitty, she's interested in it is our happiness and keeping us comfortable all the time. Baby pee in their diaper, start whining, guess what? Mama jolly on the spot to clean up your ass. Because all she's interested in is seeing you smile, keeping you happy, guaranteeing you that pleasure is your default, child. Happiness is your default, not something you work for, not something you have to earn. She keeps an ever watchful eye on you, unlike your big brother eye, bitch. That shit was an outright theft of the mother's ever present watchful eye that guarantees your sovereignty, that guarantees your safety, that guarantees no matter where she is and where you are, she right around the corner. If you squirm wrong in the middle of the night, she jolly on the spot, straight up out the bed. Child, I ain't never got rid of that habit. I still sleep so light. That only happened as a consequence of giving birth to a human being. The slightest sound, I am up and alert. That shit never goes away. That shit never goes away. You understand me? Our enjoyment of our mother on this earth, in this body that we call the one, our solar family and our greater family is still the one. The earth is not outside of that. Heaven is earth. Heaven is in earth. Heaven is surrounding earth. And while our mother is bountiful, which she continues to be, despite the fact that she has been mistreated for so long, she's still all the time trying to remind us, even in the noise, child, there's still always more than enough. Even as these malignant motherfuckers be trying to get you off your square, bitch, if you get quiet for a minute, I will still show you that there is always enough. There is always more than enough. But you have to resolve this cancer that has started to form in your body. We have to resolve this together. This cancer that has tried to suffocate the life of the one. That's us. That's our children. That's the water. That's the whales. That's the hole in the ozone layer. It's all the things. As one, we, all of us, the trees, the microbes, everything is one. It's one. We're not posted up on top of it. We are it. Earth is us. We are Earth. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so even when we have these uncomfortable conversations about our almost completely self-severed relationship with our Caucasian brothers and sisters or offspring, however you want to identify them. Like I said, some work is going to be more uncomfortable than other people's work. But they ain't the only ones that's got hard work. They ain't the only ones that's got hard work. My TikTok feed is about to die, child. My phone is about to die. So if you want to continue this conversation with me over here on YouTube, it's at Daughter of the Fates. Because I'm not even gonna go and pick up my charger to try to charge it. I'm sorry, but I do want to tell you this. I know this was long, way longer than I bargained for, but the other thing I want to tell you about what you're witnessing right now is the thing that I told you is behind everything, all the noise, all the noise, all the noise, all the noise, everything. You just being bombarded with all this bad news, bad news, bad news. Let me tell you what's right in front of your face. And what is the seed of it all? And what they trying to make you, they want you to ignore more than anything else. And somebody gonna have an attitude about it, but I'm telling you what it is. If your ass incarnated up on this planet here with a portal in your body, if your ass incarnated as female, if your ass incarnated on this planet with a uterus, you have always been the primary initial target of patriarchy. You remain the primary target of patriarchy. And if you have a uterus in your body and your ass is black, then the closer in proximity to blackness and femaleness you are, the more intensified these aggressions will be. And you can be black skinned from anywhere. You feel me? India, Fiji, the South Pacific Islands, Hawaii, don't matter. Your proximity to black and femaleness, blackness and femaleness is what is causing the stress and strain in your life. Because even though you get sideswiped by all this extra shit all over the place, baby, they say loud and clear who the target is. Yes, even as what is happening with ICE in this country is targeting brown people, guess what? It is the feelers that they send out to see how easily they will be able to turn that tide on us. And I've been saying this for 5 years. Since Biden got into office, I said, I'm telling you, they are prepping. They're sending out feelers. They're sending out feelers about how easily they can execute what they want to execute. And if you think I'm lying, why is it that the first person that they tested this theory out on was a young black woman in fucking Atlanta who they used her dead body against her family's wishes, against her what is it, your advanced against her advanced directives, that they want to try this aggression about women's bodies and abortions and when life start and everything. And isn't it convenient that it would be a white governor, a white male governor, that spearheads the testing of this theory that they have had set in place for quite some time? You think it's because of Trump? No, it's not. It is because of what I told you it was 5 years ago when Biden got into office as the only second Catholic fucking president in the United States, in the history of the United States, and for the first time in the history of the institution, that the majority sitting justices in the Supreme Court were devout practicing Catholics, the chief of which was an honorary Jesuit, and y'all thought it had nothing to do with what was going to be happening politically in the next few years. And here the fuck we are. I said it. I kept saying it. 148 cabinet members who are admitted devout Catholics. That ain't even including the ones who are open Zionists. I'm just talking about the Catholics. And y'all didn't think it was going to have an input on your actual real political life. And here the fuck we are. And of course, because the institution, Catholicism in its origin, it got its rise off the destruction, off the actual violent slaying of black sibyls who had been living and existing in this area of the world for 3,000 years. So revered, so respected by everyone in the known world. And they was like, look, these bitches can't have all this power. We can't have people coming from men, emperors coming from India and Asia and all over the place to sit at the feet of some storytelling ass black bitch. No, we can't have it. We can't have it. And it wasn't just, quote, so-called white Romans, because the first Roman emperor to literally stage a contest against the Sibyls was the first black Roman emperor. His ass was the first one. His ass was the first one who staged a competition against the Sibyls. And here we are. Here we are. That's why I had to tell you the story of Kali. Because the story of Kali was not a story of the past child. It was an astrological foretelling. It was an astrological foretelling of the moment in history where she, who is the beginning of all things, would have to subdue her rogue ass son to reestablish herself as the sole sovereign of the universe. This was a foreshadowing. This was a foreshadowing. Tell me I'm wrong. Didn't who the dude y'all like so much, Rod Hayes? Haven't all these Hindu astrologers been saying the same thing? that the period of the Kali Yuga is rounding up. What does that mean? Because the yugas take a long time to transpire. So it ain't just this day, that's the end. No, it is a huge period of time that represents the rounding out of the quote said end. This year was said to be the end of the Kali Yuga on the spring equinox, according to Vedic astrology, that this was supposed to be the official end of the Kali Yuga. And according to Indian or Hindu tradition, that the Kali Yuga represented not only the simultaneous end of the old world, child, at the same time, it represented the starting point, the beginning of a new golden age. Here it is again. And you think I'm making it up. What did that weirdo in office say during his inaugural speech? He said it. I was like, I'm telling you, they know, even though your ass don't know, they know. Because their weirdo in office made the declaration the day he was inaugurated that what you are witnessing is our official entry into a new golden age. That's what your boy Trump said. That's what he said. You think he just came up with that? You think he just said that? You feel me? You think that didn't come from nowhere? Meanwhile, these Vedic astrologers have been talking about for the last 3 years, man. We got to get ready because the spring equinox of 2025, the Kali Yuga is officially over, and there's going to be some birthing pains that's going to happen for several years before we can begin to see the evidence of the unfolding new age, the new golden age. Do you think that he just said that for show? That even as we've been doing this long ass walk with Saturn, unveiling her true nature that had been stolen for so long and vilified for so long, Saturn, our mother, our great grandmother Crone, who had been vilified in our face vilified. You feel me? And even according to the tradition of the goddess, that that she saw the writing on the wall, Saturn. She was like, y'all males, child. Listen, I'ma leave. I'm gonna get up out of here. This is the last golden age. Y'all got it. I'm gonna get up out of here. You feel me? Cause y'all got some shit y'all gotta work through. So I'm gonna get up on out of here. You feel me? I'm gonna leave my home girl, who was the home girl, Estrella. So Estrella stayed with humanity on Earth throughout the Silver Age, trying to get the rogue sun mind right. She was like, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna try to coax y'all through, because y'all already ran the mother up out of here. So let me see if I can help y'all get y'all mind right during the Silver Age. And it says that by the time the Silver Age was rounding out, Estrella was like, I too am the fuck up out of here. Y'all got it. This I can just see y'all ain't gonna listen. So y'all insist on learning shit the hard way. So we just gonna have to let y'all loose to learn shit the hard way. Sound like a mama, don't it? Sound like a mama, don't it? You gotta hurt yourself before you figure out that what I said over and over and over again is what it is. I'm gonna just let you go ahead and do that, because I'm like my little girl. She loved, quote, wanting to help me cook. So I put a little stool by me. But every time you turn around, if I wasn't watching for a half a second, getting something out the refrigerator, she'd be looking, trying to touch the fire. I get it, the fire pretty. But I'm like, Morgan, no, don't do that. A million times. Morgan, girl, don't do that. But I'm like, Morgan, no, don't do that. A million times. Morgan, girl, don't do that. Every time she thinks I'm not watching, her little hand reaching. And then one day, she got what she was after. I couldn't catch her quick enough. But did I ever have to worry about her burning her hand again? So sometimes, y'all know what it is, you insist on learning shit the hard way. My daughter is an Aries too, child. She is the poster child for insisting on learning shit the hard way. Okay? Insisting on learning shit the hard way. And unfortunately, I've had to watch my baby take hits that she should not have had to take. But she insists on learning shit the hard way. If I say it's day, she is automatically taking the opposing position. That's it. Once she done Once she done made the declaration, there is no winning her to anything else, child. And so Estrella was like, deuces. I'm through too. Deuces. And this story is when supposedly Estrella left the earth and went up into the sky to become the constellation Virgo. But what she said as she was leaving the earth, she said, me and my mother will return. And you will know we will return because we will be here to usher in a new golden age. We will be here to usher in a new golden age. That's the story of Saturn and the constellation Virgo. Does that or does that not? Does that or does that not sound exactly like the story that I just told you of Kali and the end of the Kali Yuga? Almost identical, don't it? When you read the Greek telling of the last golden age, it sounds almost identical to that. All of these stories from all of these pages talking about us recycling after the 25,000 great years that I spend all day Monday talking to y'all about. We have not just, quote, entered a new sign, we have entered into a new great year, 25,000 years. We just exited out of it. We are in number 1 year of a new 25,000 year great year of our galaxy. And so all of these stories all over the world sharing this mythology, if you will, about the coming of a new golden age. The coming of a new golden age, ushered in by the planet Saturn, or the sixth planet from the sun, or the planet with the 6 points as an atmospheric anomaly on the planet. And all this time, the rogue sun has been trying to teach you that everything you see is the evidence of Satan. The evidence of Satan. Satanists, that's why they worship Satan. It's because they worship the dark planet, the great malefic Saturn with the 6-pointed hexagon at the north pole of the planet. This is why the star, you see it everywhere. That's why they see, because even Saturn, he was about eating children. See this painting? Saturn devours his children. That's why they worship Moloch, and they will sacrifice babies to Moloch. I'm just gonna tell y'all. Black skinned women are a problem. Y'all up here talking about Iran and the Ayatollah, and Iran got a right to defend itself. It's not about that. It's not about that. And do not be saying no dumbass shit like that. Iran, quote, defending itself. Those people who sit in positions of power in Iran, you think they got to worry? You think they got to worry about anything? The majority of people who will be suffering in this conflict are the same majority of people who are suffering in the conflict of Palestine. Women and children. Women and children. Why? Because women and children are always the necessary collateral damage to ensure the installation of fear and rage around the world that they have perfected to a mathematical precision on how to monetize. You think it's really about anything other than that? First of all, y'all be out here thinking y'all about to appeal to the sensibilities of who? Of who? Marching industry, crying on the TV. How can you do this to women and children? Like this ain't always been their way. Who is it that you think you are appealing to when you do this shit? When you say this shit without any understanding of what you are looking at in real time? Bitch, that bullshit ass bullshit they made the Matrix. Who you think the machines is? Who you think the machines is? Controlling the metallic, faceless, soulless black uteruses. Who you think the machines is? They have no feelings. They have no care. They have no empathy. Who you think the machines is? Child? Who do you think the machines are responsible for the mechanization of human beings? To give them enough flesh and matter to keep them rich, to keep them fed, to keep their malignant desires, what you call it, met. Who do you think, child, who do you think the machine is? Because it ain't the mother. That's what they tried to convince you to. They tried to convince you that you are a prisoner of your flesh. You're a prisoner of your flesh. Your flesh is the prison, and your mind is the illusion that they give you so you don't buck the system. You don't throw a wrench in the program. Child, they lied to you. They lied to you. The Matrix is not the computer generated dream world that they give you. The Matrix is that black uterus housing when Neo looks across the sea, the whole farm of black metallic uteruses. It was in our face the whole time. Black metallic uteruses. The whole farm of black metallic uteruses. And you see all the races of the world in these black metallic uteruses. You know what I mean? And they try to convince you that the Matrix is the dream world of your mind. They was lying. The Matrix was this field of faceless black uteruses generating crops of human flesh whose sole purpose for existence was to feed a soulless, faceless, diabolical, monstrous motherfucking machine. Who they need to generate that flesh? Because they didn't create the babies. They said, yeah, we be plucking the babies out these fields. The black metallic uteruses is your black ass, bitch. That they have reduced. They have reduced. They listen, PETA people say it. They say it plain. They don't even PETA people say it. People who be fighting for the animals and stuff, they say it. What a monstrous world we live in. Where animals have been mechanized for the sole purpose of growing flesh for human consumption. They say what it is. The mechanization of biological material to remove the soul, to remove the spirit, to remove empathy from, to not give the face to. So you as a machine don't feel bad when you have transformed a magical process into an assembly line of flesh generating wealth. PETA people can see that shit plain and clear. That's the language that they use when they talk about why they be going up in there, busting up them places and rescuing the animals. Is we are opposed to the mechanization of biological beings with spirits and shit for the sole purpose of growing flesh for human consumption. But they can't say them same PETA people, which is interesting. The connection and how so many of these PETA militants are also white nationalists. That's why they can step over the bodies of females who have been mechanized for the same reason and in the same way. They can leap over the bodies of colored women around the world to go rescue animals. They have no empathy for them colored bodies, them colored uteruses. It is interesting. The very long history of white nationalism and animal rights activists, but y'all want to have that conversation. It's no different than the conversation that we had the other day. Oh no, it was on our Zoom when the sister mentioned how the tenets for the Church of Satan sound a lot like the stuff that we be talking about as the tenets for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I was like, yeah. I said, and that's the sleight of hand set up shit that it is. She's like, what you mean? She said, because they were talking about sovereignty in their tenets and people having rights and independent sovereignty and all of it. I said, yeah, isn't that some sleight of hand shit? She was like, I don't understand. It sounded good to me. I said, yeah, it sounded good. I said, but who is the president? Who is the head priest of the Church of Satan? Or any version, any branch of it? Incessantly, since its beginning, since its origin, with Anton LaVey, who is always the face of the Church of Satan, talking these good ass tenets. I done read the Necronomicon, the Satanic Bible, for those that don't know. I done read the Necronomicon. Sound nice. Sound real nice. I like that shit. Save for the fact, and don't nobody ask what is obvious. That every machination of the Church of Satan, the Satanic Temple, the Satanic Church, has always got some white boy in the position of high priest or grand priest in black robes, typically with bone white hair and bright blue eyes. Anton LaVey was the exception. In a black church with bitches in black and all of this shit. And the obvious still eludes. As a matter of fact, I was telling them on this live the other day, I said, isn't it funny? I said, I saw the shirt and I liked the shirt. It was cute. I said, but isn't this some sleight of hands ass bullshit right here? Full time sleight of hands ass bullshit right here. Everything to avoid the inevitable that's always in everybody facing, everybody trying to escape that shit. Here they are, the personification of what must happen in order to liberate the planet, and they too cannot get past their whiteness. I said, isn't it interesting? Y'all don't find it striking at all that is progressive and dynamic as the tenets of the Church of Satan are, and how the primary people who have historically been attracted to any machination of quote Satanism, the Satanic Church, or any of that shit have always been white nationalists, predominantly white nationalists. Y'all don't see no contradiction there, no obvious contradiction there. What's the obvious contradiction? That to me just being strategic in my thinking and shit. That if you know that the origin of white nationalism is Roman Catholicism, that's its earliest origin. Roman Catholicism is the origin of modern white nationalism. And that historically they ain't even hidden that. The Ku Klux Klan's like, yeah, we Christians. That's how we can be white nationalists, because we Christians. Why can they say that? Because Christianity is the theological foundation and underpinning of white nationalism. Damn, it's right there in your face. White God the Father, white God the Son, white God the Holy Spirit. Like how much more? The white dove. Like what else we got to say? Like yeah, it's about us. Yeah, it's about us. That's not a contradiction for me to be a Christian and a white nationalist. It's like, duh, that's what it is. And so, if the Church of Satan, Satanic Temple, and all these various splinters and shit was really about staging a competition, staging an opposition to what they think is their natural opponent, which is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, then it just seemed to me like they would have the ability to come to the same conclusion that I've been teaching you via traditional Chinese medicine in general, and in particular, yin yang theory. That if your opposition is represented by utmost yang, all white, everything, no yin, no femininity, no color of this high noon in the desert, represented by the actual cross, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, pure whiteness, then it would seem to me that if your ass is really about that Satan life, your ass is really about some devil worship life, if your ass is really on that shit that Jesus is our opposition, you feel me? Then it seems like you would be able to come to the same conclusion us lowly Negro women who barely got an education could come to and recognize that the only true opponent is utmost yin. It's black. It's feminine. It's midnight on a new moon. It's midnight on a dark moon. That the great primordial dark from which everything sprang forward is the only solution to be. But they can't come to that conclusion. Why? Because the devil as created by the church, and Jesus as created by the church, they brethren. they brethren. Why they always dressing up in black robes? Black church, talk about Satan church. All black everything. Black robes, black church, black music, black everything. Black eyeliner, black everything. Why? Why they do that? It's in your face. To distract you from the, and I don't think it's an innocent thing that they've done, by the way. I don't think they're ignorant. I don't think that they can't, quote, see the obvious. I think it is very strategic. I think it is very white nationalist. I think it is very patriarchally arrogant. I don't think they're ignorant, the reason that they do that. All black everything, black temple, black mass, black da, 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 da. But it's always white man in the position of leadership, the high priest, so and so, and this and this and this and this. Because they want what white Jesus wanted, what white God Father, white God Jesus, white God the Holy Spirit, They want the same thing. They just on some, we gonna go two different ways about doing it. They the twins. They the twins in one. You feel me? Their objective is the same, is to make sure that the thing they cosplay, who they cosplaying in the Satanic Church, in the white nationalist Satanic Church, who they cosplaying? Who they cosplaying? Who they cosplaying? It's in your face all the time. They cosplaying your black ass, bitch. They are cosplaying your black ass. They are cosplaying you, black woman of sub-Saharan Africa, she, the great divine androgyne who turned on herself to give birth to herself. That's why. Because if they was really about that life, then it would come as easily as it came to us. Oh, I get it. This is why they hate black women so much. This is why black women on the proverbial bottom of everybody totem pole everywhere they are on earth. Black skinned women. That's why we are perpet. That's why the so-called untouchables, the darker you are, the more harm you deserve. This why. This why. That's why they be cosplaying us, dressing in all black. All black, everything, all the things but the thing. If they was really about that life, they'd be like, now the next thing we need to do, we about to stage a contest with God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, is we need to get a black ass, the blackest ass. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and offend everybody. She gonna be big, she gonna be black, she gonna be fat, she gonna be loud, her hair gonna be extra nappy. We gonna find somebody from motherfucking Sudan, the darkest skinned black women we can find. They gonna be the high priest of the Satanic Church. We might as well go all in and piss everybody off. How dare we hold her up high? But they can't do that. They can't make that leap. They can't make that leap because that ain't what they trying to do, baby. They trying to distract you with their pomp and circumstance, as they too behave just like the male mother of the Roman Catholic Church. That's why the garb, that's why the dresses, that's why the prostration, that's why every single ritual they do is a repetition of that which occurs naturally in the bodies of people born with uteruses. The chalice, the drinking from the sacred, they do that in the Church of Satan too. The drinking from the sacred chalice and shit. The drinking of blood. Why they do that? Isn't that what Jesus said do too? Why he do that? Where they get that from? The drinking of blood from the sacred chalice. Bitch, the chalice is your uterus. The chalice is your uterus. The blood is your menstrual blood. I'm just telling you what it is. Jesus say, drink my blood, bitch. The Satanists say, let's kill somebody or something and drink that blood. They are both mimicking, in their dual opposition, they're both mimicking the very old, the very ancient memory of males attempting to get closer to the goddess by performing cunnilingus on a bleeding woman. Performing oral sex on a bleeding woman. The sacred blood drank from the chalice. I'm just telling you what it is. Now, you can be mad about what it is, but I'm telling you, that's why everybody that emerges keeps repeating the same mythologies and trying to make it seem like some divine thing that came from the mind and machinations of men. And there ain't nothing that we've learned so far in many, many years. There is nothing that they came up with fresh from out their dome. Everything is a terrible replicant attempt to replicate what happened naturally and easily in the bodies of the mother. Not only that, that the only time they were truly powerful, the only time that they could actually receive divine prophecy, the only time that they could see the fucking future were when they were living in direct harmonious relationship with the mother and her daughters. The only time. That's why, quote, cunnilingus on a bleeding woman became so popular in the pre-patriarchal world. Now, we talk about this scientifically. right? We talk about the proliferations, the denseness of the presence of stem cells in menstrual blood. Is this a now quote scientific observation that may give validity to why the old in the old pre-patriarchal practice of goddess worship, why the males called a menstruating woman, call her blood ambrosia, recognizing that it was the only way for males to experience in their consciousness that which occurred naturally in female. I'm talking about divination. I'm talking about prophecy. How those males recognized that when they consumed ambrosia, and that ambrosia in the swallowing process went up the back. What do they call it? The there's a word. It's mm, mm, as a matter of fact, those of you who practice like pranayama or like deep meditation, there is a practice. Is supposedly it's not coagulation, it's not kundalini. It's a very specific word. It's a exercise that you have to do. Ooh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. God damn it. Uh, um it is, see, now they teach it as the only way that you can do this. You feel me? But it is a process, and pranayama in particular, not Kegel, other mouth, baby. It's a practice in pranayama. Suppose, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Mm-hmm. Mm. It is a process where in the practice of like pranayamic meditation, when you quote want to stimulate what they call the elixir of life, you have to do this tongue exercise where you take the tip of your tongue and you kind of point it, like exaggerate it, and you try to roll the tongue. The objective is to try to get the tongue up behind the uvula. Supposedly, if you can perfect this exercise through breathing and the simultaneous relaxing of your tongue muscle, and you can get the tip of your tongue to go back behind your uvula, almost like almost like you're trying to swallow it. Get the tongue to go up to the back of the uvula, that you can actually stimulate the pineal gland this way, and this can assist, quote, in radical enlightenment. That the whole point of sticking your tongue back and up, back and up, to quote touch the pineal gland in this pranic meditation, that you can quote stimulate the elixir of life, which is quote trigger a release. Because what is the pineal gland? It is a gland. What does it do? It secretes. It secretes what? Specific hormones, right? And so the whole idea is that you can actually stimulate the pineal gland by doing this crazy ass exercise and trying to quote stick your tongue behind the uvula. This is how they do it now, because it was effortless in the pre-patriarchal practice of this tradition, and the way that they were able to accomplish the same thing without trying to manipulate their tongue and damn near gag themselves to do it, was the consuming of ambrosia, aka the sacred blood from the sacred chalice. Females were not required to do this because we produce the blood. This was what was seen as the reason that we alone, for 333,000 years, had been seen as the shaman, the oracles, the sibyls, and all these other names that now everybody can have. You feel me? And so, if a male wanted to experience that level of epiphany, then they had a solution for that. Not Listen, across the world, there are these same stories. Across the world, there are these same stories about pre-patriarchal practice of religion in these places where they come to understand that we have to we have to consume the sacred secretions of some woman's body. You think I'm lying? We talked about Medea and how there are books from the whole known world at that time, from Greece, from Rome, from Turkey, from the Indo-European junction, who all mention Medea as this great healer that traveled around the known world at that time, which was Northern Africa. She was a Libyan queen, but she traveled from North Africa all throughout the European, Mediterranean, Turkey, all them places. Everybody's got books, materia medicas, about her intervention in their lives when she came through, the master healer that she was. And you know what her primary quote, what she called enlivening ingredients for any potion she had, enlivening ingredients were the main ones. The main ones was the female ejaculate. She would capture the female ejaculate and add this to potions to enliven the potions, whatever the potions was. But she was also commonly known to capture and use the healing properties of women's spit, of women's tears, and their menstrual blood to add to potion. This sound crazy? Well, guess what? We have modern science that shows us in several different studies from around the world that it is only the tears of females, people born female, that have a very specific enzyme in them that have been demonstrated in relatively recent scientific studies to heal wounds, to act as antibiotics. Hmm. So was our ancestors stupid and just doing all kind of crazy shit like we always be told, that somehow they was just ignorant until Hippocrates had an epiphany one day? Or were they scientists? She was also known for using poisons to enliven her potions, her medicines. And what I mean by that is I've heard recently about Mexican women in Mexico. I heard about one woman when I was in med school. This woman who was one of my she was one of my nutrition teachers, and she had worked for the CDC for 32 years. And she was telling us about her world travels and all the amazing shit she had seen traveling with the CDC. And she said that she met a woman when she was very young in her work with the CDC. And this woman kept soap notes. She was in Mexico, kept soap notes about how she did it, what she did, da, 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 and told her the story about this woman who had come to see her with a hand-sized tumor in her face, but you couldn't see it looking at her. Her face was like swollen, but the tumor was behind her sinus cavity, and it literally spread out across her face like tentacles. The cavity had basically was taking up all the space in her sinus cavity, and by the time she went to see this woman about it, she could no longer smell, she could no longer taste, like her taste buds, she couldn't taste food, she couldn't smell, whatever. And she said the primary treatment method that she used was taking microscopic amounts of scorpion venom and puncturing her face every day on a needle, taking microscopic, just on the head of the needle, microscopic doses of scorpion venom on the woman's face. And within 3 months, and the woman go to get her little what you call it, MRI. Yep, cancer gone, the tumor is gone. And she said that's all I did. That's all I did. Every day we would do microscopic doses of scorpion venom. You understand? And so Medea, like when this guy, the crazy guy I was telling y'all about, when he was talking about reading, learning the different languages so he could actually decode the old materia medicas. This is one of the things that he talked about, how poisons, especially venoms, animal venoms, were a huge part of her healing modalities, but also women's secretions of every kind, spit, tears, um, milk was hugely used. Mother's milk was hugely used in the ancient world to address very specific issues. So mother's milk and um, female ejaculate, and that didn't just come. Listen, that came from Africa. That came from Africa. The very old use, documented use in the medical papyri from the schools at Timbuktu of the use of female ejaculate to cure disease. But y'all don't even take enough time to make sure a woman get there. So anyway, let's see what y'all talking about over here. Truly met. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, let's see what y'all talking about over here. I'm gonna get off here. Thank you, the growth spurt, for the Yemaya. Oh, got a Yemaya member and Miss Mahogany Yemaya member. That's what's up. Okay, I was coming through tonight with the memberships. I love that. Let's see what y'all talking about. They truly missed great mother design on our vehicle, plastic everywhere, causing all of our dysfunction in the endocrine system. Liquid crystals. Let's see. I want to tell y'all something though. And I'm always kind of not reluctant, but careful about how I articulate this. Okay. I recognize, probably more than most of you, because it was an obsession for a long time, about the proliferation of toxic materials in the environment, about the proliferation of xenoestrogens in the environment, and how it is having a great impact on reptiles, and now on amphibious animals, and now even in greater animals. They're showing evidence of polar bears, because of the presence of xenoestrogens in the water supply. They're showing evidence of more and more polar bears being born what we would call hermaphroditic, having both reproductive organs, or being born without reproductive organs. Undeveloped penises in male bears. This is also happening in the human family. There's a lot of research that has been shown that has documented the average reduction in the penis size of newborn babies. How over time there has been an increased reduction in the average size of a baby boy's penis at birth. An increase in the time that it takes baby boys' testicles to descend, which increases the chances of cancer development for male children. The longer it takes for their testicles to descend, the more it increases their developments. The more of a chance it increases the chance of them developing testicular cancer. The sperm rate. Oh my God, if that shit is not sobering, I don't know what is. And all I can say to males is that this is y'all shit to solve, child. We did not do this shit. The sperm count, especially in America, for whatever reason, the sperm count reduction in the general population is fucking staggering. It's staggering. It's staggering. It's staggering. It's staggering. I'll have to look up the numbers. I hadn't talked about that shit in a long time, but like the average, and I will be honest, I'm a doctor. Okay. All the time, every time, I am a doctor. So even when I am in the act with someone, I will take a pause when I notice something like, that's interesting. And I want to ask, but I'm like, it's happened, y'all. I'm not being funny. It's happened where I notice something obvious in the act and I am like, oh wow, that ah. I don't say anything to them. I keep my little ahs and oohs to myself, but I in the very moment I'm like, whoa, oh, mm, mm. And I'm gonna tell you, because I be blood raw with y'all all the time. It's nothing bad. It is something that is when you study, when you are learning certain things, and then you witness it in real time, you're like, whoa, right? And so um I am I love pornography. It's a guilty pleasure. I love it. I don't make no qualms about it. The only qualms that I have with modern pornography is that to me it is really indicative of how undynamic sexual intercourse has become over the years, how undynamic and generally unsexy sex has become. It has become, in my estimation, more functional than anything. It the only purpose that it serves in general in this society that is always perplexed with its own internalized duality. And what I mean when I say perplexed by its only it perplexed by its own internalized duality is that in this country that prides itself on being so super progressive and shit, it is still very archaic. It is still very dominated by Abrahamic convictions. It is still dualistic in the fact that everybody wants sex, but everybody thinks sex is bad, evil, dirty, and there's only one right way to have it, right? So you want it, but you feel guilty because you want it the way that you want it, and the way that you want it is bad. Like we got split personalities syndrome happening pretty deep in the United States, and so the reason I'm saying this is because in a society that teaches you with the same energy that sex is bad, that sex is evil, especially if you have it certain ways, and that same society be perpetually putting in your face as a marketing strategy, sexy, 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 girls with their titties out, girls with their booties out, this and this and this. And I'm not saying any of that is wrong. I'm saying what is interesting and what it is creating is split personalities disorder in everybody born and raised in the States. How you are, quote, shown sexually explicit images from a very early age, but at the same time that you are seeing these sexually explicit images, whether it's on billboards, whether it's selling beer, doesn't matter. The same time that you're seeing these sexually explicit images, right? That are naturally going to make you feel a certain way in your body and in your flesh. You see, a woman with her titties out in a bikini, you feel me? Then your little, baby boy, gonads are going to be stimulated by what you see with your eyes, right? That's a natural thing. Little girls start masturbating at around 2 years old. It is a natural thing. But in a society that tells those same children, 2 years old, 3 years old, don't do that. What you doing? Who taught you that? One. Two, you see these images, you feel the little stimulation, your little baby mind doesn't comprehend why your body feels a certain kind of way when you see a certain kind of thing. Then you start transitioning into this confusing age where all of a sudden all the adults in your life get dumb and mute. So nobody can be of any help to you while you are transitioning through puberty. Everybody's language is the same. Well, sex is for grown-ups. It's only for when you fall in love and you meet the person you're gonna marry. And any other conversation outside of that is don't do it because your genitals will fall off. That's what my sexual education class was in school. It was, child, I'm being literal. It's why I didn't have sex till I was 18. It was the stereotypical funny haha shit y'all see nowadays in movies about sex education. That was us. We were the experimental group. We were the first generation to get sex education in class. You understand? And our sex education classes was my teacher, who was a DEM teacher. This is not like when y'all see that shit in movies, how the sex ed class is just taught by the gym teacher who ain't got shit to do on certain days of the week. It's because of Gen X, child. This shit was imposed on the fuck us, okay? And our gym teacher teaching that class felt it appropriate to bring to class every other day images in a like a little slideshow of all the sexually transmitted diseases and all the phases of sexually transmitted diseases and all the ways that your vajayjay or your penis could rot the fuck off. That was sex ed. that was it. Don't do it or your genitals are gonna rot off. That's it. That's it. Some of the images that person showed us in class will never be erased from my goddamn mind. From my never. So traumatizing. It will never be erased from my consciousness. You feel me? And so in this terror show called Sex Education, right? And then yes, it was a true shock and awe campaign, child. And then your body naturally feeling these feelings, but whether it's from your church and your sex education class, your church is saying you're just gonna burn in hell for having sex. Your sex education saying, oh, you might not burn in hell, but your genitals is gonna fall off. And then your body is saying, but damn, that shit feel nice. That feel nice. That feel nice. When somebody rub up against your boobies for no reason, you won't not even intended to, and you were like, damn, that feel nice. Child. I hope that this is not the lived experience of young people entering into puberty these days, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's probably worse. But sex, the idea of sex, and then the feeling of sex in my body were constantly at war with one another. That shit I really had to walk through and work through in my adult years. I'm telling you, it was serious. It was deep. I was so, because I started masturbating very young. I was like 10, 11 when I actively started masturbating. But in my little baby mind that was still in the church and had just entered into puberty, I started my period very early. I was 10. And then literally days later, I had boobies. Flat chested one day, next day I got boobies. And so I am having a real, what people call an existential crisis. I was having a real existential crisis, y'all, that nobody had. I lived with my mom a part of the time, my aunt Regina part of the time, my daddy. I was surrounded by adults and couldn't nobody helped me to understand the kind of chaos unfolding in my body and in my mind. Being a Christian, being told that masturbating is a sin. Yes, I was. That my body wanted to do what it wanted to do because it felt so nice at the peak of me going through puberty at such a young age. And then in my mind, this is the reasoning of a child. This is the reasoning of a baby, that I felt like I had reasoned in my mind that if I masturbated, but I stopped at that feeling because I didn't know what that feeling was. I didn't know it was an orgasm. If I stopped before I could tell when I was getting the feeling, but if I stopped before the feeling happened, then somehow it was less bad than feeling the feeling all the way through. So my entire teenage years, from 10 until I walked out of my mama's house, I never experienced an orgasm, even through masturbation, because I thought to have an orgasm, to quote finish, was way worse than me just feeling the feelings in the early stages and then cutting it off when I felt myself getting to that phase that's funny feeling. It's not just me. It's not just me. I had sex with a grown man and I was like 23 years, 20, no, I was older than that, 26 years old. I was 26 years old when I had sex with this dude. Beautiful. He was beautiful. He was beautiful. His skin was so black it looked like charcoal. He was beautiful. And the first time we had sex, he stopped right before he climaxed. Not only stopped, he jumped off me to stop himself from having an orgasm. I was like, what? What's the matter? What's the matter? He was like, "Oh no, I never finish. I never like, ooh, I don't like the feels when I get too close to that." And I knew instantly where that came from. I knew instantly where that came from. I'd never experienced that with a man. This was a grown man. He was my age, 24, 25, 26, something like that. I'd never experienced that with a man. He wouldn't even get completely undressed with me. He would not take all his clothes off. Never. Not once. We had sex for a few years. He never would get completely undressed with me. I liked him so much. He had such a beautiful body. Our foreplay was epic. It was epic. But I always knew that he would stop before he climaxed. I'm not saying he would quote climax and come somewhere else. Not that. Not that. I'm not talking about pulling out. I am talking about cutting off his own orgasm. I'd never experienced that with a man. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I instantly remembered that kind of weird, the way he, like, it was almost like panic. Like he got too close. He got too close. That was me from the time I was 10 until I started really honoring my orgasm, which didn't happen until I had a child, by the way. I did not have an orgasm until 2 years after I had my daughter. Y'all think I'm lying? The first time me experiencing climax all the way through to completion, my daughter was 2. And in the South, that is not an uncommon story. That's not an uncommon story. My aunt told me that the first time she ever experienced a climax, an orgasm, she already had 2 kids and 2 husbands later. Mm-hmm. It's not an uncommon story. That the fucking chaos that Christianity causes in the brains, particularly of female people, female children. But it was just interesting. I hear what you're saying, Miss Mahogany, but no, it's not unconscious semen retention. No, 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 no. Semen retention is a deliberate act. It is a mindful act for a specific reason. This was fucking trauma in this meal that I was experiencing. This was the trauma of conditioning. And there's never anything good that comes from it. This is the trauma of conditioning. You understand? No. And that's me talking to you from a medical perspective. No. This is the impact, the always harmful impact of religious conditioning that always has you at war with your flesh. The function and the role of religious conditioning is to always have you at war with your flesh. That's why we went over the 7 deadly sins, child. Is every one of the quote sinful acts is something that gives your flesh pleasure. Something that gives your flesh pleasure or teaches your flesh something about how it needs to behave, aka envy, aka wrath. That if you were as obedient to your flesh as you was for that mythological motherfucker sitting up in your skull, you would have been raged the fuck out. Your wrath would have been spilt all over the planet like the life-saving plague it would be. It'd have been spilt out. Your envy, it'd have been spilt out to resolve your envy. You see what I'm saying? The only resolution to that which plagued you is its opposition played out. You feel me? The reason that your body, your flesh experiences lust is because you have been placed in a perpetual state of longing. The only reason you experience envy is because you have been placed in a strategically established environment that makes sure that you are always jealous. That's the only thing you understand is jealousy, and that what you are jealous of, you ain't jealous, you ain't envious. What's actually being communicated by your flesh with improper language is, bitch, I want my shit back. Quote, greed, quote, envy, quote, jealousy, quote, lust. Bitch, I want my shit back. Everything that I don't have access to is because somebody orchestrated it that way. And what your flesh is saying that your mind don't have the language to express yet is, bitch, I want my shit back. Bitch, I want my shit back. That's why you mad. Bitch, I want my shit back. That's why you experience lust, because you are perpetually denied pleasure. How are you perpetually denied pleasure? To be told that everything that you desire is a sin for which you must wage war in your own body. Even your quote spiritual traditions teach you that same bullshit and ass bullshit. That if you really want to have an enlightened spiritual experience, if you really want to ascend, if you really want to ascend to the 5D, then you must be willing. You must have the discipline to ignore the desires of your flesh, to quote, beat back your ego. To beat back your ego. And the only way to do that is to be pure. And how do you be pure? You must punish your flesh. How do you punish your flesh? By fasting, by abstaining, by sitting in solitude, meditating for hours on end, demonstrating in real time the lengths that you will go to punish your flesh. And all the while, child, you sitting in Indian style, chanting and shit. And the whole while, your knees hurt, your back hurt, your breathing changing, and you still going to war with yourself like, damn, why my back hurt? I gotta be able to focus. I gotta be able to focus. I want to get there. But you are there. This is your heaven. This is your heaven. This is your heaven. This is your conduit to the God in your skull, bitch, is your flesh. You are at war with the image of God that is presented every day when you get up and go brush your stinking ass teeth in your mirror. You at war with that God right there staring back at you in the mirror. Because I'm telling you, motherfuckers be in these spiritual traditions. I want to be a part of the ancestors' traditions. I'm so glad I found Kemetic spiritual. I get it. But baby, if you cannot see your own face, this face right here, as God, when you look in the mirror, anything else that is in your consciousness presenting as the image of God in your head is something that is taking up space that does not belong to it. Anything other than yourself. That's why you constantly at war with your flesh. That is why, even if it's a Negro version of God, if it ain't you that's sitting in the throne of your consciousness, even if it's Negro, child, this is the complaint that I have with Ifa. This is the criticism that I have of Kemetic tradition. Because still everything else is God but you, bitch. Everything sitting in the crown of your in the throne of your consciousness that is crowning your skull is anything but you, as you in this moment. Mm-hmm. And so you see everybody up in there. I used to do it when somebody had crowned me Oshun. I was like, okay, it's Oshun. And every time I prayed and every time I made offerings, I did not see myself as the Oshun in my consciousness posted up in the throne of my consciousness. I saw some of the million different illustrations of people's interpretations of what Oshun looked like in my goddamn skull, in my mind's eye while I'm praying to the Oshun in me. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? I see everybody but me. I see everybody but my mother, my mama, in my goddamn mind's eye. That's supposed to be a representation of some colored God. That's the failure of these traditions. That's the failure. And so if you cannot see yourself as God, you will always see yourself as apart from God, separate from God, away from God, always chasing God, always begging God. Like your ancestors 14 to 24 generations back aren't enough to convince you that your ass is not only God, but the perfect culmination, the perfect scientific, mathematically specific culmination of the best of every last one of their genes sitting in real time here to change the fucking world. Child, you got everybody in their mama posted up in the consciousness of your goddamn throne, of your crown and shit, as God, except you, except your mama, except your grandmama. on either side. Everybody look like God, but you and your one. Everybody look like God, but you and your one. A fictitious adaptation of Oshun is the memory that you have in your mind's eye of what Oshun in your consciousness look like, or Yah in your consciousness look like. Whatever. Child, no, they you them. That's why we say mommy and I are one. I mean that shit literally, actually, mythologically, literally, scientifically, physically, metaphorically. Mommy and I are one. So my presentation of the goddess is accurate too. If mommy and I are one, she say, bitch, you God in this moment. You God in this incarnation. You the best of me, this incarnation. Your specific peculiar manifestation of me is God. Bitch, you me and I'm you. Shit. I don't even know how much simpler that shit can be. Don't mean you ain't flawed, because you can be. We live in a fucked up world. You can be flawed. But if your starting point is that you are necessary, that you are here, even if you don't recognize it in the moment, you are here as a singular and peculiar, necessary thread in the grand tapestry of the mother's design, and the tapestry would not be the same if you did not exist in this moment as you are, that I am vital to the whole. I am necessary to the whole. That you have to accept that first. You have to accept that first. That you aren't some cosmic motherfucking mistake. That you aren't just, like these freaking weirdo scientists will tell you, just a random act of, scientific, just a whole bunch of, what do they call it? Like scientific randomness or some dumbass shit. Child, buy with that shit. Buy with that. Buy with that. Buy with that. Child. Perpetually, whether it's scientific spaces ruled by the malignant sun gone rogue, whether it's philosophical spaces ruled by the malignant sun gone rogue, whether it's spiritual religious spaces ruled by the malignant sun gone rogue, they all telling you the same thing. Your colored ass, your female ass, your feminine adjacent ass is deficient, is insignificant. You're born flawed. You're really of no value. They all tell you that. Science tells you that. Because why? We learn science through the worldview and through the lens of the malignant ass sun gone rogue. You don't even question science. Because it was done in a peer-reviewed, double-blind study. I'm just telling you. They all set up to do the same thing. Is to help you, assist you in forgetting that you are God in real time. And with the power of God, they listen. The ice is already thin beyond repair. They just biding time. They like any day now, this giant is gonna leap foot forward. We ain't gonna, it's gonna be a wrap. We better coast this motherfucker while we can. We better coast this bitch while we can. Because eventually, this raging ass wrathful. Hold on, let me look back at my notes because I want to say this shit eloquently. Hold on. Let me go back to y'all comments. Where that's at? I want to say this. I want this shit to be. I want somebody to make a clip of this shit. Hold on. Where y'all say that at? Where y'all say that at? Where is that? But damn, y'all made a lot of comments since we. Damn. Damn. Y'all was going off in the comments and I was just running my mouth. Child, I might have missed the moment. Shit. Oh my God. Y'all had so many good ass comments in here. I was playing games, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all had some good ass comments in here. I might have to slow track my way back through these joints. Damn, I can't even find it. These comments are so far back. My bad, y'all. My bad. I was talking about, I was gonna make this cute little kind of like, I still am going to. I just wish I could find it. Hold on. Damn. Um, what I was going to say is all of these fucking partners in crime, the religious institutions, the philosophical institutions, the psychological institutions, the medical institutions, all the institutions, the educational institutions, honey, they are all on the same accord about what the mission is. And what the mission is to perpetually attempt to make sure. Oh, I want to say this so bad, but I can't find the list, y'all. Damn. Is to perpetually make sure that the lustful, greedy, wrathful, envious, slothful, what's the other one? Prideful, um, rebellious, sleeping giant is never set free from the cage of your heart, and that cage being watched over every day, all day, every day, forever and forever and forever by the great white God in your skull. Every institution has the same mission, especially where black bitches is concerned, especially where black skinned bitches is concerned, is to make sure that radical, rebellious, wanting to rest, that slothful, greedy, lustful, envious, wrathful, prideful, giant. I know I'm missing a couple of them. That's why I was trying to look, because I didn't want to miss none. Stays trapped in her cage. And I don't give a fuck what we got to do. If we got to pathologize her rage, we'll do that. If we got to pathologize her giant, we'll do that. If we got to slut shame her in public, we'll do that. If we got to what you call it, what they call it, all these cute little new words y'all got for regular old white nationalism. If we gotta if we have to abuse them in their girlhood, if we have to adultify them in their dollhood, and then infantilize them in their adulthood. In their girlhood, in their baby years, we adultify them to justify aggressions against their bodies or exploitation of their labor. And then when they get old and wise, we perpetually infantilize them. 50 years old, having a motherfucker call me a girl. Hey, girl. Man, excuse you, boy. And then they look shocked. Like, yeah, they understand crystal clear in that moment what was the aggression, what was their mistake. The fuck you mean, bitch? I'm 10 years older than you. Hey, girl. No. Do you call your white girlfriends that? It's so ingrained. Their make believe supremacy is so ingrained that until you check the fuck out of them in real time, they still act clueless about the aggression they just committed, about the utter disrespect and what just flowed from their lips effortlessly without a second thought. You feel me? And that's what this whole society hinges upon, is to make sure that we, more than anyone, I will say, I don't have no problem saying, the only other population that they keep in the conditions that they keep in, with the education that they keep them in, with the presence of the religious institutions that they keep them in, that are, in my estimation, are mirrored with their aggressions against black women, are indigenous women, are Native American women. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. Not with the number of goddamn reservations I've been on. Not with the conditions I see Native women experience every single solitary day, both from they men and from outside the res. Because if anybody in the United States of America, I'm saying the globe over, we all got the same grudge, but in the United States of America, where we have this very peculiar relationship to the state, we people of color, we women of color, we marginalized people, the giant that you all should be enthusiastically coaxing to the surface is the giant that rests captive in black women and red women. That is a word. You wanna upend this motherfucker for real? You want to quote pump the brakes on this aggression that you see coming down the pike in the Middle East that they are orchestrating to remind you y'all don't mean a fucking thing to us. Y'all are nothing but necessary collateral damage. We will run through you like the fucking plague with our war machines. Stop appealing to these motherfuckers. Stop shedding tears publicly, expecting empathy from the most malignant enemy of women that has ever existed on the face of the whole planet. You are necessary, faceless. The only value that you have is that you have mastered this thing that we have not yet mastered to take from you. The only thing that they be plotting and scheming on is how. There's one more thing we have left. We done took everything. We done took the memory of the goddess. We done erased the goddess. We done did all the shit. The only thing we have yet to perfect that we want to protect, we want to perfect the most is how to take away the magic that still rests in them and their ability to transform grand, boundless abstraction into a material force. And as soon as we can reproduce that, we ain't got no use for y'all. We barely got a use for you now. Because if you have us, tell it y'all ain't but 2 steps away from straight old school breeding farms. Listen, when I tell you, if we let them have their way, this ain't no make-believe ass shit, I'm telling you. If we let them have their way, they will have us in breeding farms the fuck again. They will have us in breeding farms again. And the only reason it doesn't exist that way right now, even as it does everywhere else on earth, in Brazil, in Argentina, we've been hearing these stories, in Ecuador, in El Salvador, all over the continent, in Arab countries in particular, with the mass disappearance of black women from Africa just permanently disappearing into Arab countries. The only reason it does not happen here in real time the way that it does in real time in other places where women are rendered completely powerless is because of their history of black ass bitches constantly staging their motherfucking problem in this bitch. Every constitutional amendment that you like, this is the Constitution and it guarantees us freedom and this and this and this and this. Honey, every constitution you are responsible for. Your black ass is responsible for. Every constitutional amendment added to what was only supposed to be for white male aristocrats. The Constitution was written for white male aristocrats. So y'all think Trump is being a bad guy. He's like, look, I'm just trying to do what the forefathers did. You feel me? I'm just trying to take us back to a great America when the forefathers was crystal clear about who ran this bitch. Why y'all mad? Like, that's the Constitution. Y'all hollering about the Constitution. I'm trying to uphold the Constitution too. Just the Constitution before y'all niggas start fucking shit up for us with your little rebellions and shit. I ain't being funny. I'm being dead ass. Every single thing that has happened in this country has been as a consequence of black skinned motherfuckers in general and black skinned women in particular forcing them to do the bare minimum, which is hold up to the words they wrote. The bare minimum. That's the starting point, bitch. It's the starting point. It's just to honor what the fuck you wrote on this piece of paper. And every amendment is directly tied to some black-skinned woman raising fucking hell and making these motherfuckers as miserable as they could until they ain't have no choice but to concede a little bit. Well, we'll give them a little bit, feel me, and see how long they can wait it out. And eventually, they'll get comfortable and then we be able to snatch that shit back. Is this not what we experience in real time? We'll make a few conceptions, shut them up a little bit, you feel me? Shut them up just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Give a little space, concede a little space. You feel me? Oh, y'all did that. Y'all won that little amendment. Y'all did that. That's all right. Child, we got staying power. We see the long view. You feel me? Y'all just lay up in your little victory. Y'all just up in your little victory. You feel me? That's all right. We see the long view. We give y'all about a good 2 generations, 25, 30 years. Y'all will forget what it took to win the shit. And then we can just roll that shit right back. Isn't that what you experiencing? He's trying to make America great again. And they mind the only time because they ain't even talking about these goddamn working class white people. The only time America was great for the aristocracy, child, the plutocracy, the only time America was great for them was when they finally beat England, which we in the anniversary of, by the way. We in the 250th anniversary of, by the way, in on July 4th. Was when they finally became a country, kicked, quote, Great Britain, out they, quote, out they new shit, and was still able to, because that was the American Revolution. And even though black people fought on both sides of the American Revolution, guess what? It'd still be another 100 motherfucking years before black people were freed from the goddamn plantations. So even as black people was enlisted to quote liberate America so that America would become what it is, guess what? It'd be another 100 years and through force that Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation in 1865. It'd be another 100 years. And meanwhile, y'all talking about the Constitution. Well, the Constitution was around then. Did y'all benefit from it? Nope. Constitution was around in 1865 when Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Did it benefit you? Nope. When all of y'all said, well, we ain't got to work on plantations no more, and they ain't going to give us these reparations that they promised us. Did y'all, lament and be like, well, damn, I guess we got to go back? No, y'all, it was the first Great Migration. We was like, well, damn, they got all these good jobs in the North and these, these factories and carrying on. Did it change your circumstances at all? No. Some of the greatest rebellions in the history of this country happened in the North when black people and red and Irish people and Jewish people and Italian people were pitted against each other for jobs that was paying penance. And did the newly white people, because they wasn't even white then, the Jews, the Italians, and the Irish, they weren't white then. That's why they was getting the worst jobs in the industries. But what they did was like, damn, why are we paying all these white people all this money when all these black people was just freed up off the plantation working for free? We can pay them half what we paying the white people and they'll be happy. Let's go ahead and call the black people up to the North. Just woo them up to the North with the promise of good jobs. And what did that cause? Yeah, all them white adjacent people who was not yet white, who was being exploited for their labor in these factories, black people was willing to do the shit for half what they was willing to do. Because like, damn, this is the first time we ever earned any money for our labor. We just trying to mind our business and do our thing. And them white adjacent people who did not have white life benefits staged some of the greatest and most gruesome rebellions against newly freed enslaved people. Sound like what's happening with the Mexicans, don't it? Mexicans are like, look, America done fucked up our economy in Mexico, so we got to come the fuck up here, bitch. We ain't chasing the American dream. We chasing our motherfucking resources. We ain't chasing the American dream. We came up here because y'all done made it impossible for us to thrive in our own country. So we got to chase our resources the fuck up here. Child, we ain't stealing y'all jobs. Shit, we tracing our money back. Y'all do? Y'all get caught up in the same bullshit and ass narrative that did to y'all. These two oppressed groups that did to y'all at the turn of the century what is happening to the indigenous population. When I say indigenous, I mean the southern indigenous population, Mexican people. And y'all stay falling for the okie doke. While meanwhile, there are 900 billionaires in the United States of America. More billionaires in the United States of America than any country on fucking earth. More billionaires in the United States of America than anywhere on earth. But you got all the smoke for poor people. 909 to be exact. But you got all the smoke for poor people. You got all the dumbass shit to say about Mexican people. Mexicans got all the dumbass shit to say about black people. You understand? Meanwhile, oh, and I didn't even notice that, but thank you very much, Fire. She said, and there's 227 million millionaires in the United States. 227 million millionaires in the United States. And you think the problem that you have is some poor person, some colored person, some, quote, poor working class white person. Y'all all think y'all the problem. Not that there's 227 million millionaires in this country and 909 billionaires in the United States of America. That ain't y'all problem at all. Y'all ain't got no smoke, none of them. No smoke. But you are actually really willing to wear masks and go and kidnap other poor people. People selling tamales on the side of the motherfucking road. This who you got beef for. This who you got smoke for. 82-year-old woman trying. She ain't paying no rent, selling no motherfucking tamales. She just trying to pull her weight, probably in a family of many that she's living in, because there is not a single place in the United States, but damn sure not in Los Angeles, where a single person can afford rent by themselves. Y'all know y'all hear me talking about it all the time. I'm not going anywhere because I am not in the position to go anywhere. I know how hard it was for me to get this place. Maybe these motherfuckers break me and my daughter over the motherfucking coals in this city to consolidate housing for ourselves. And I was the common denominator. Every time the black bitch showed up, the facial expressions of the goddamn would-be renters, landlords, automatically changed. When they saw her light-skinned ass, her little cute light-skinned babies, it's like, oh, yeah, we'll give you the place. Then as soon as my mom's gonna be the co-signer on the lease, and you can see their facial expression change. Nah, we ain't gonna do that. No, so I'm not going anywhere, but it don't mean that my $2,500 a month rent is not perpetually kicking my ass, child. Perpetually. And that's everywhere in the city. So I know good and the goddamn well no 82-year-old woman selling tamales out of goddamn Lowe's, what you call them, Lowe's, spinning top things to keep them warm. You feel me? I know good and damn well she ain't paying no rent with that. She's just trying to pull her weight as a participant in a family that's probably 4 or 5 people deep, because you cannot afford to live in this fucking city that you helped build and expect to live by yourself and expect to live well, to thrive, to just be able to save a couple $100 in your savings account every month. And these goddamn armed ass thugs rolling up. Somebody made the observation today. It's interesting they ain't going in South Central. They ain't going in the areas grabbing up people where the Mexican gang members lived and the black gang members lived. That ain't happening. They perpetually rolling up on poor, victim, defenseless people, 8-month pregnant women and shit. A story just the other day about a woman who got hemmed up by ICE and they refused her any medical care. She was 8 months pregnant and her baby was sleeping on a concrete floor. She kept saying something is wrong. I'm not faking, something is wrong. I need medical care. And she ended up delivering her baby chained to a bed in the hospital, surrounded by, they would not let family members come to the hospital, surrounded on all sides by ICE agents, and she delivered her 8-month baby stillborn. This is America that y'all keep trying to reconcile in your spirit, to romanticize in some way. This is fucking America. It's always been America. It's never changed. And I'm sorry, but y'all gonna have to reconcile that, or we are not winning shit. As long as you keep holding in your skull that America is inherently good and there's just a few things that have happened in Americans' past that's being bad, but overall is good, and you can't eke out a 5-year period of time, a 1-year period of time. Give me 1 year in the whole history of the United States of America, 1 year where there has been no crime against black people, where a black person ain't been killed by the police, where some judge ain't sentenced some black person to some exorbitant amount of time in prison that a white person wouldn't even get probation for. Give me 1 period in the history of this monstrous fucking bitch where black people have had a year of relief. No theft of their resources through these set up plots and schemes, redlining to steal your wealth. You know what I'm saying? What do they call it? Eminent domain, to steal your house and then give you pennies on the dollar for what it's worth while they run a goddamn freeway through your hood and nobody else's hood. Strategically placing black communities in in known environmentally toxic communities and shit, and then strategically watch generation after generation after generation die young, well below the natural age, the age, what you call it, the the age, life expectancy, 20-30 years before the life expectancy. Everybody in the community dying on average 10, 15, 20 years below the average life expectancy, and don't nobody ask no questions. Well, if the niggas didn't eat so much pork, they'd be all right. If they didn't drink as much, they'd be all right. If they didn't smoke Black and Milds, they would be all right. So it's their fault. No, not that you deliberately and strategically built a whole community and then shifted through policy and all of that shit, through gentrification, shifted the Black community into these areas that you built, constructed houses on top of toxic waste sites, like in Alabama. I forget the name of the town, not far from where I grew up. And the life expectancy was damn near 33 years below the national average. And ain't nobody asked questions for like 50 years. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, they are the victims of environmental racism. Or like Cancer Alley, the other half of my life where I grew up, Biloxi, Long Beach, Gulfport, this whole little stretch called Cancer Alley. And isn't it convenient that everybody along that little stretch of freeway where the beach is Black? Everybody Black. The highest rates of cancer anywhere in the United States since the 50s. Cancer Alley. The highest rates of cancer anywhere in this country is the coastal line of Mississippi. So this make-believe America, y'all still, and so this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna get up off here because I could say a lot more. There's so much more I wanted to say, but I'm gonna say this. What I said about me telling you based on like just paying attention to how they use symbols. They use symbols in a way, one, to always display what they think is their genius. Like, you're not watching, these poor simpletons. We can put it right in their face and they'll never see it. And so they audaciously love doing that kind of shit, putting shit in plain sight, knowing that we aren't watching because poor Tink Tink. You feel me? They play in our face all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. And so when I told y'all that on the 20th, expect something big. Now, I mean, because the ICE thing was big. That was huge. Even people, Black people were so supposedly mad about Mexicans. Even they was like, damn, that shit is crazy. I ain't gonna go march. That shit is crazy what's happening to Mexican people. That shit fucked up. But y'all voted for that. Y'all fucked up for saying that. Y'all voted for that. You feel me? But the ICE thing was big. And so I'm telling y'all, a few days into this ICE raid starting off, jumping off, I was like, this ain't the biggest. I said, this nigga, he is trying to use every strategically astronomical and astrological event to stage a contest. You already got an entire billionaire cabinet. I don't think they could be any more blatant than that. It's like, we about to pull all the boss moves, bitch. We just about to do the thing and apologize later if the shit don't work. If it don't work in our favor, we say, oops, my bad. Guess what? Ain't nobody gonna do shit. Isn't that what we've taught them? No matter how bad shit get, we ain't gonna do shit. We gonna go and yell out in the street for a little bit and then go on because we eventually got to go back to work so we can pay our bills. They're like, damn, we've been getting away with some real audacious ass shit. Like, shit. If they ain't gonna buck, bitch, let's see how much more we can push. Let's see how much further we can push them. They ain't gonna buck neither. Fuck that. Let's go ahead and stage this contest and see what the fuck we can get away with. And I told you the 20th was coming, and I told you it would be bigger than even the ICE raids. And I told you it would not be the last move. This thing happening on the 4th of July, but I also told you that just because it is their plan does not make it inevitable. Do you understand? Just because it is their plan, it's their strategy that they've been plotting and scheming for some time, does not make it inevitable. Doesn't make it inevitable. We have a role to play. And I keep in many, many different ways trying to convince you that right now, even if we do the simplest things, because it is unexpected, because it's so far off the norm of what to expect, it can have a ripple effect that is extremely powerful. And I am sensing that all the time. I don't know about y'all, and I didn't know what to expect, honestly, from the recitation of the conspiracy to right our wrongs. I really didn't, but I said it has to be done, and whatever happens, happens. You feel me? But not just out there in the world. Something has even been like every time I say it out loud. Like I rode up to Griffith Observatory the other day, and because I was gonna just peep the technique. I don't do the recitation because I wasn't gonna do it live. I was gonna do the recitation, but I was really gonna peep the technique. I was like, like what can I do? Where can I do it? You feel me? And then I had my little phone with the new song. I was like, let me just blaze the song real quick first and get into a vibe. Let me get into a vibe. So I had all my windows down. I'm blazing the conspiracy, and people were like, shit, everybody, because there'd be hundreds of people at the observatory all the time, day, night, don't matter. Hundreds. It's like a massive tourist location, and it's on top of a vortex. Then I was like, I went to the top of the observatory where the what you call them, the telescope. Sorry, there's a big open space right up in between the two telescopes, and that's what I'm saying to all of y'all. We need to be outside in the recitation of this conspiracy, especially for the next 2 weeks as we are approaching these two monumental days. You need to be the fuck outside. Whether that is near the ocean, whether that's up in a mountain, whether that's out in the woods, preferably not by yourself. Find someone to participate with you if you cannot find someone in the flesh. But look, to participate with you, you too. Don't just get up on the live and watch me get on the live. You do a separate live from where the fuck you are and with your own personal group, whether that's live on IG, whether that's on TikTok, whether that's on this and this and this and this. And then you can funnel people to the Daughter of the Faith's YouTube page. Y'all don't have to be the fuck up on here watching me. Each and every one of y'all who do it every day can do a live yourself. This shit has to spread and it has to reverberate, and we have to be able to feel its vibration through every fiber of this bullshit proliferating the airwaves. Right now, there's nothing contending even in the airwaves. Nothing. 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 Nowhere on earth, I guarantee you, that is proliferating the noise pollution, jamming up the airwaves. Nowhere. Nowhere. So that has to be us. That has to be us. That has to be us. So I will still do the lives every day, but what I would rather see than all of y'all doing it with me on here or watching me or listening to me, what I would rather you all do, because y'all all got your own sites. Y'all all got your own shit. Y'all all got your own TikTok, IG, you guys got your own followers and everything. At the same time that I'm doing it this way, y'all do it that way. And maybe we as the rocks disturbing the lake, reverberating in a million different ways, and we can set this shit off, because this thing that they are plotting and scheming does not have to be inevitable. And we have to be able to demonstrate to others what I've been saying this whole 5-hour live, is that the son's attempt to replicate the mother's power has required great effort, great energy on his part, great strides that he has had to make. He got to do all the hard, laborious work to do the bare minimum. But we've seen evidence over and over and over again that we can just do a little bit, and that shit makes shit happen. So either we believe what we say about the inherent power that we incarnate with, and not just we with portals, by the way, not just we with uteruses. The ability for people born male to experience power that is not malignant is to be in perfect divine harmony with the mothers, with the mother's daughters, with the mother's representatives. So you do not have to see yourself outside this process, but you have to recognize that in this incarnation, there was a reason for you to be born male. And that relationship has to be directly tied to, enthusiastically compliant with the executors of the mother's will, who possess portals that can actually instantly transform radical, boundless abstraction into a material force that can make moves and impacts in the material world. Y'all have to support that. And so even in your recitation of the conspiracy to right all wrongs, you are using your divine portal, gifted to you by your mother, which is your heart and your throat in perfect unison in your compliant will to the execution of the mother's divine will. You too have the ability to create something out of your divine portal. So that's the call that I'm making. That's the call that I'm making. I am saying we need to up the ante on being able to create a chasm in this damn near solid mass of bullshit polluting the airwaves. We have to be the crack in that shit. We have to create the chasm in that shit. You understand? We have to create the chasm in that shit. And it has to be fucking disruptive. We have to make them uncomfortable with our declarations. We have to make them uncomfortable. So we have to me, it ain't the woods. To me, it's going into places where there is people. Going into places like I'm about to go down here and stage the damn scene on Hollywood Boulevard or some other place, because there's a million vortexes, portals in this city. I'm trying to figure out all the portals and post up and spring up on multiplicities of them with my little boom box and my little microphone and my little ancestral beating stick to see what I can set off this bitch. You feel me? Because this shit is urgent, and it's really going to me, it has the ability, because it's so magnanimous, y'all, especially the 7th. The 4th through the 7th, it's important. It's important. It's more important than I can articulate. And it's important in a way that for the first time in the history of this country, we can demonstrate in real time that we have the ability to change phenomena. That the future is not fucking destined. The future is not destiny. What's her name? Oh, what's her name, y'all? What's her name? Abiola Abrams. What the old head told him? We predict the future by creating it. This is how we have the ability to prove that shit. This is an experiment we conducting. This conspiracy to right all wrongs. This is an experiment we're conducting. The conspiracy to right all wrongs. Those few days around the 4th to the 7th, which is also a number 11 day. The 4th is a number 11 day. Sorry. The 4th is a number 11 day. 9/11 again. That we can command the universe, the stars, the planets, the energy, the Ashe. We can command those forces to rally on our behalf. Or we can just say, well, they've been doing this shit for so long. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is we can do. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Those of you witches out there just doing little rituals and, using Trump's face on your little rituals, you missing the boat. You missing the boat. Because I'm telling you, y'all could get rid of Trump tomorrow and these motherfuckers wouldn't miss a beat. Y'all could get rid of Trump tomorrow, and I'm telling y'all, these motherfuckers wouldn't miss a beat. You're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. Lilith is in Scorpio now, Miss Mahogany, or is she entering Scorpio? What's the word? What's the 411? Miss Mahogany 789. What's the 411? Is she currently in Scorpio, or is she moving? Oh shit! On July 4th? Yeah, we gotta power up. And I told y'all I ain't really into chanting much. You feel me? Like doing mantras over and over. This might be the day where I have to rescind that. This might be the day where I have to rescind that opinion. This might be the day we have to rescind that opinion. We might have to be outside on July 4th from morning till evening, from sunrise to sunset, reciting the damn reciting the the conspiracy to right all wrongs all day. Like that might be what we have. Now I'm gonna tell you something else. This is definitely the last thing I'm gonna say because she just brought it up, and I meant to say it. I want to reiterate it. It's a call. These are the only sacrifices I would tell people to be willing to make. I told you Thanksgiving since 2008. I fast all day from sunrise to sunrise, 24 hours. Every Thanksgiving, I fast from sunrise to sunrise. This is my real world material declaration of my solidarity with the indigenous population in my position against genocide and the false ass narrative that Thanksgiving is some day that's just about expressing thanks because the Indians and the Pilgrims got together. I can't just say that shit out of my mouth. What is my physical declaration of my solidarity with the indigenous people of North America? That's it. Since 2008, I fast from sunup to sunup for 24 hours. I break fast on the next day. There you go. You feel me? And so I know it's been a hard win. I've gotten people to participate, but that's been a hard win because our conviction, our conditioning centered in the manipulation of our our heart cavity. You feel me? It's just a day we have off work and all we doing is celebrating thanks. Like there ain't 364 other days of the motherfucking year you could do that. You stay committed to the illusion even as it makes you a political opportunist. I don't care what kind of explanation you put on it, it's what it is. We know and have no excuse that this is the way that the white world celebrates its overcoming of a very dark-skinned indigenous group of people in the northeastern region of the country, that while these people went out their way to feed them and nurture them and teach them how to survive the winter, the first thing these motherfuckers did when they got a full belly was to turn around, lock them in their homes, and massacre every man, woman, child, and elderly person. And there ain't no reconciling that. Now I'll be taking it easy on people, but there ain't no reconciling that. There's 364 other days of the year to express thanks. Make it another day. God damn it. So I'm saying the same thing because I know all these black skinned people who are in their feelings about America and how America done betrayed them and all of this shit, and y'all asses will be in your backyard barbecuing on the 4th of July. You will. And this is the effectiveness of the spell cast on your skull. Even as America continues to betray you, America continues to oppress you, America continues to manipulate you, America continues to brutalize your bodies like this sister that they just literally performed this experiment on to see how angry black people would get if we deny her family the rights to advocate on her behalf while, quote, trying to save the sanctity of the life of the unborn baby who at the time she died, she was murdered. As a matter of fact, she was murdered by the same medical industry that ended up holding her spirit hostage in a dead body to, quote, protect the sanctity of a baby that was just barely 7 weeks in gestation, to see how mad you would get, to see if they could get away with it without you tearing the city down, without you tearing the hospital down. And it was like, damn, that they was only mad about that shit for about a week. Damn, like this might be the inroad to deepen this shit. And y'all don't think nothing about it. That it just had to be all the scenarios of all the women around the world. I mean, around the country. And their test run, their trial run had to be the body of this black woman who was not even entitled to sovereignty for her spirit to experience sovereignty in death. It's like, bitch, you are not even entitled to transition on your own terms. To hold her spirit hostage to prove a point about the supremacy of white aristocratic males over your very body and soul if you are black and female in this bitch. That's what they were trying to. Baby, this was a test run. This was a test run. And unfortunately, they've done such a good job. They knew that you would not rage out. They knew they were safe. Yeah, there'll be a few people mad on TikTok or whatever. They'll blow off some steam for about a week or two, and then it'll be back to business as usual for us. They ain't gonna do shit. Ain't nobody gonna buck. Ain't nobody gonna jump. Ain't nobody gonna buck. And this is not a judgment of that girl's mother, but as devastated as that woman was talking about her baby and how she could not even, all these weeks, and they could not even have funeral services for this woman, for her baby. She is taking care of a baby that is barely 8 weeks old and was born 1 pound to 8 ounces, fighting for its life as it spent the rest of its gestation in a body incapable of nurturing it in any way. Blood, food, anything. And that's how cocky they are. They knew. The mother was traumatized. This girl's mama was traumatized. That's why she couldn't do anything. That's why she couldn't do anything. Because any woman who was not literally sitting in a damn near catatonic state watching this shit happen and being like, I cannot believe what I am witnessing. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now. Would have burnt that motherfucking institution to the ground. Would have burnt the hospital to the ground. Would have chased the lead doctor responsible and the goddamn governor responsible for the decision. Would have made their home lives hell. Bitch, if I can't sleep, your ass can't sleep. I'm gonna be out on your front yard, even if it's just me holding the picket sign, blowing a whistle, yelling all night, disrupting your neighbors, making them think you a piece of shit, so they too can shame your ass about what the fuck you did to my family. These motherfuckers can go home every night after committing the most violent acts against human beings and never miss a beat. They sleep ain't harassed at all. Y'all be asking dumbass questions like, how the police can live with themselves when they do this shit? They can sleep well because they've created a culture of absolution. They don't have to feel guilty. Their spirit ain't harassed at all. That's what absolution does. It allows you to commit the most gruesome crimes in human history and sleep peacefully, sleep deep. What happened in India? What happened in India? Miss Mahogany. I missed it. I didn't hear. So that's another request. Instead of spending a single second on make-believe nostalgia, child, America has never, not for 1 second, America has never given a fuck about you. Never. Not one. There's never been one demonstration by America that y'all matter. Not one. Not a single declaration. Not a single event. Not a single display that America has made to say, you know what, Black people, we really appreciate what y'all have contributed to America. We really appreciate that. I know our first few years was a little rocky in the start, but you know what? Everything that's great about America has your goddamn fingerprint on it, and we want to thank y'all for that. We like that. No. So throw that nostalgic bullshit in the garbage. There is no America the Beautiful. There is no land of the motherfucking free. There is no what? Land of the free, home of the brave. There is no brave. There is no brave. There is no brave. There is no brave. What y'all talking about? What y'all be talking about them damn songs? Y'all get all mushy in the chest cavity because they get Whitney Houston to sing it with some little vibrato on the end of it. Your ass crying crocodile tears and shit because it was so beautiful, even though you know it is the greatest lie ever told. America is the greatest lie ever told. It's the greatest lie ever told. And I told y'all 5 years ago when I was teaching the workshop on the significance of America's first Pluto returns and how if America does not actively engage over those next 3 years in a campaign of reconciliation, of reclamation and reparations to the native inhabitants of this land at the time of exploration and discovery, and restoration, reclamation, and reparations to the enslaved Africans hauled across this motherfucker to work for free. And what have they done? Stage what I'm always talking about. Staged institutions of dual and contending power. They rolled back, y'all ain't heard it, but they rolled back some of the laws that had finally given up some freedoms to the indigenous population. Imagine you having to beg your motherfucking captor to have a little can I get a little leeway? Can I get a little wiggle room on my shit? And several of those laws that have been implemented, quote, on behalf of the indigenous population, walked the fuck back since he entered office. So if I see any black-skinned person with a red, black, and blue flag on their shirt, on their clothes, in their car, in their house, barbecuing and turning the fuck up like the world ain't falling apart in real time, it is the 4th of July, though. If your attitude, if you don't have the same attitude about the United States that most of you currently have about Jesus, you lying. You lying. You lying. If you can reconcile, I don't fuck with Jesus. I ain't no Christian. I don't fuck with Jesus. But your ass still do a cookout, a barbecue every American holiday, you ain't about that life. You might as well still be in the church. You might as well still be in the church. You'll have a better time reconciling this shit in your twisted ass head than trying to, quote, be worshiping the goddess and still be chumming up with with American idealism. That's the challenge. Y'all ain't about that life. That's the challenge. Everybody openly and audaciously boycott the 4th of July. That's the only way I'm gonna believe you that life. That's the only way I'm gonna believe you about that life. That's the only way I believe you about that life. Recite this this conspiracy. Let's make these things uncomfortable, because what we do here in the United States of America is going to have, it's bound to. It's going to have a ricochet effect all over the world. You want to impact what's happening in the Middle East that makes you feel powerless in this bitch? Shake the ground. Right here in the United States, shake the ground. Shake the ground. And that ain't no, oh, we going to go do a demonstration and because this is what they expect us to do on the same issues. That, none of that. None of that. As a matter of fact, what I would like to see is these 50,000 people still protesting in front of the federal buildings. Walk y'all ass up to the top of Griffith Observatory and shake the ground on top of this vortex. Shake the ground. Recite the conspiracy to right all wrongs. You understand? Call the mothers up from the deep of that damn mountain that's done had these men posted up on top of it. This most sacred spot in the city of Los Angeles got all these men, this big old giant, massive statue of the five greatest astronomers in history doing all these hand mudras, these doing different mudras, literally casting spells, child, over the city. Bum rush that shit and shake the serpent up from her sleep. Shake the ground on the city. You don't go to where they are, you make them come to you. You set the terms and make them come to you. I'll send you, email me, Miss Mahogany, EVOEMETEMP @gmail.com. Let me see if I can, I changed my oops, shit, my bad. My bad. I can't do it. Somebody else do it. Somebody else, but email me, EVOEMETEMP @gmail.com. I wasn't even thinking about it. I could have just posted the link in the comment section, but I can't change screens to do it. I got a new browser, and so I'm still trying to figure out how to work through this browser. I'm trying to get rid of all these things. I've been watching all these people say, okay, you got to get rid of your Google browser. You got to get rid of, you got to clean up your IG. You got to clean up this. And so I'm trying to do all of these little extra security measures, because I have been noticing, as y'all have been noticing, you see, I haven't had any slips and glitches as much as I have been on Google. I just changed my browser. But they're like, you got to get off these browsers where they just constantly, be sending you spam. That's how you know they watching you. Like when you constantly getting spam, or when your shit constantly like fucking up for no reason, that's them peoples. And so so I did that shit. The first thing I did was change my browser from a Google browser, and y'all see all that shit that was happening last week, 2 weeks ago. You see, it didn't happen one time in a 6-hour live. So clean your shit up. Get yourself new browsers. So I'm about to have to change everything, transfer all my passwords and everything because everything was functioning through that primary browser. But anyway, it's and I've been struggling with this for a couple of weeks. I might even try StreamYard again, see if that was the issue with my StreamYard account, since I'm still paying $93 a month for that shit, and see if that helps with the glitches that we were having with StreamYard. Anyway, boycott that shit. Boycott the 4th. Make a public declaration. You ain't even got to say nothing about America. We up here because of the mother. We out here because of the mother. We out here rallying for the unity of the mother. And the last thing I got to say is all of this shit that's a distraction, wasn't it just a couple of months ago, not even 3 months ago, where everything dominating TikToks and IG feeds and, even national and international news was all these places seemingly at the same time that were making public declarations of their crackdowns on women, not only their crackdowns on women, specifically on their crackdowns on language that involved the 4B, child-free living or life. What was the other one? There was like 4 or 5 main ones. Remember that? Putin, who y'all bigging up because of his quote partnership with Ibrahim. It wasn't even 3 months ago where Putin said, if y'all do not have y'all first child by the time you're 24, you will not be able to go to college. Not only will you not be able to go to college, we are going to be monitoring everybody's social media. Any mention of 4B, child free, or any variation of that, you will be fined. But eventually there will be misdemeanor time attached to anybody, newspaper, news, social media, talking about child-free life, child-free living, this and this and this and this. Fines and eventual jail time. That's what Putin just said 3 months ago. Y'all bigging this nigga up because of his relationship with Ibrahim. And before that, Putin makes a declaration about how we found out Jesus really black, and y'all was on that mess like stank on shit. Meanwhile, he told you in real time that we intend to crack down with an iron fist on the females in our society. China, the same thing. And what are they complaining about today? Despite the fact that we said that your ass wasn't getting nothing in a divorce. I don't care how long you've been married, how many kids you had for the nigga. If y'all get divorced and it was his family home or his family house or he bought the house, you leaving with nothing. Guess what? The Chinese women said, a bunch of them, bum rushed the divorce offices to get a divorce before the thing became law, before the ordinance became law. I just saw an article today. They were like, the Chinese women didn't care. The women of China didn't care. They was like, the article was saying, the women of China are flooding the divorce offices quicker than the people can deal with it. They're like, look, even if we don't get shit, I'm the fuck up out of here. There ain't no incentive to stay. Shit, we'll do the shit by ourselves. That's what they say. Young girls, even then, it ain't worth staying. Okay, we can't get no shit. Y'all can try to threaten us if you want to. Don't mean it. I'm still the fuck about it. They talking about yesterday when I saw that shit. It's like China is in a crisis that they ain't letting nobody know about, so everything becomes the issue but the issue. They're in a crisis. They have blasphemed against the mother in the most crucial way for 30 plus years. Don't offer no apology. Don't say this is how we are going to make right the history of the one child law in China and the impact that it had on our female population. No, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna erect no edifices of reconciling our dark past with the women of our country to woo them back into our embrace. No, not that. We gonna clamp down on y'all. We gonna punish y'all. And so the women were like, we here for it. We here for it. That young girl doing that video yesterday, child, gave me life. That shit gave me life. They audacity is infectious. That shit gave me life yesterday. Now that won't be no shit to go viral. And she gave me life yesterday. She couldn't have, she was younger than my children. She couldn't have been 24. She was like, look, the women of China, y'all ain't hearing about it where y'all at. But the women of China have staged a contest on this day. And the government just knew they had us cornered. They knew they had us cornered. We ain't wasn't gonna have no recourse. That if the threat of them having to be broke because they can't leave with nothing, no matter how long they've been married and how many kids they didn't had, and they said damn near overnight, all over the country, the divorce offices are flooded to a degree that they cannot keep up with the demand for divorce. Everything is the excuse but the excuse. No. Truth and reconciliation, that ain't nothing even occur to it. You understand? Paying dues to the people that you imposed forced abortions on because they got pregnant and they got found out and you bulldozed their houses to the ground. No reparations or restoration. Nope, none of that. No, we need to set an example for the world as this great, beautiful China with this great, beautiful cultural history that everybody loves and respects. Like we don't have one of the most wicked and diabolical past, unresolved pasts in modern human history. No, not not that. That ain't the conclusion that you come to. Mm-mm. And what y'all didn't expect was this generation of young women, millennials and Gen Zs and Gen Alpha coming up, being like, bitch, we done witnessed and experienced every manner of degradation that you can impose on the body of females, and we is about that life. We stage in the contest in every possible way that we can, and we here for the long haul. What you think you can do, bitch? We got something for your ass. We got something for your ass. We got something for your ass. I am invigorated, child. And that's why I'm saying this bullshit in Iran, and y'all talking about, the Ayatollah, he do got a right to fight back because they did this first, whatever, whatever. It's not about that. And do not give that motherfucker an iota of a pass. Because it was less than a year and a half ago when that young 19-year-old Iranian woman wearing her hijab in public and a little strand of her hair fell from behind her hijab and got snatched off the street by the goddamn morality police in Iran. And they murdered that girl in that goddamn jail cell, 19-year-old student. And the streets flooded with men and women and children demanding justice for this girl. And that was the most radical demonstration I've seen in such a long time. Because this government, under the Ayatollah, rabid, orthodox, woman hating monstrosity that he is, child, they took to the streets knowing that everything that they did, they ran the risk of being killed. These women went outside. What some of this dumbass shit that I've seen fronting as a goddamn demonstration and all this Hollywood ass shit, motherfuckers blowing bubbles and shit in a goddamn demonstration of face off with ice, doing line dancing and shit. Y'all think y'all over here lying? I'm telling y'all, this shit is facing off with the most notoriously brutal police department in the entire country, and y'all line dancing and blowing bubbles and acting like this Mardi Gras. It's a goddamn party and shit. Meanwhile, these men and women and children in Iran, knowing every single thing that they were doing, including demonstrating, could cost them their lives. And they took to the street by the tens of thousands. Not only that, the women came out their houses with jeans on, y'all, tearing their hijabs off and throwing them in fucking bonfires, and then taking it a next level, going out there with scissors and cutting their hair off and throwing their hair in the fire, and the men piled around them so don't nobody get to them. Y'all forgot that while y'all talking about the motherfucking Ayatollah, who done took Iran from a relatively progressive country where women had rights. They had the right to drive. They had the right to go to college. They had the right to get PhDs. They was walking through the streets cute like with mini skirts and high heels or whatever they wanted to wear. There were some women who wanted to wear the hijab, who wanted to wear the burqa. There was some women who was like, fuck that. We got rights up in this bitch. Well, I want to be cute. It's hot outside. We live in the motherfucking desert, bitch. I want to wear high heels and a mini skirt. This is in the 1970s. And here you got women. You see women in complete burqas. And then in the same picture, you see motherfuckers with assault rifles in the street, making sure they don't speak in public. This war is about women. This war is about women. I don't care what nobody say. These increased aggressions against the women. As a matter of fact, what's Jimmy Carter said? Weeks before Jimmy Carter died. And he was, I think it was at the World Health, it might have been at the United Nations. It was either at the World Health Organization or the United, weeks before he died. He made a public declaration that the increase in violence against women since the advent of the global COVID pandemic, the rise in violence that we're seeing against women, we cannot keep calling it, quote, violence against women. We have to call it what it is. What we are witnessing right now in real time at the end of 2024 is a global femicide. Jimmy Carter said that. But y'all always think of something else. Y'all think these wars have to do with anything other than a desperate attempt by these world powers to regain control over a population that they could see clearly was linking up. How you got all these bitches, especially right after Trump got elected. All these bitches all over the country saying these women in South Korea had that shit right. They play too much, and we have never recognized our true power. These women in South Korea got this shit right. Now, what black women over here gonna do? This our specific and peculiar version of the 4B movement. How we gonna make this shit pop? Women all over the planet talking about that shit. Then, out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere, some random no-name motherfucker in the government in South Korea attempts to fake a staged ass coup that captivates the whole population's attention out of nowhere. Up until that very moment, the 4B movement was being talked about by everybody, by allies and by opponents. Men crying crocodile tears and lamenting all over the fucking place about what's happening in South Korea and why it shouldn't happen in America. And it was on everybody's lips. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and nobody in the country has been talking about it since. This fake ass coup, because then everybody was talking about, oh my God, there's such unity being expressed in South Korea right now to prevent the takeover of the government. People are buying people's coffees in the shops around where they're demonstrating. Look at the unity expressed in this movement. When's the last time you heard somebody from Korea, in Korea, say anything about the 4B movement since that staged ass, fake ass coup? It did exactly what them niggas in positions of power knew that it would. Since Trump got elected and y'all was all on fire for the 4B movement, how we gonna make 4B movement over here? What we gonna do? What's it gonna look like? I ain't heard nobody over here talking about 4B movement since he got inaugurated. Because then it became, we don't like Mexicans. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Then it became, see, y'all should have voted for Kamala. Even as this woman took almost $2 million freaking dollars in donations from oil companies, big oil. Her goddamn campaign contributions wasn't just from black women, by the way. These corporations that y'all all hate and think they are all just the malignant machinations of right-wing Republicans, every single one that donated to Trump's campaign donated to Kamala's campaign, y'all. I don't know how many ways I can say this to y'all. She was not a hero. She was not the great black hope. She was a puppet in a short-term play. She knew it was going to be a short-term play. She knew she wasn't going to win. She was like, but I'm here for the pad money. Shit. You know what I'm saying? They get to keep a percentage of their campaign donations, even if they lose. She was like, damn, this is a nice little bonus check I'm gonna get right here before the Christmas holiday. Shit. These black women that came together and raised $88 million in 24 hours. I'm here for that. Let me do all the cooning. Let me put on my chucks, go do some line dancing with the marching band. Yeah, she knew she was not getting elected. She knew she was not getting elected. Her campaign donations were malignant as fuck. But all she had to do was be black adjacent, and they knew that they would corral y'all into not only voting for her in mass, like running to the polls in mass. People who had not voted since Obama was like, oh shit, she black enough for me. Ran right out to the polls, did exactly what they expected that you would do, and it didn't matter because guess what they did? Stole the election just like Bush did for 2 terms. And y'all think the script changed. Y'all think the script changed. We just need to see how much y'all still believe in the shit. That's the only reason we be really rallying Negroes and brown people to come to the polls. We need to be able to gauge. They still believe in the process? Oh yeah, they showed up in mass. Okay, we like that. Now put that guy in there. You feel me? And so here you are. Enemy child, I'm not saying, and I will always say multiple things can be true at the same time. Because the election did teach you something. It did teach you about how effective your enemy's propaganda has been. Because these Mexican people showed up and showed out. But did they really elect Donald Trump? Did them poor white folks really elect Donald Trump? I'm just saying. It's important for us to read these rooms, these statistics too, because we know I still do not side with oppression in any way, shape, or form. I'm completely opposed to oppression. But I can also say that what the polls did teach me is who I should and should not be placing any confidence in when this raggedy motherfucker finally break. Because America is raggedy. Is hanging on by some threads. It's raggedy. You feel me? It's raggedy. And in and in a situation where I got to make quick moves, what happened at the election does teach me about how strategic I should be. Should I stay here? Should I go back to my mom and them? Should I go back to an area of the country where the majority of the motherfuckers look like me? And I know that even if they don't know me, they got my back. So this becomes important. I have made a lot of really great friends. There are people that I trust in the city who do not look like me, and who may even cover and protect me for a short period of time. But I am a black woman in a city where you have to go looking for black people. When I know that just a day's ride, well, 2 days, for just a 2 days ride from here, if I got pedal to the metal, you feel me? 24-hour ride from here. I can be back in Mississippi where my people near me is, or Alabama where my people near me is, or Florida where my people near me is, or Georgia where my people near me is, or South Carolina where my people near me is. I got a myriad of places, but not only I will be covered and safe, but I could actually disappear if I need to. I can be right off grid, right off the radar, right away with minimal preparation. That's how it be I'm at, where my people know from. Child, all my family been what you call it, doomsday preppers before that shit was cute and popular. Okay, even my Christian mom and them, she was like, well, we got everything we need in case this shit go to shit. So you just don't even hesitate. You bring your ass home. Child, my parents is just as prepped as some of these rich white folks. Child, my parents could live off grid for a good 10 years. They got all the food, all the things. They could be off grid for a good spell. You feel me? So learn the lessons without turning into the monster that your enemy is. Yes, okay, I see. Based on the election, my brown family, I might not be able to post up with them. I might not be able to count on them. They can't count on them. I just told you how many brown people in this city are turning state on one another in their fucking fear, in their envy, in their jealousy, in their despair. How many snitches, how much snitch culture has been riled up in this thing. You feel me? I know that that is a very real possibility among us darker melanated people too. But I have a sneaking suspicion it's a lot less likely among us than among others. I do have that suspicion. I do have that suspicion. Yet if this shit don't look tenable, you better believe I'll be on the freeway. I will be on the highway. Actually, I won't be on the highway. I will be pulling out my atlas and my compass and taking all back roads all the way back home. Yup. I sure will. Sure will. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to learn Morse code as we speak. I ain't lying. I'm trying to learn Morse code as we speak. I still need to buy my ass a shortwave radio. I'm serious. This shit is raggedy. It's raggedy. So, y'all have a little black book? Where my little black book at? I need to keep it out. Where my little black book at? Yeah. It's in here. Y'all have a little black book? Huh? Look, this isn't it, but I'll keep those out. I haven't pulled it out in a minute. That's probably a good sign that I need to look at it. Look for it. I know it's in this chaos somewhere, but I got a little black book, and it's what it sounds like. It's a little old school pocket size black address book, and I just went through my phone one day. Because this technology thing that made our brains not work the same way it used to. I used to have everybody I knew their phone number was in my head. Oh, I don't know. Their phone number was in my head. And then cell phones and our dependence on cell phones and how we use cell phones, and that part of my brain don't work the same way no more. I used to be able to drive into a city I've never been to, buy a city map. That was my MO. Buy a city map. If I'm ever in a new city, the first thing I'm doing is going to the gas station and buying a city map. I could work my way around that city one time and never forget how to get around the city again. Ever. My map memory was fucking creepily impeccable. Now, freaking our dependence on MapQuest back in the day and Google Maps and all of that stuff. It's changed that area of my brain that is not constantly being challenged all the time. I still haven't bought a city map for the city that I live in. So every time somebody asks me where you at, I'm like, I don't know. I just put the shit into GPS and ride out. That's a problem. So I have a little black book that I can't find right in this moment, but I'm gonna have to find it. But I had taken some time over time to that's how I got on that story. Is I still have to struggle to remember my daughter's phone number. That's a problem. And so I just went through, not only wrote everybody's phone number, who they were to me. I use the little shiny sticky stars, the blue, red, green, all that shit, in strategic on route next to each, why they was important, strategic, whatever, because it wasn't just family members. But not only their phone number and their snail mail address, I would look up their address on my GPS and write out the coordinates. Yes, the latitudinal and longitudinal fucking coordinates of where they live. Don't sound like it's important, but it will be. So in my little black book, I got the snail mail address. What's going to happen if your GPS don't work? Are you going to know how to do you know how to read an atlas? I have a full atlas of every state in the United States in my car right now from when I drove to Florida to here and decided that I was not going to drive the freeways, that I was going to only drive back roads from Florida to California. And my GPS I knew wasn't going to work in most of them places because I got a cheap ass phone and I was driving through straight country. A lot of them places I didn't have no connection, no text, no nothing. Do you know how to read a compass? Do you know where you are within the realm of your position on the planet at this time? That's basic shit. That atlas and that compass is in my car right now, along with other things that I do not take out of my car. Was I prepared to protect myself driving from state to state without having illegal weapons in my car because every state got different laws? I couldn't carry a gun across the country. There are different states with different laws about having guns. So how do you protect yourself? What do you keep in your car that is legal and still affords you the ability to keep yourself safe when you en route to somewhere? What's your strategy? Child. So these are the things that we need to be thinking about. Like in real time, because this shit is raggedy. This shit is raggedy. I'm gonna end it there. Felt like I needed to be up on here. There was so much more that I wanted to talk to you about. There's so much, but I think that's good for tonight. The grand takeaway is the 4th through the 7th. Just be deliberate. I know it's really like yesterday. I went outside. There's a tree down the street. Told y'all I was making these little noise makers, and the pods had fallen off the tree. I was like, you know what? I need some exercise, but I don't want to exercise. So what can I do that's fun but still exercise? So I went out there for an hour and a half picking up these pods and the little peas from the pods so I could make some noise makers. And I was sweating like I was running a full-on marathon. And every time I bent down to pick a pea or a pod, I would just make it a long stretch. So I was really methodical about picking up the pea in the pod. Like I'm doing yoga stretches to pick up the pea in the pod, the peas in the pods. I was like, this was a good workout. This was nice. And I got something, and it was a meditation. I love picking up stuff off the ground. I am a double earth. I am a Virgo sun and a Capricorn moon. So I like being outside. I like picking up rocks and sticks and cones and coins and all of the things. But I was like, you know what? I can be strategic because I've been sitting down several days. Let me get up out here and stretch while I pick up the peas and stretch while I take the pods off the tree and make sure it's a good stretch so I stick my leg way out. I was very strategic and I had fun. It didn't feel like work at all. Didn't feel like work at all because I don't want to do nothing that does not give me pleasure. That's the shit I'm on right now, y'all. That's the shit I am really on. I feel like it's the magic. It's the missing piece. I don't want to do anything that does not give me pleasure. Babies don't have to. They don't have to do anything that does not immediately feel fun and funny and playful and awesome in their little baby bodies. I really want us to get comfortable and unapologetic and feeling pleasure in an over exuberant, permanent, perpetual state of pleasure in our body, pleasure in our flesh, happiness and ecstasy in our everyday, otherwise mundane activity, like picking some pods off the trees and they little peas off the ground. And like, oh, this is a great workout I'm getting. See, because I'm stretching and I'm picking up the little peas and pod, and I'm going to make a dope ass noise maker. You know what I'm saying? With my this going to be a cool little loop project. I felt so invigorated yesterday after I did that. I don't ever want to do anything again. Remember I was telling y'all the girl said for this year, make this your mantra. If somebody asks you to do something, if somebody invites you to go somewhere, if somebody asks anything of you where your immediate, without thinking, your immediate answer is hell yeah, fuck yeah, I want to do that. Hell yeah, I want to go there. Fuck yeah, I want to do that. If that is not your immediate answer, it ain't for you. It ain't for you. And I felt that shit deep in my spirit. I was like, we are accustomed, child, trained to do what our actual flesh is yelling against, child. Our flesh is like, I don't want to do that. Well, he did invite me to something last time and I didn't go, and he is my friend, so I guess I should. And we will guilt ourselves into doing something where our flesh is like, no, I don't want to. And then we'll reason the myriad of ways why we got to do what our flesh don't want to do. I felt that shit. That little girl said that. I said, I like that. That might have to be a tenant. That might have to be a tenant for the temple. If the answer is not immediately and emphatically, hell yeah, that sounds like some shit I want to be up in, it ain't for you. We have to get as familiar with pleasure, as familiar with rest, as familiar with lust. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think we might change these seven deadly sins to the seven virtues of the Temple of Evolutionary Merch. The seven deadly sins of that bullshitting ass bullshit. Guess what? Them seven so-called deadly sins are the seven virtuous tenets of the Temple of Evolutionary Merchants. We want you to experience fullness in your belly, the pleasure that comes from feeling the safety of fullness. The perpetual, well, you're not supposed to eat till you're full. You're supposed to eat only to that point where you satiated. I'm telling you, I reject all that shit. I reject it all. Can we just experience what it's like to feel happy and filled and satisfied and pleasurable? A baby don't stop eating until they done eating. We don't tell the baby, no, you can't have no more. We don't do that to babies. Do we do that to babies? We don't do that. I didn't do that to my baby. My baby would push the fork away when she was done, or push the spoon away when she didn't want no more, turn her head when she didn't want no more. We ain't tell the baby, oh, it's getting good to you, let me take it from you. We didn't do that. But I'm telling you, there is no space that has not been infected with this madness of self-denial, of self-imposed deprivation. It occurred to me yesterday, I promise it's the last thing I'll say. It occurred to me yesterday that so much of the shit that we have been conditioned, convicted to, child, believe deep in our spirit. Child, there is a young woman right now who's constantly trying me, constantly testing me about what real ceremony is supposed to look like. And I only do it for my real ceremony and to power up. I was like, boo, you do you, but don't be trying to convince me of the you that you doing for you. First of all, I'm old enough to be your mama. You ain't trying to convince me of shit, boo. And so there ain't no you raising your voice, you getting more excited and enthusiastic about the bullshit you still do because you young and don't know no better. Do you? But do not believe for a second that you are winning me to shit, especially if it still has embodied in it the remnants of regular old ass patriarchal hatred of the mother, and in hating the mother, hating the flesh. Let me see the myriad ways I can punish my flesh and teach a bitch that this is the only way you can, quote, be enlightened. The more suffering you are willing to do, the more enlightened you can become. It is a lie straight out of the mythological hell, child. It's a lie straight out of the mythological hell. It is. Mm-hmm. And so it won't be me. It won't be me. It occurred to me the other day that the shit that we accept, that the dogma we take into ourselves and execute rigorously, that 90% of the shit that we have been taught to do, trained to accept as a spiritual necessity, that if our mothers did it to us when we were children, she would be convicted, she would be accused of child abuse. 90% of what we are taught that we are supposed to do as spiritual devotees, as disciplined executors of spirituality and all of that shit, 90% of what we have been convinced that we must do to have a spiritual breakthrough, if our mothers had done the same thing to us that we willingly do to ourselves, quote, under the guise of spiritual acts, she would have been accused of child abuse. You starving yourself, you fasting, your mother would be accused of child abuse. Forced isolation for long periods of time, guess what? Your mother would be accused of child abuse. What's another thing y'all do? Say you a teenager and you got a boyfriend and your mama say you can't have no sex. You can't see your boyfriend because I know y'all trying to be having sex. She can say my mama is abusing me, forcing me into isolation, keeping me in my room. Guess what? I would agree. That's child abuse. Why are you denying that child the ability to hang out with her friends, hang out with her boyfriend, and she otherwise good kid? Why would you do that? I would be inclined to agree with the young girl. Yeah, your mama with that bullshit, trying to keep you under house arrest because your little hormones acting up. What's another thing y'all do? Penance. That still exists in so many of these traditions. Self-harm. Y'all call it what it is when it's not spiritual. When a child burns themselves or a child cuts themselves or anything like that, y'all call it what it is. Self-harm. You say it is the evidence of something wrong with this child and they need intervention. They need intervention. They need a psychologist or they need therapy or whatever. Y'all are clear when it's your child or you're a teenager and you're participating in acts of self-harm. But where do they learn this shit from? Where do they learn this shit from? Cutting themselves and burning themselves and committing acts of self. Where is the only place on earth that they learn that shit from? Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Catholicism. It's all there. There's no other space in the world where this is not outright taught as a way to self-absolve. To self-absolve. So when it's spiritual, it's holy when you self-harm. When it's spiritual, when there's a dogma attached to it, it's normal within the confines of these religions that teach you to harm your flesh to prove your loyalty to spirit. But when it's just a teenager who ain't learned about the Lord yet or whatever, then it's self-harm and they need a therapist. They need, not that they have been completely conditioned by a society that still accepts that harming oneself to prove your disciplined route to spiritual enlightenment. And y'all act confused about what it is you're saying. 90% of the shit that you willingly and gleefully impose on yourself under the guise of, quote, spiritual ascension, your mother would be in jail for a fucking child abuse if she had done it to you when you was a child. But your father requires it of you in adulthood, and you think it's something separate. Prove to me you hate your mother. Prove to me you hate the remnants of your mother. Prove to me how willing you are to harm your flesh, to deprive your flesh, to deny your desires, to deny your evil urges, your lower nature. How many spiritual people swear they up on game still talking about your lower nature? Oh, that bitch just living in her root chakra. Oh my God damn. Even people who I thought was about that shit, child, and then one day they fuck up and say, that bitch still living in her lower nature, child. That bitch still living in her root chakra. I'm like, damn. Damn. Y'all missed the boat again. Here I thought y'all was up on game. I'm telling you people, I swore was up on game, and then there you go. That lower nature of y'all's. Y'all just living in the flesh. Y'all sound like Christians. The first time I ever heard that statement was from a Christian. Yeah, they ain't no hope for them, child. They out in the world just living in their flesh, child, just living in the flesh. Spiritual motherfuckers talking about chakras and shit. And when a person, quote, don't meet what they internalize is enlightenment, they just living in their chakras, child, just living in their flesh. I told y'all Jesus done infected every space y'all be the fuck up in. He wear a new mask or a costume for the space, bitch, but it's still Jesus in your head. It's still Jesus that is infecting your space. The first time I ever heard that statement, you just living in your flesh, is in the church. And I'll be goddamn if I ain't in all these spiritual spaces out here, whether it's native people saying that bullshit and ass bullshit, whether it's Mexican people saying that bullshit and ass bullshit, or whether it's the cute little hippie chicks that run Kundalini chakra release and shit, saying that same ass shit. Oh, well, she's still trapped in her lower chakra. Why? Why y'all keep doing that? Why y'all keep condemning the mother? Everything you say out your mouth is a condemnation of the mother. Everything you say. Tell someone the next time they say that shit, they just living in their flesh. Bitch, what the fuck? And act like you got an attitude. What the fuck you mean they just living in their flesh? What's wrong with living in their flesh? What's the problem you got with the flesh your mama gave birth to, bitch? What's wrong with you? Fuck you talking about? They living in their flesh. They trapped in their root chakra, bitch. What? What is you talking about? If people weren't living in their root chakra, bitch, your ass wouldn't be here. Your mama would have decided not to give birth to you. Oh, I'm so elevated. I'm so ascended. I don't even pay attention to my root chakra, so I ain't gonna get pregnant. So can't nobody infect and invade my root chakra. Like, what is y'all talking about? Why you keep doing that? Oh, they living in their lower nature and shit. They lower nature. That your ass is connected to the earth. Like, what are you talking about? Your feet are planted on solid ground. What is you talking about? Your lower nature. Why y'all keep saying that? Because y'all don't think. Y'all still got Jesus living in your skull. Don't even know it. That motherfucker is still posted up in your shit. Occupying real estate. You thought you had long took back. Then you would just slip up and say some shit, and I'm like, oh damn, not the comrade, not the homie, not the sister friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, not them. It's everywhere. This shit is prolific. And if you ain't constantly staging the contest with those things that offer discomfort, you feel me? Being able to analyze in a moment, is this discomfort my little righteous rebel? Because you can feel and experience discomfort in a myriad of ways. You still got a demon to slay in your goddamn consciousness. You still got a crack of Christ alive and well in your skull, whether you recognize it or not. You still got a divine patriarch living in your skull, whether you recognize it or not. Anytime that motherfucker catch you slipping, he gonna be like, bloop, here I am. You want me back? You want me back? You sure you don't want me back? Then he'll slither back into the background because you're talking about the goddess and you're doing a little meditation and you think he good and gone. And then he'll find a kink in your motherfucking arm. He's like, bloop, jolly on the spot. You want me back? You sure? I'm still here. I'm still here. y'all think I'm lying. I ain't telling you no shit I don't experience. I ain't telling you. As long as this motherfucker remain, he gonna find a way. He gonna find a kink in the armor, bitch, just to test your resolve. And then when I hear one of y'all talk about some lower nature, lower chakra, oh, you just stuck in the flesh type shit, I'm like, there he is. He just sprung right back. That little weed done got a second wind. And because you ain't staging a contest with that motherfucker every day. You think that you done arrived. Child, as long as he remains, your ass has not arrived. You got a contest to stage every day. You got a contest to stage every day. You got a contest to stage because he ain't going nowhere while this motherfucker remains. He fighting for his life. You being black and female in particular, he recognizes the contest is dire. He cannot afford for you to emerge. He damn sure cannot afford for your little baby rebel to break free. He can't. And so the war he is waging most relentlessly, it was with you. That's why everybody on earth hates you. It's because of the war he's waging against you. Everybody on earth hates you for a reason. And it's not because everybody's malignant. It is because he, the great grand patriarch, has waged the most relentless, the most prolific, undying war with you. And he has tapped into the malignant patriarch alive in everybody's skull to make sure that they internalize that their greatest enemy is you. He has created a campaign of global isolation in proximity to you. He recognizes who public enemy number one is, even if your ass don't. He is always aware of who represents the nail in his inevitable coffin. That is you, even if you have not yet internalized who you are as God on earth. That's why your ass out here exhausted, tired, emotionally worn out, victimized, betrayed in every possible way. Is because he has been really efficient in the contest that he has waged. He really, really has. And so now we have to rage out, baby. We have to display all the deadly emotions, all what they call them, all the deadly sins. We got to wear that shit on our sleeve. Every space we go into, we got to make sure they uncomfortable. because that's the only way to wage a contest against the patriarch alive in everybody's skull is to shake the shit out of them. That's what I was saying. There's some displays of discomfort that you're going to have up in you that are either going to be you responding to your conditioning, little patriarch trying to make his way to the front and center again. Is it that discomfort that you experiencing in this moment? Is it a discomfort of the little baby rebel in you trying to make a break through the bullshit? Is it a good discomfort? Right? Is it a difference? Is it a not good discomfort where your patriarch is like, no, whatever this is you doing, I'm opposed to that. Trying to stage a contest? Is it that discomfort? Because at the same time he's trying to stage a contest, your baby rebel is trying to stage a contest. Who you listening to? What is the level and the place of this discomfort that you are feeling in the war waging in your heart and mind? This is where the practice of discernment comes in. But the good place to start is to take the contending and opposite position of everything that you have been told. That's a good place to start. If sex is bad, you need to be trying to figure out where you're about to get laid next. If lust is bad, you trying to be in a space where your titties is jacked up to your cleavage, you feel me? Your cleavage almost touching your chin, your belly out. If you got that life, you know what I'm saying? Your booty cheeks is out below your skirt, where you know you're going to capture the attention of everybody in the room, whether it's haters or lusters, so you can just experience the feeling of being desired, even if you don't act on it. I need to experience tonight being desired. I need to be the center of attention tonight. How I'm going to make that happen? You know what I'm saying? If it is indulging in your feelings of wrath and rage, I'm telling y'all that all the time. You cannot house rage. Rage has to go somewhere, and that's what's killing you. Is not the rage. It is the imprisoning of rage. It is not acting on rage. It is not expressing rage in the moment, in the instant that you feel the emotion. Unbridled, unkept rage. I get it. I get it. I am guilty of it. It's something I constantly work on. It's something I constantly work on. But sometimes, and this is what I even tell my patients, if they are experiencing clear symptoms of liver qi stagnation, like sometimes the only solution is to cuss a bitch out. There ain't no other medicine but to confidently and with your whole chest cuss a bitch out. That's the only solution. Now that's the medicine, that's the prescription. You do with that what you want. But I'm telling you what's making you sick. Your headaches, your blurred visions out of nowhere, and you telling me that every time. A sister was telling us on the live the other night. I forget who it was, but was telling us in the comment section how, oh my God, what you're saying is making so much sense. Every time my brother come home, my mama gets sick. My brother just came home last week, and my mom had 2 cluster strokes. She ain't never sick until my brother come. He always trying her. He always talking to her crazy. And instead of raging the fuck out on him, she swallows it down. She takes it. And then this is the expression. Excess liver yang rising to the head, causing aneurysms or strokes. Y'all think I be talking magic to y'all. I'm telling y'all. You need to rage out. That's why Black women are right now the most likely to die of undiagnosed high blood pressure and cardiac events is because the reason it's called the silent killer is because we be swallowing our rage. Because we have grown accustomed under the guise of keeping ourselves safe in this malignant bitch right here. We quiet, we swallow our rage, especially those of us who were quote conditioned to polite society. College educated, you feel me? We get these degrees. We just be trying to navigate the terrain and keep the peace so we can get up in here and get what we get. Constantly being bombarded with these motherfucking microaggressions in these spaces, you feel me? What do they call it? Death by 10,000 paper cuts. It seems like a small thing. She just said something slight. Death by 10,000 paper cuts. And then you can't figure out why. 35 years old, you've been diagnosed with high blood pressure because of death by 10,000 paper cuts, and you ain't cleaved the bitch head off. You ain't verbally slayed somebody in your office who go out their way every day to make some little slick ass side ass comment like your ass stupid and don't know what the fuck she's saying. And you ain't verbally cleaved her whole head off. You haven't used that rage to breathe like a fire breathing dragon and singe your goddamn eyebrows off. You just say, let me keep my head down and do my work. This girl ain't got nothing to do with my life and she ain't paying my bills. I'm just trying to keep these white people off me. Okay. The mother, your little baby rebel that's always trying to rally on your behalf. Just let me out. Just let me out. I got your back. Just let me out. Just let me out. Just let me out. Just let me out. No, but you don't know how to behave in polite society, little baby. I'm gonna have to keep you locked in. You be too loud in polite society, baby. I'm gonna have to keep you close. You be wanting to do too much wild shit. You be wanting to dance too hard, laugh too loud in public while everybody else being quiet. I gotta keep you locked in. You be talking like a sailor, you be talking about fucking and smoking cigars and drinking the drink. White people are really uncomfortable with that kind of behavior. I'm gonna have to keep you in. Meanwhile, you think it's that little shit, and your baby giant is like, bitch, evolution requires my freedom. If you want to evolve, all this shit you trying to do with your mind and your conscious and your intellect and your education and your degrees, all this shit you working like hell to do, you in debt like hell to get the breakthrough your ass trying to make is just to move out the way and let me be free. I got you. And I promise I'll never do anything to betray you. I promise that nothing that I could do could make your situation worse. You can only evolve. You can only get free. You can only be better, and the environment around you instantaneously change as a consequence of my liberation, bitch. Let me go. Let me loose. Set me loose on your enemies, bitch. And I got you. Set me loose on your little microaggressions, bitch, and I got you. And I promise they'll never aggress against you again. You let me loose. Because keeping your head down and keeping quiet hadn't won you shit. Let my ass loose, and I promise you, they will think twice, 3-4 times before they be talking about trying to cross you again. Let me loose. Set me free. Let the giant loose. I got you. I got you. I got you. Trying to tell you 10 million ways, bitch, I got you. I got you. This sister telling me that she's off the call now, but that on the same day that I'm talking about your freaking president trying to pull a jack move, that on the same day Lilith will be entering Scorpio as I'm sitting here talking about letting your inner giant loose. Could that be more fucking epic and poetic? Could it be more epic? Yo, Lilith is like, okay, your Scorpio is your baby giant, bitch, but I'm your motherfucking vagina. And I'm trying to let all the rage loose of your imprisoned, encaptured, enslaved fucking vagina. I represent the needs and the desires of your true self, your true divinity, which rests between the two sides. Between your legs is the two-sided gateway of creation and destruction. Now let me loose, and you can let your little baby giant serve as my partner in crime. How fucking poetic can that shit be? That's why I say, no matter what they plan, it is not inevitable. The inevitability comes with either your inactivity or your action against. Your action against, or your just taking it like a champ. Well, it is what they do. Nothing that happens is inevitable. I don't give a fuck how much planning and plotting they have done. Your ass is the wrench. Your ass is the wrench in the machine. Your ass is the cog in the machine. And shit is only gonna go one way or another, and that is dependent upon you and the radical action that you take, the bold action that you take in the direction of that what you say you see in your mind's eye, which is a world made well. where sovereignty is a guarantee from the first breath to the last. Today, on July 4th, Lilith, because we ain't acknowledging no Independence Day of the United States that ain't never existed, bitch. When Independence Day ever existed up in this motherfucker? When that day was? Independence Day. When was that? When was that? When that happened? When that happened? We ain't acknowledging the motherfucking Independence Day. Today, the honorable, the well hidden, who is now free, the she who staged the first contest against the malignant male son gone rogue child, Lilith did that. She is the first great divine who staged the contest against the sun gone rogue. She was like, the hell you say? You about to just pin me down and pound on me? What y'all call it? Jump off culture shit? She's like, the hell you say, bitch? Do you not know I'm God up in this relationship? Now, you getting yours is inevitable. So I'm going to enjoy this and take my time. Now, it's either what the fuck I say, or I can be the fuck up out of here. I can be the fuck up out of here. You understand? They'll say, look, it's what the fuck I say. You ain't the one. I'm the one. I'm the one. I'm the one. That's what she said. And so she was permanently punished. The evil demoness succubus, stealing the essence from men and killing innocent babies. Really? Really? This is the story that y'all just jump both feet first in believing. Always the wicked diabolator. She said, it's my day. This is my day. And so on July 4th, I'm just gonna slide on up in here and see what y'all bitches ready to do. Y'all ready to join me? Cause me and your baby giant, Scorpio, her Scorpio placement, me and your baby giant, the mother or y'all in your heart. Me and your baby giant, we ready to wreck, but we can only move based on what you giving. What you giving, and we gonna amplify that. What is it that you giving? We gonna amplify that. And don't put no boundaries on that shit. If you need to go out in the street with the titties out, we gonna amplify that. Go out with that energy, bitch. We gonna amplify what y'all got cooking, what y'all got working. I'm about tempted to go out here in a motherfucking locker with no shirt on and just go ahead and call the conspiracy right on Hollywood Boulevard, walking up and down the faces of these pseudo stars on Hollywood Boulevard. Maybe even staging that contest in the entrance square of the Chinese theater, putting on a whole show right at the Chinese theater. She's like, come on, we can match it. Listen, we'll amplify that times 100, times 1,000,000. Give us the word, bitch. Say go. Say word, son. That's what they say in the Northeast. Say word, son. We got you. We on deck. So the 4th through the 7th, I'm so happy that sister put that in the chat. Yes, July 4th, Lilith into Scorpio to shake the foundation of this raggedy bitch. Yeah. All right, that's all I got. Can't believe it's been 7 hours, man. What's today? Today Friday? I didn't even check my emails. I'm terrible. Damn, I'm terrible. I didn't even check my emails, child. Because I knew I was only going to be on here an hour, and I was going to be doing some readings for some people, and I didn't even check my emails. Trifling. But the time, y'all, hasn't the time been like crazy this last month? Like, damn, we'll be on here for 7 hours and really feel like it's only been 2 hours. That's so wild. That's so wild. Oh, wow. All right, I'm going to go and try to make these apologies to people I said I was going to read today, and that didn't happen because I was up on here till 11. You feel me? Gotta put it in tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all for your donations and your participation. This was really nice to do this without any interruptions. I was like, this ain't gonna make no difference. I just changed my browser from my Google browser just day before yesterday. I cannot believe how much of a difference that made. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. Not a single interruption this whole time. Okay. So anyway, good night. Sleep well. Do what you gotta do. Dream big. And let's go ahead and plot and scheme for July 4th through July 7th. We gotta plot and scheme. For me, there's a lot that we can do just because we're in a city that has one of the biggest portals in this country. Where you at? Even if it's simple, keep it simple because what does she say? I just want you to prioritize your pleasure. Pray to me by prioritizing your pleasure. Worship me by prioritizing your pleasure. That's all she's saying all the time. This bitch, I just want you to be happy in this wonderful flesh I gave you. Can you just do that? Can you just do that? Eat to your fill, love. I want you to experience pleasure, not deprivation. Get your booty rubbed by a stranger if you want to do that. I just want you to feel pleasure in your body. Thanks for staying, even though you said. I'm through with y'all. Is that what you call a gentle disciplining? Just telling you, prioritize your pleasure for the rest, hell, for forever if you have me tell it, but specifically them days, July 4th through July 7th. If it is not an immediate hell yeah, fuck yeah, I want to do that, then tell them it's gonna have to wait until after the 7th. That these 4 days, I'm prioritizing my pleasure. I'm going to live the life of a devotee of the fulfillment of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins, I'm going to be fully embodying these days. Yup. All the lust, all the food, all the things. All the things. And you hear my cat over there ringing the bell, making noise like, bitch, you talking too much. Can you get up off of here and feed us? So Ken, I think she was vibing off you. Because she literally on my on my alternate bumping her head against the bells. I hear you, girl. So let me go feed my cats now that they staging a mutiny out in this bitch. I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay? Peace. Y'all hilarious. All right. This was nice.